Marco as well as Brigida here. And here's the thing, we're starting off late, apologies and all, but still we're going to be moving forward with Alpha 7 going up against the Mongols. From your hand. You good, bro?
He's okay. He's okay. I will translate for him. He's okay.
All right, okay. Well, speaking of being okay, yesterday, it's pretty okay games. We had the first 4 games move along pretty fast. But once you guys are off the table, and we started off with Nice U as well as Getting Q, the first 2 games they did.
So if you want long games,
20 minute games.
Tune in when Gideon Q and Nice are on because we got quick games.
Yeah,
So wait, why? How is that?
it's his
30 yen.
It's
30 yen.
30?
We're the 30 yen.
30 gang. We did 30 gang.
Yeah, but it's something he called too. Like a couple times, every single time before we headed into the game, he had a feeling whether or not we were going below 10
every time.
or beyond 20. So I'm gonna watch out for whatever he calls today.
Yeah, and again, I'm not smart. I'm just very lucky. I just so happen to be correct 8 times in a row. Maybe I'll be correct 8 times in a row for today as well. And for you guys just tuning in, this is the MLBB wildcards, where the format is we got Group A as well as Group B. For Group B, everyone is going to make it through to the second stage, the CGBS. However, from Group A, one team, unfortunately, will be eliminated. Later on, we'll be showing how, Group A treat against Group B4, and et cetera, et cetera. For today, we still got to get through the best of ones, just to see from Group A who actually makes it through and who doesn't. As of right now, unfortunately, 0-3 is PSG.
Unlucky for PSG. Came into this tournament thinking that PSG might be one of those dark horses that can actually, shake up the tournament. But unfortunately, so far, it's kind of been a few misses here and there, I'd say, in the drafts. But one thing's for sure, even though we got a lot of surprises yesterday, we're still going to see a lot of surprises today because A7 has finally gotten enough resources to show up right now.
Nightmare as well?
Nightmare, very, very interesting to see. I met Nats earlier.
Yeah.
He sounds confident, bro.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You have to sound confident if you are entering the group of death, because we did label Group B as the group of life, but this time around, we're going to see the full picture of how the matchups could turn out when you're looking at Group A. They're going up against all these teams who've made such great performances yesterday, I'd say, namely FUT Foot Esports.
And that's the thing coming into today. Is it an advantage that you're coming in with that you didn't play yesterday, or is it a disadvantage because you're not warmed up yet?
For me, a little bit of disadvantage. You want to know why?
Why?
Because the reason why I say I get to see all the games, personally for me, I think they didn't learn enough. Like for example, if you just watch one Mongols game, you would think they're not that good with the Hirara. Right?
Yeah.
But then after the third game, you're like, oh wait, hold on. We may have to respect that because even though people are saying Hirara's not good, they only lost 1 game so far. The other games Hirara has been played has been won. And if we're looking at the draft, we even see Atlas first pick, but that's only by 1 team. They did win. So I don't know. Personally, for me, if you're looking at this competition, the best one yesterday, I don't think it's enough information.
Yeah, I agree. And another thing is it's the fact that they're best of ones.
Yeah, true.
So anything can happen too. We don't know how much prepared A7 are in terms of that too, because even the maybe labeled kings of best of ones, Team Falcons Mena, also struggled to get a win yesterday. Like their record hasn't been perfect.
Yeah. And again, like looking at the teams, this is why best of one is very scary for any team. Like no matter how good you are, this is kind of like combat sports, like especially the striking ones. Even though on paper this guy is a superior fighter, one good punch to the chin can just end the fight. Right? So this is the thing about best of one. Sometimes people are like, oh, you won because you're lucky, but hey, I won.
Yeah, a good example of that would be Falcons Mena. We were talking about how good they have been in best of ones, even M6, M7 against the main stage teams. But here, again, for Falcons Mena, it seems like that wildcard curse is going to continue. They lost their second game, and it was a comeback as well from the Huns.
Yeah, that's one of the, I think, most remarkable games yesterday.
Yeah.
One of the longest, but it was a comeback too.
Yeah.
So that just goes to show that
The long games are the comeback ones.
Yeah, once you go past the 20-minute mark, it's just as if you could disregard whatever happened in the first few minutes, because it's just literally one mistake that could cost you the entire game.
And because it's just day one, right? Right now we don't have a wild card meta. It's really individual meta, right? the Mongols, they have their own way of playing, even the Huns. And then, like, every region has their own way. Even looking at KOG from Thailand, even their rotation where they dismiss the first 2 turtles, maybe even the first 3 turtles, just to get your opponent's jungle. Like, everyone has their own way of playing, and it's very refreshing, Marco. As we're looking at the teams arriving here, the attending teams, 5 teams from Group A, 4 from Group B, 1 will be eliminated from Group A, and then when we go to the CGBS, number 1 going up against number 2, number 3 going up against number 4, and all that hoorah.
Since we're here, why don't we make some predictions, no? Group A, who's going to make it? And then Group B, that's the one that you have to really give predictions for.
If Alpha 7 wins 2 games, VSG's out. Right?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, because here's the thing, for VSG to make it through, Alpha 7 has to lose all games.
Yeah.
Right? You just have to be number 5, essentially, right? And now we're looking at the prize pool as well. No, I just like looking at the players, you know? Like, we got a $3 million US prize pool. I love MLBB, man. That's a lot of money. Life-changing money.
I agree. And to make it all the way to the main stage makes a 10,000 USD difference as well compared to if you're ending your journey here in the wild card. So definitely that one spot they're all fighting for here really means a lot to them, aside from the fact that they're able to extend their stay here in Party.
Yeah. We'll see if they can. Again, a lot of teams have already really struggled again for VSG. Very, very tough situation they're in. And honestly, quite disappointing. Again, we were thinking VSG that they're the type of team that can actually pull off a lot of surprises. And even though we did see some surprises, those surprises haven't really paid dividends. The Suyo and the XP, a lot of bombastic picks here and there. They gotta lock in.
Yeah, we're going to be looking at the schedule as we're talking about how VSG right now hasn't really been all that great. Again, we have 8 best of ones for today. And for VSG, I think they just fall under one of the mistakes where you have not much experience, which is after a devastating loss, you overthink it. Right? You try to move away from what works in hopes that you surprise your opponents. And then they just don't know what to do with it, you know?
Yeah, it's tough.
By the way, Alpha 7 is playing all 4 games today, so a bit tiring, but hey, it is what is it.
It is what it is.
Yeah, Nightmare have 3 since they're playing in Group B. And that's the thing. Also, we might just see, or we will see a bit more matches from Group A since we'll have to really finalize their standings and their seedings by the end of the day. Whereas Group B, I think we'll be ending them in the 3rd to the last series of today. But yeah, I think it's something we all are looking forward to. It probably will be a bit tiring, especially if you're A7, but I'm pretty sure they came in prepared.
Yeah, we're starting with a banger here. A7 versus Team Mongols. Mongols obviously gonna get that win streak early on. A7, it's a time for Nats, best player, all the boys to prove that they can actually go toe-to-toe with one of the best in wildcard.
And with that being said, we also have to see what kind of drafts they'll be really working with, because Ferrara is one of those heroes you feel like you don't want to ban out, because now, especially in the EXP, there's just so many options that can really disrupt your draft. We even saw teams like KOG banning out 5 EXP laners, like trying to make sure that 33 has a good time. But that's one of the good things about EXP right now. There's a lot, right? There's damagers, there's divers, there's tanks. Against Nats, is it worth it to ban? I think yes.
Straight up, yes.
Ben Paquito.
That's an MSC winner right there.
Ben Freya. I still think Freya is the biggest monster, but yeah, Ben Paquito, Ben Freya, and maybe even consider the Arlet or Benedetta.
It really feels like it's his meta, right? Nats coming back into MSC with the meta being so dynamic in the XP lane. It's great for him. Heck, even the Yu Zongs.
Yes.
These are the heroes that you really think about of Nats when you just mentioned those heroes. So I think that's going to be great. I think A7 really needs to step up in that department. Sir Rose, he's going to have to think about, all right, how do I give the right components to the right players here and just play weak side on some of the others?
I agree, because Nats is like the type of player who does play explosive at times, but it's not a miscalculated type of explosive, which I think we did see a couple times yesterday from certain EXP laners who don't seem as coordinated just yet with their team, or they're probably also a bit shocked with how the way things are played out upon entering the wild card. Nats here, whatever you do hand him over, it's unexpected. You can't really say what he will be going for in this current meta, whereas 33, there might be a bit more predictability when it comes to that.
But here's the thing, like, if Nats wants to use the damager, then best player, he has to use the tank.
Yeah.
Right? And again, right now, S tier is Akai. A lot of a lot of players are more afraid of the box, which is understandable. But bro, I think the Kai is a little bit too much. So we also have to see whether Best Player 1, he has fully adapted into this new tank. Well, not new, but
Yeah.
after like what 1 year plus of assassin metas, we'll see whether he does with the tanks.
So is it likely a Hirara versus
Asuyo
utility happening here?
Oh, okay, maybe.
Yeah.
I think so. For Mongols, for sure, they're going to try to go and prioritize those carry picks. It's always been Zixora on the carry picks. Yisun Shin, the Hirara, whatever it is, he needs to be on damage. For Best Player, you've got many different options here to go for gold and XP.
Yeah. In terms of gold, I really feel like I haven't seen anything other than Claude and Harv that
Moskov.
worked really well. Oh yeah, Moskov. You know what?
Pretty good.
But Moskov is what's the player name again? Yuki. Yuki is amazing, man.
Yeah.
Like those are the kind of players that you will get an email to be like, are you willing to relocate?
Yeah. His performance yesterday, I think that was one of the standouts apart from... Because we were expecting more of the Claudes and the Harrods maybe, and Moscow was one of the only other picks we saw. Aside from the Bruno from Muy Minette, I guess.
Yep. That's a Muy pick.
Yeah, they did try to play for him there. We will be seeing him later. And he was deathless for a time, but it does really seem to be a struggle to just play any other gold laner in this current meta where the XP lane is just so flexible out
So now
there.
I want to talk about Mongols, right? We talked a bit about Alpha 7. One thing that I kind of don't like about the Mongols is that they really like to draft skill-based heroes for the mid as well as the gold lane. Sometimes it does work out, but I feel like it's not super consistent because especially when they don't have a jungler like Yisun Shin that has consistent damage output, I really am worried by Turtle 3. All the skills have been used and used incorrectly, and then you just have nothing else left in the tank to continue the fight. So that's something that I am looking to see whether they have fixed or they're just going to stick by it against Alpha 7.
I think it's a double-edged sword, really, when you're talking about Mongols, right? Because, yes, it kind of limits their playstyle, having these very difficult-to-execute heroes, very high skill ceiling heroes, but it's also their main strength as a team, right?
Yeah.
How they were able to get wins yesterday was through those individual skills just popping off. And, yeah, we did get a few jitters. That's why LaFell mentioned game number 1 against Foot. It was very tough when you still are nervous on stage. You
With
have
the Granger and the Gord.
the Grok as well.
Yeah, the Grok. Yeah.
So a couple of misses here and there, but as they get going, it's kind of just a Mongolian style. They download their opponents. They like it when they're warmed up. So maybe game 1, they actually might underperform, but expect them to go for some of those picks and make it work later on in the day.
Yeah, or hopefully not, because they've already did yesterday and it just carries over today.
Could be.
Because it's I agree, they've been very decisive. They've committed to like these certain play styles, these picks, and they just tried again. It was indeed probably jitters that we just saw from them in the beginning, and so today we are officially jumping into the draft to see what are they going to stick with up against A7.
Yeah, it popped up earlier, but I believe A7 will be the first pick and the Mongols will be the second pick here.
Flying Clouds.
Flying Clouds, oh, you can see that. Woo!
Yeah.
Break, 2020 vision.
Yeah, you gotta zoom it in. Flying Clouds.
What do you mean? It's right in front of us.
Yeah.
Wait, what's that? What's that?
Okay, so they bet. Okay, so
Baksha, Phoveus,
Baksha, Phoveus.
Atlas.
It's Marcel.
Marcel banned out by the Mongols. So now the second ban coming in from the Mongols here. Again, I'm looking forward to see a Paquito or a Freya ban.
No
It should
XP
be a
bans.
Freya. It should be a Freya. Right? Especially because right now it does seem like Alpha 7, they're just trying to open up the draft by banning out the Phoveus as well as the Baxia.
Oh, they banned the Paquito first.
Fair.
Okay.
As long as eventually Freya gets banned out, I'm okay with it.
Okay, we won't see the Hirara, I guess.
Hey, respect.
A7 did their homework. They're just making sure that they don't get their hands on that comfort pick. Because I believe Zixora yesterday also took the title of standout player or star player just because of that Hirara performance that he delivered yesterday.
Yep, player of the day. And I also feel like Alpha 7, considering this is their first game, they don't want to take unnecessary risk.
That's true. Just the best of one.
Makes a lot of sense.
Oh, wait. So The Freya is open.
Valentina ban. Oh, look at Summer. Oh,
yeah. Summer's feeling confident, you know? He facepalmed yesterday for no particular reason. The Arlet is first pick for A7.
Okay, Nats. Okay.
Yuzong's still up for grabs, and you go for the Arlet here. It could just be countered straight up. Maybe even red 3 if they want to postpone it a bit.
And the thing is, there's a lot of counters left. It's not just the Yuzong. Even the Alice will make Arlet's life just a bit difficult in the laning phase. So now the Akai is still there, the Fredrin is still there. Maybe that's why Alpha 7 just pick it up first, because they know no matter what, they will have an activator for this Arlet.
And there you go.
Yeah, though the Gord is still there. So.
It just fits so well for the Akai to get picked up right now.
I agree. I thought they would deny the Akai, honestly.
Alpha 7 pick up the Akai straight up. Makes a lot of sense with the Eve as well. They got that mid-prio down. And it's great, right? Right now, Mongols... Do they go for a jungler, something like a Yi Sun-shin that we've seen on Zexora, or do they just go for the traditional pick to deal with the Eve, which is the Claude and the gold lane?
Yeah. The thing is, the Claude has to be careful of the Arlet as well, because you
you can get cancelled.
Exactly.
There's a Freya still.
Oh, yeah.
Too, though.
I would be so upset if no one picks up the Freya.
We might not see a Freya, folks.
No, come on, man. It has to be a Freya.
How comfortable is Zia playing Freya? You know, a lot of times... A7 in their own league in the grand finals, there were a couple of comebacks, right? And it came through late game heroes, it came through miscalculations. It will be the Yi Sun-shin. And speaking of those two things, miscalculations, misplays towards the late game, Mongols are clean in the late game. They're good at scaling with the Yi Sun-shin as well from Zexora yesterday against VSG.
Yeah, at this point, when they do have that Yi Sun-shin, it does make it a bit possible, or I would say relieve some stress a bit from the gold lane to be like, you are going to be the carry, but you don't have to be the only carry, right? Even if there is some losing trades, it's not that bad.
It's going to be tough now. You really saved your EXP matchup for second phase 2, so A7 might just take out those picks. That'll make things a bit more difficult for the R-Lot altogether.
I kind of feel like Mongols has to respect a possible Khalid coming in. Yeah.
Nice Mathilda ban. I like that. The Yuzong gets taken out as expected. I think the last ban for A7 should be the Claude, and Mongols... mid-prio seems to be a very important thing. Maybe they go for the Cho ban. We know Shark has played a few Cho games. Pretty good against the Atlas.
How do you feel about Cho, Brigida? You like it?
Yeah, you played Cho earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, it hit 50% win rate today.
You don't have to say that.
Oh.
You could have just say your win rate increased.
Oh, yeah.
You don't have to say by how much.
You beat an Atlas.
It's okay. They don't know how much matches I have with it.
Ah.
Yeah, but it's true. I think in terms of targeting, the Yi Sun-shin will be one of their biggest advantages, though, but not with that ban. So the Freya...
Good.
Yeah,
at
with
least it's banned.
With Yi Sun-shin in the jungle.
Yeah, at least it's banned out.
Makes a lot of sense.
So right now, I think picking up the gold lane would be the wise choice, like a Claude.
Oh.
I mean, like I said, Alice does well against the Arlet, and in a way does well against the Eve as well as the Akai. So it's an okay pick. It's a good pick.
With this front to back for Alpha 7, knowing that there's an Alice, some tanky boys as well, do you just want to go for the carry?
Yep, carry.
Because it's a good matchup against the Claude too, right?
Yeah.
The Mongols, it really looks like they're thinking about it. Maybe if the carry doesn't show up, then they go for the Claude. The Bellary comes around, and it makes a lot of sense. It's just a box, so I'm not against the carry at all.
I like it. Everyone, Dusin, Alice, Atlas, now that there's a Bellaric,
they snatch it away.
Twice. Still pick up the Claude though.
I like that too.
Yeah, I think it's going to be okay, especially with the Bellaric on their side. So it's just going to be an easy response for them every single time they want to go for the counter engage. Now it's K. What is left?
There's a few, you know. Harv is there, Claude is there, Moskov.
I don't know if I want to go Harv against an guy.
Yeah, I'm just listing the hero, okay? You don't have to be this way with me, okay?
I don't think I want to see a Harv against an Akai, bro.
This is our first game, and you want to throw shade to me?
I don't think I want to see a Harv.
I'm listing the heroes to show my massive memory.
Yeah.
And this is what you do to me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Say no.
We.
Wait, so like, what's else? The Obsidia?
Guess the Moskov is also an option. Yeah.
I would say Moskov is safe.
Oh. The Obsidian is great against the Arlet, but with the Purifies on the Claude and the range of that Eve, I guess.
Don't think about it that way.
Don't think about it that way.
Just hit your abilities.
Okay.
Avoid their abilities, and then you'll win, right? With that being said, this is the draft coming in from Alpha 7 as well as the Mongols. This is the first game for Alpha 7. So with that, Mirko as well as Brigida, make sure you guys do a good job for this game, even though it's a bit difficult, you know?
Thank you so much, Lafel. We are all hyped up and excited to witness the first game in the second day of the wild cards here at MSC 2026. Yep. Team Zone, they did come and shake off whatever jitters they had yesterday, but A7, this is the first time we will be seeing them play today. Mirko, that was a last pick, Obsidia. Do you still feel 50-50 about it now?
I'm not a fan of Obsidia, man. I think it's good only if certain situations come about. So if they're able to just snowball out of control, it'll be great. Thing is, though, it really seems like A7 have gotten the better composition to get that early snowball through neutral objectives.
Yeah, but it's an Akai all over again together with the Belleric. I think the Belleric has been making a statement ever since day number 1 of the wild card. These roamers that we're seeing, they're just really going head to head, okay? This is Ox, by the way, yesterday. I think he's had also quite a difficult time trying to go up against pick-off lineups, but this time it's a bit different. Zixora is here?
Sneaky Zixora. They got the mid-prio, but hold on. Best player 1's going to actually find out about it. Gonna go for the retry in time. Zixora with the retry steals it away. Grand Theft Orange.
We saw this yesterday. But it was the Akai doing it on the opposite side of the map. Now it's Zixora immediately resuming back to his purple buff as well. None of the members from A7 notice it. They did such a great job at making sure their attention was just caught.
Yeah, I think it's mainly because Cold World was at level 2 with the first wave. He flickers out of the perfect match. Best player 1 poked down by Zixora and Makey putting the damage down again. And Nats is just not having fun against Mumu in this lane.
Okay, that's a first pick, Arlott. Just gotta remind you guys. But they're going up top.
Yep. He's gonna have to play safe. Best player 1 gonna be caught. Traceless forward. Zixora gonna go for the kill. First blood to Zixora and a flicker out from Shark.
Mongols were so prepared to deal with that. A7, they definitely just wanted to take away that orange buff as well. Just to catch up in terms of EXP, because best player 1, he got his own orange buff stolen away from him. But Mongols already saw it coming. Now Mongols, they got 2 orange buffs in as early as the 2 minutes in this game, and now they're rotating down bottom. Nats, this is not what we expected to see.
Yeah, definitely not. It really comes down to the combo now for A7. If they can get the combo going, it's going to be great. Great taunt onto Makey. Crimson Beacon coming down as best player 1 goes over. RWM Nats with the final slash picks him up. Cold World picks up the kill. Best player 1 spins around McKay. Takes him down to see it. Goes for Blazing Duet. Stunned up in the back. He's going to go for more damage there. Good throw to Ruin. But Cold World gets a double. And it's still a turtle over to the Mongols. K trying to sidestep, but it's Cold World with a big triple.
Our mid laners have been getting triple kills and savages so far here in the wild cards. And that definitely looked like A7 finally clapping back. They were able to deal with the members of Mongols one step at a time.
Ox.
And with... Okay, hold on.
Oh, Fatal Links is back up just on time. Cold World! No flicker, still on cooldown, but boom! Roots. Makey, Ox cannot deal with it. They're going to have to just respect it. Shark, though, he might actually get taken out. Good shot from Zixora. Traces forward. Shark gets a bit more HP. But it is inevitable. Zixora with his second kill of the game.
Still took quite some time though. That's the Belleric for you. Zixora did have to help them, but going back, Zixora. What are we supposed to even call this kind of jungling pattern, you know?
Dude, Zixora is one of those guys who just has a very impressive... Oh, he's gonna go ball. Wait a second. Mountain Shocker lands. That's with the final slash. Not enough to keep him alive. The pathing from Zixora is immaculate.
Agree. This is something that A7 could barely deal with. Like, their players or their heroes aren't exactly the proactive type. Maybe apart from the Arlott at this point of the game. Best player 1 could just watch.
These are the type of mechanics you would expect from a guy who misses handshakes.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe it's also because of that. It's exactly because of that, you know? Like, he just had to avenge himself. through this rotation, which I don't know what we should be calling it, because so far he's been consistent in terms of just going back to his jungle and stealing away the orange camp.
It's the anti-handshake rotation.
Anti-handshake.
He wants to avoid the Panda at all costs by stealing his camps. The Dragon Warrior yesterday was the one stealing camps. He's honorable today.
The Dragon Warrior, which you couldn't spell
Without an S.
Without an S.
Without an S.
No. I don't know how many times I heard that statement yesterday, but we're going to
5.
see the next turtle come
Whoa!
up!
Fatal Links flicker. Oh, there you go, though. The Akai, the heavy spin, and Ox gets away with the perfect match. Nats tried to get a final slash in, and now it's a big flicker burnt out. With no heavy spin, they're going to go for a bit of damage on Mumu, but it's just such a tanky Alice to deal with.
Yep. Mumu's trying his best to zone. Nats too, looking for the targets.
Yep.
Ox is low.
Uh-oh, final slash lands on Mumu in the back. Oh, it's just a full chase CC, even with the Wrath of the Dryad, it's not enough. Mumu gets a double. Gets in the midst of it all. Makey with the Crimson Beacon picks Coworld up, throws him back onto Mumu. Onto Zixora as well. It's a triple. Oh, Sokolil knows it. Gets away just in time with a BMI.
It looked as if Ox definitely would have been that one crucial pickoff in that fight, but just as Naths used his final slash, he casted his Fatal Links. So it didn't matter at all. Let's take a look at that instant replay where clearly they were just trying to find the right and the best targets possible. But it was after this moment that Zixora and the rest of the members of Team Mongols just literally outplayed A7. A7 have not been successful in looking for whatever plays they wanted. It's as if, yes, these crucial ultimates are always baited out just in time before the major fight breaks out, such as the heavy spin.
Oh, we see more of that grok from yesterday. Ox thrown back into everybody. Free resets for Nats. But luckily, Ox got no bounty.
Okay, that's gonna be okay this time around, but the damage from Zixora is no joke. He's actually so farmed up. He's already level 10, whereas best player 1's just 8.
Yeah. They're putting all their effort to defend this bottom turret, but Mongols, they're just so proactive around the map. Zixora, oh my god. It's a 3-level lead and an endless battle at 6 minutes.
Oh, that's tough. Just look at that.
Yeah, 2,000 is kind of crazy for the gold. I mean, for the jungle's gold.
You would expect the Akai to have the better time. He just has that heavy spin to deal with every single objective take, but even before you get there, he's used it already. I don't know if it's just such a reactive use of the heavy spin, because I feel like some of it were very unnecessary. A7 have to be a bit more coordinated. They're not layering their skills well enough in terms of this composition. Yeah,
so the conditions are met for the Yisun Shin and the Obsidia, right? If you want to win the game, you control from the start of the game, or you scale up later on. A7, despite their composition, have not been able to get a single neutral objective. All the turtles have gone to Mongols.
It's the major...
Toy? Flicker Fatal Ace into the Mountain Shocker of Zixora. Yo, Mongols!
Hey.
Well played.
Yeah, it's as if Nath 2 has been one of the bigger targets from the start. Like Zixora, it's not like he just really went head-to-head with best player 1. He did it in terms of that rotation. And Mongols, the other members, just made sure that Nath didn't have a great time. Oh no, Zia!
Bro. Heavy spin to keep him at bay. Makey cuts him out with a sandwich. They're going to go for a Purify out as well. Almost a fadeaway kill, but now he gets covered to RBM, and the team might actually fall here. Throwing a ruin in the blink forward. Mumu gets away. Zixora gets an unstoppable. Under turret, they're going to go over the outplay. Ox with a jump. Whole world gets the shutdown in the end, but it's still a massive win for the Mongols.
I thought that Wrath of Dryad would have been that moment for A7. That was such a great play, but that last-minute Throne of Ruin changed the course of the entire team fight as well. It's clear that A7 have not enough damage to go up against the Mongols just yet. They will have to take their time, because I believe we're looking at an almost 9K gold lead already in the hands. Or 8. Okay, I was trying to compute it from here. So that's when you know I am not good at math.
You don't need to calculate. It does it for you. That's the thing, right?
I learned my lesson.
You learned your lesson. It's okay. It's okay, you know? Equipment.
Okay.
Warax And the tough boots already. He's okay. No, best player one is just not gonna have a good time here. The Dragon Warrior. You can spell the Dragon Warrior with this one with an S here. Oh
Yes.
my God, these Nats as well.
Oh, see, you know how the Obsidian can actually use Hunt of Bone
Yep.
to the Akai?
I mean, when you have an 8,000 gold lead, right? It just works.
It does, actually. I agree. It's not a... okay, I guess this is one of those game one things where you don't really get to see what you expect of.
Staff.
The Mongols are very much familiar with
Yo.
that. Wait, what?
Yo, where'd the turret go? Okay, turret's still alive. It's barely alive though. This is a disaster for A7, dude. Their first game. They're gonna have to warm up real quick.
And they have 3 more. They have 3 more after this.
Hey, you did the maths right there.
Yeah. Because they're smaller. There's a smaller sample size, you know. Like, how could I not get that right? That would be too embarrassing for me.
And some people don't get that right.
Free Lord.
Free Lord. It's just so well played by Mongols, and this is the point that LaFell was bringing up, right? Like high skill ceiling heroes, it don't matter because Mongols know how to pull it off when they're warmed up, and it seems like you're right as well about them only needing that one game against Foot Esports yesterday to warm up.
Yeah, it's hopefully something we get to see from A7 later too, because we've had really high expectations for this team as well. The amount of international experience, having an MSC champion in your lineup, every single member together already somehow making a name for themselves in their past appearances. But now it's the Mongols who, just the same, have such great drive to just put Mongolian MLBB on the map, and they've been doing a great job alongside the Huns to do just that. And they're on the verge of potentially taking down everything that's left from A7 in this game. Just look at how K has been shredding these turrets with barely minimal effort.
Yep. Just that click of that tower lock button, and it's gone in the bottom lane with 2 marksmen. Siege has just become so easy, and despite them having the Yeve, they're just not able to throw the ruin. Oh, Moo gets 3 in the bag, even with every spin of Fatal Links comes through to bring them right back into the action. Team Mongols are just better. It's a wipeout to end match number 1 of day 2.
Match 1, day 2 ends in less than 12 minutes. A statement from Team Mongols showing that they've indeed carried over all that momentum they've secured in day number 1. And LaFell, I didn't get to ask you your thoughts if this would be a 10-minute game or a 20-minute game, but was this what you expected?
I expected it to be faster, actually.
Oh?
Yeah, I thought it would be ending by 11 because, I don't know, man, you just gotta move away because here's the thing. Alice, if the Alice as well as the Arlet player have roughly the same level of strength in terms of the mechanics, Alice is just unfair for the Arlet to play against just because she has the kit to have continuous damage and the Arlet cannot escape without those minions. So once the minions are out, he's just going to take free damage. And again, this might just be a warm-up game for Alpha 7 because again, it is the first game. And let's talk about all the growing pains here. Best player 1 on the Akai, he's not there yet. That's number 1. Number 2, the mid duo wasn't able to protect their own jungle, right? They didn't have positions to scout where Yusunshin was going, right? Zixora got free camps, and by the time they knew about it, it's way too late. So far here in the wildcards, one thing is consistent, right? In terms of all the objectives, the most important one is your opponent's jungle.
Yeah. It feels so sad to think too that the Arlot felt like it was just really punished.
Super punished.
That first pick Arlot, to be exact, because it's not just the Arlot pick; it's the fact that they prioritized.
Only Vinuya can do that, actually.
You know him?
I do.
He does that, but people don't complain.
Yeah, it's weird, man. It's like he got a buff or something. Anyways, though, it really just feels like for me, after losing your orange buff and still getting 4 for the turtle, it should still be the same win condition. You play around the neutral objective, but instead they try to look for brawls across the map to turn the lead around. And at that point, it's kind of just you having to understand your composition. If you have a composition that can still win around neutral objectives, you should still play around it instead of looking for those trades and brawls to come back.
Yeah.
And again, part of the problem that I don't like, they actually could have gotten more kills if best player 1 didn't push them away.
Yeah, it's been a lot of it also should be used with the Arlet, right? It
Yeah,
seems like best
yeah.
player is just doing his own thing, and then Nats on the other
Dies.
side dies.
Yeah.
Dies Nats.
Because it's like two things. It's like two things that were a bit questionable in this game. It's the fact that one, they did decide to fight through team fights, even though they were that much behind, and the fact that they played out all these team fights as if they were just the same level in terms of gold. Like the way that they've played it was just as aggressive as you would expect if you're at the same level, but they're not. It's
No, again, that's why I kind of feel like I can say this might be a warm-up game because, again, they didn't play as a team, right? They're just playing individually, and I think they're just caught off guard because, again, maybe even during your scrims, you don't get this cheese that much. You don't expect Yi Sun-shin to take your orange buff like, what, 2-3 times in a row? And then you didn't expect Nats on the first pick Arlet to lose the lane. And they knew that he could get countered. That's why they banned out the Yuzong. They banned out one of the hero I can't remember. But then the Alice did go through. Now here's the thing: even without the Alice, they had other options to deal with that Arlet. Worst comes to worst, you can even still use the Uranus, right? It can still work where you just control that Arlet. And here's the thing: even if they had a good laning phase, if best player 1 and Nats is not on the same page, it kind of doesn't matter, right? You go in. There's no activation for your vengeance, and you're just waiting to die.
Yeah, because I guess the team that could really play to afford to play individually was the Mongols. Because again, they were on the damage jungler, they were on the Yi Sun-shin, which did the anti-handshake rotation in the game.
We're
coining
we're coining that one,
Yeah.
the anti-handshake rotation.
But you were expecting best player 1 and Nats to do the opposite. They should have been the ones to work together because that was what their lineup
Facts.
was. It's hopefully
they didn't
just
do the
game
bro
one
code,
things.
you know?
No bro code.
Yeah, so here's the thing. I believe Alpha 7, after that loss, they should be able to rewatch the game and see where did it all went wrong. Macro part, maybe the mid trio needs to be aware of camps getting stolen away because, again, that's the most precious resource that we have in this game. And the thing is, the opponents they'll be going up against later on, they kind of do the same thing. Maybe not as much as Mongols, but they will do the same thing. But with that being said, we will be giving them an opportunity to reset and maybe rewatch the game because we are going for a break. When we return, we'll be watching the second best of 1. We'll see you guys right after this.
Whoa.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
And with that, we are back here at EWC 26. We just got done with game number 1. The Mongols show up very impressively against Alpha 7. But hey, it's their first game in the best of 1 here. And welcome, my name is Afel. Alongside with me is Mirko as well as Brigitte. They have done an amazing job casting that game. Amazing jokes, a lot of entertainment, a lot of energy. Now here's the thing. We'll be keep looking at Alpha 7 just to see how they improve later on, and hopefully they get okay.
Yeah. I think we're also looking at how another team would improve after their run yesterday, which we will be seeing up next. It's Sunset Ravens.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, well, technically, they don't need to improve, right? They're in the group of life. They're going to make it anyways.
They might as well treat it like a scrim.
Hey.
Yeah. Hey, yes.
Okay, if they're keeping strategies, okay.
Yeah, but okay, let's just have one good game for...
Yeah, I agree.
Although, let me just say, as a roamer, it's okay to die a lot. Isn't that right, Mirko?
Yeah,
right?
we had a 0-7 roamer.
Your carries, because of the roamer dying a lot, your carries only died once.
Yeah.
And then having like 9, 12 kills and then like 10 assists.
It's only a problem if you're up against a Sky Piercer.
Oh.
Which that roamer did not go through,
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so right now let's talk about Sunset Ravens here. Let's address the elephant in the room. They got to make sure that the laning phase is serviceable, because at this point, it almost doesn't matter what kind of draft you get. Even if you get a very good draft, if you still lose the laning phase, it won't matter that much.
Yeah, in terms of like, when we say good drafts, they were drafts that we really expected. Or,
it's like meta-ish,
yeah,
right?
they're meta drafts, but at the same time, does it mean that it's a bit more predictable then for them? And given like the gap that we kind of observed in terms of mechanics and the decisions in game, then that's something probably other teams have capitalized on. But I wonder if how, like, since they're at this point where they're just one game away from being winless in the group stage, would force them into being a bit more creative, you know? Like, Coach Ryzen?
Yeah, Coach Ryzen really got to dig deep, right? Because they're up against Nightmare Esports. Now, Sunset Ravens, a lot of them are new. Nightmare, they've been here before. They know what it feels like to play in an international stage, heck, in a wild card even. We've got so many names that we've seen so many times already. Get Juviana Too Easy for Lexi. I'm actually thinking the Nightmare could be Sunset Ravens Nightmare this time.
Oh.
Yeah, because again, Nightmare, they do like to play very, very fast-paced heroes as well. So this is one of those games I feel like it's completely okay if they want to ditch the utility jungler and just go for damage and then just try to win the first 3 minutes of the game and then just snowball off of there. Because that's the unfortunate thing for Sunset Ravens. I believe out of all the teams here, they have suffered quite a lot of early losses, even having won below 10 minutes. So it might be something that Nightmare Esports want to do, especially if you want to consider maybe you want to hide some things, right? You don't want to show everyone everything during the wildcards here.
Yeah, because they've lost, like, it's always them losing their winning conditions early on. And I think that's such a problem because they've always reverted to just muy minute on the Bruno, or just playing around muy minute in the late game scaling. But oftentimes here, up against the teams that they've been up against in Group B in the wild card, that's a thing. Like, I think Group B has the more experience in terms of the wild card appearances teams, like Team Falcons Mena. We also have Nightmare, who have been here for quite some time, but we're just really waiting for that one breakthrough moment that's yet to come.
That's the thing. They got experience, but they have never won wildcards. So it might be the time, but having, again, to go back towards what you said, Coach Raizan, he mentioned a couple of times that they're going to be playing for comfort here for his team. So far, the only team that has done well with comfort over meta has been the Mongols. So I think you might want to just lean back to the meta.
Yeah. Although I do have to say, I think this is not a hot take to say that if you are struggling, especially as Popopopon, maybe go for healers. Maybe go for Matilda, right?
Ooh.
Go for Matilda and then just save your team when trouble persists and try to play more poke, right? Play more siege. That's the safe way. And then when someone comes in, just retreat.
Yeah.
Right? Especially when you have a Bruno player, just play range.
Yeah.
Right?
Something that'll make you a bit more proactive in the early game because that's where they lose on a lot.
Yeah, but with that, looks like Eterna is ready with Nomad. So let's see what Nomad has to say for this match as we're throwing it over to Eterna.
Thank you so much, LaFell. Eterna here for the Cadia City interview. And yes, we are with Nomad. Welcome, Nomad.
Hello, good morning. Welcome.
Good morning and welcome. Now, Nomad, I know that you are one of the newer additions to Nightmare Esports. Now, could you tell us a bit of what that's like? Are you nervous? How's everything going for you so far?
I think for me, it's more on I'm comfortable with the team because the team is so good and they just we adjusted a lot in the upcoming meta and yeah, they so good. They can play. They are so good. That's what I can say.
Okay, so you sound confident, right? How long did it take for you guys to build chemistry with one another?
I think for us, it's just a little bit more time because the team can adjust so fast in the what they need to do and they're always willing to learn. So it's so easy for us to adjust.
Okay, it's good to hear. It's good to hear. We're excited because obviously we've seen a lot of teams play yesterday, but we finally get to see your debut today. Now, Nomad, we gotta ask, do you think it's an advantage for your team because you get to scout yesterday, or do you actually wish that you could have played yesterday as well?
I don't think it's an advantage, but yeah, but because we can review the other teams also, and I think we can use that. You can use that as an edge for our team, yeah.
Okay. And now, final question before, of course, we let you go for your first best of one. We do want to know, it looks like the community are saying that Nightmare Esports is just another team to fill in for the wildcards. What do you have to say about that sentiment?
Yeah, we're gonna prove them what we are capable of.
Okay, and we're excited to see that. So good luck for your first game. And of course, we're going to throw it over to our panel. LaFell, take it over.
Thank you very much, Eterna, as well as Nomad. Yeah, prove to the fans and non-fans what you are capable of. Now, I think even he said it wasn't really that big of an advantage because, again, I feel like it's really an advantage if it's like a best of 3, right?
Yep.
During that time, you see a lot. You have enough sample size. It's such a small sample size, even Brigitte can get it.
I agree. It's I would have said something that to counter that because I feel in best of ones you could just only show so much, but no, it's a very small sample size. I agree.
I just get the feeling though from that interview, it left me an impression that he is a mechanical god for just no reason whatsoever.
What?
No reason.
Really?
No, Zaxora.
Yeah.
We saw his interview. Nomad. We heard his interview. We're gonna see some mechanics on this kid.
Because he sounds really confident.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
If you have a lot to say, if you're confident and everything like that, you're a good frontliner, right? If you're a good frontliner, you have that instinct, right? You have that instinct on how to start fights and etc. But the ones that doesn't say much or step on their words just a little bit, most of their stats go to mechanics, right? Go to kiting, timing abilities, buy and sell. That's just MLBB psychology.
Life is an RPG. Put your skills or level up the right skills
on the stats.
So what about casters?
Talking.
Yeah, we're fluent in Japanese.
Yeah, it's creativity, stamina, and then all the mental health, you pull it all the way down, and then you distribute it somewhere else.
Yaparini.
Yeah, because I've said it multiple times. You cannot be normal and be a caster. There has to be something wrong with you.
Yeah, and if you guys think that, oh no, there are many normal casters, name one.
They might be retired. Fine, who?
You are not normal.
You are not normal, Brigitte.
My goodness.
You want to know what she did to me, Mirko, yesterday?
What?
After you guys are done and during that long game, She was being a menace by WhatsApping me.
Wow, what did you say?
And then she was like, I'm nice. I don't do anything bad. He's like, 20 minutes, huh?
I'm saying you're good. You're predicting it right. So,
Nah.
Hey.
Anyways, looking at the pick of bands here, looks like Nightmare will be second pick and Sunset Ravens will be the first. And they themselves ban out the Matilda.
Rise and Psych, LaFell, no, I don't agree.
aw.
What?
Rise and Psych, I don't agree. Because
Yeah.
you told them to go Matilda.
Yeah, you told
You told
Popopopon.
Bro, you should have
to go Matilda.
listened to me, bro.
I don't know.
I've coached before.
The 09 glue looks a bit too good to let go, LaFell.
Fine.
What does he use? He's like used the Balearic and glue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. The glue which
Died a lot. Same
Died
as
a
the
lot.
Belleric.
Yeah.
And even the jungler also died a lot.
Hey, 33, Hiko and Eterna were a combined age of 90, so the Belleric and the glue are a combined age of, or a combined death of like,
20 something.
yeah. So, that's pretty good.
there's
What
a-
is our combined age?
59.
59. I don't know your
30?
age.
Okay,
Yeah, 30.
So Matt's
Sorry,
also at 0.
Yeah,
That's to caster.
I apologize, Brigida. That was such a big number for you. I should have figured it out myself.
No, I'm glad because this desk is so good at math when it's small numbers.
Yep.
The big ones we leave it to Naisu and Gideon.
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
Gideon Q. Freya and the Marcells by Sunset Ravens. These are first pick heroes.
Those look right now. It does look like Sunset is the one on red side and Nightmare is the one on blue side.
Yeah.
Oh, it's been a while since we saw a Fanny band too. Like
Fanny and Hirara? Trap has only played utility, no?
Trap has always gotten trapped.
Hey,
Come on, man.
Hey, listen. This let me put you in the mind of the coach. all right?
Which coach? Coach V or Coach Raizan?
V. It's
V.
like, guys,
All right.
this is smoke and mirrors. You know what they've been doing?
What, Coach?
Day one,
What?
they keep using the tanks. You see how bad they are? They trying to set us up so that they can play the assassins.
Ah.
So, what is an assassin? Fanny and Harara. So, we ban those so that he plays the tanks again, and then we're good.
Okay, Coach. I got it. I'll ban Paquito.
Good. Because Paquito can also be in the jungle.
We saw it just earlier. EU server W.
He was okay, but he didn't get the MVP.
Of course not.
Of course not. I mean, like, come on.
Come on, man. Sunset Ravens, first pick. What is it going to be?
There's an Akai.
Zushin.
Juicin
Okay.
it is. Sunset
Jushin.
Ravens. Nightmare. What is the answer to it? Straight up.
Akai Atlas. I feel like Atlas might be one of the equation.
Yeah.
Claude? Maybe
If it
Claude?
was me, I just go Claude. Then set up for Eve later. Pick up a jungler. Something like a Baksha if you want to just get a snowball early.
Akai,
go for
Fredrin.
fights. Akai, Fredrin. Sure, one of those utility jungles.
Also, they're gonna match them with utility jungles. Ooh.
If they want
Yeah.
assassin, maybe third pick Suyo or something.
Yeah. We haven't seen Suyo at all, yeah? Except for XP. JM.
Yeah.
But in jungle, it's been 0. So let's see. Nightmare.
They're taking their time here.
Yeah. It's the first game. They got to take their time.
Yeah.
Arlet.
So Fredrin?
Yeah. Fredrin or
Wait,
Akai.
Arlot Akai.
Arlet Akai.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
The AA combo.
Right. So don't do the Alpha 7.
Don't-
Play
Hey.
together.
So, Sunset Ravens, you might want to pull a Mongols here.
Which is Yi Sun Shin and Atlas.
Atlas.
Yeah. I think the Atlas is still fine, even though the Akai can counter it. But really, I feel like it's just to have that freeze.
Hey!
Right? A Phobius!
Right, the Phobius left open to Arlet.
This is the first Phobius.
Yeah, this is the first Phobius. The first time it's been left open in
Yeah.
the wild card. Okay.
Okay, it's
And the Baksha. I like it. Go for fights instead of just going for neutral objective control because Akai already... I mean, I say that, but A7 didn't get a
But-
single neutral objective.
But this
so.
means that needs a
Pa-pa-pa-pon.
damage roamer, something like a Khalid, and then the gold laner, Muminet, has. I think he can still use the Bruno, but yeah, he just has to be that reliable. Now the Claude gets picked up. It looks like all right. Let's go to the tier list. What's good? Pick it up, and everything makes sense.
Yep.
yeah. So they're picking their mid lane for later. They'll probably be okay with an Eve. Either way, they have just so much heroes to disrupt formations and even the
If
Claw.
Lilia.
Yeah. The Eve should be banned out by Sunset Ravens here.
I think Lilia as well, because Lilia counters everything here.
Yeah. I think the glue is still pretty good for Sunset Ravens. Yes, it was 0-9 yesterday, but if they need a roamer, right? Another beefy boy up front with the Phobius and the Baksha. Sure.
Yeah, you don't really want to
And it's Juice in glue, right?
final slash it just anytime.
Aerith gets banned out. Ooh. All right.
Eve
I'd
gets
expect Sunset Ravens to go for a bit of physical damage last. There's the Eve ban.
I think a carry might be serviceable or
For Nightmare?
meaning like for
Oh, sorry, for Sunset Ravens.
for Nightmare to ban. For
Yeah.
Nightmare to ban.
Carry.
If it's not, maybe something with range just to respect the Bruno. I think that's still fair.
Because like, what are they going to pair up with?
I think the Moscow, knowing Muimanet, the Bruno is, I think, their pick.
It's like that's number one.
Yeah.
Number two, there's a lot.
Number 2 is all the other picks in the
Yeah.
meta.
Has to be. Unless he has another like Obsidia in him too. Oh, they're not actually taking out the Bruno.
Yeah, they get rid of the Moskov. All right, I think it's a Bruno.
I think they should ban a Lilia. If they don't ban a Lilia, what other swamp
Valier?
picks? Oh yeah,
is-
yeah.
oh
that
my
would be very
God.
annoying as well. Yes,
Yo,
yes, yes.
this is
yes.
one of the best Valier games ever.
As a Phobias, I hate the Valier.
As a Baksha, I hate it even more.
Actually, they can also still pick up a Gory. There's still a lot of mid picks.
There are a
Honestly.
lot of mid picks.
Because
Yes.
you also don't know what their roamer is just yet, so like you could just pick up a really terrifying mid
I prefer
duo.
something just with a little bit more damage.
Wait,
right?
they banned the glue. All right.
Nani?
I guess because Nightmare can go and pick it up first.
Yeah. I think there's a Cho too though. Like Into the Baksha would just
Instead of Phobius,
be-
though, I don't know. Right? Halid and Phobius. I mean, Halid, Cho to Phobius. They go Valentina.
Ah.
No big ults right now, but I guess they're expecting an Atlas?
Or they just want to try to win the lane, like later on pick up either a Khalid or a Cho, and then they should have enough damage to have mid prior, right?
So just ignore the Phobius, yeah? Just win out mid. There's the Bruno. For Mui, egoist Bruno.
Khalid.
And they take the Khalid. There you go.
So this would be a Cho.
I don't know.
Hey, where's your confidence, man?
I don't know,
Can
man.
you be
Can't they
a professional player and be like,
just
I don't know?
Atlas, no?
Atlas. What else is there? Valeric again?
I think just Atlas, man.
Belleric's not that exciting.
You want something?
Not a bad pick, but not that exciting.
Tigreal, man.
What else showed up yesterday? The Minotaur.
Ooh.
Didn't work out well. We even had a game where someone asked us to report the Minotaur.
Oh, that's true. It's not his fault, though.
I didn't report him. I gave him a thumbs up.
I reported him because, you know, I missed, yeah,
Yeah, because you're from Indonesia, you know. You have that spirit in you.
yeah, toxic.
Yep.
Ah,
Yeah, I'm toxic.
okay, that's coming from him.
Yeah, there's a song about it. Britney Spears?
Yeah, there
Yeah.
is. I don't think she's Indonesian, but yes.
Oh. Yeah.
Atlas.
Okay, wish granted. Does seem a bit there are so many tanks.
Not
There
gonna lie.
is a lot of tanks, and you know what? That is because you guys from the Philippines, you guys made it good.
Yeah.
So with that being
Thanks,
said,
Carl.
Thanks, Carl, Nepomuceno,
Yeah.
Mirko and Brigida. Good luck for this one. Nightmare going up against Sunset Ravens. I think it's gonna be a quick one.
Me too.
Okay, we're jumping in as Sunset Ravens are looking to avenge themselves in their last series here in the group stage, in the best of one stage, whereas Nightmare are making their debut as well. This, again, so many tanks, not necessarily our fault. It's the players from the Philippines' fault.
Yep. So it's the Filipinos' fault that we are in the tank meta. Thank you, Sanford, for picking up Akito, and Carl for picking up Baksha Fredrin Akai. Niall for Akai. So maybe a bit of Indonesian there. But welcome to the Line of Dawn, folks, for a utility versus utility matchup. And our first Phobius of the wild card on a concussive blast. Mexi against Juviana. Experience on the side of Juviana.
Oh yeah, and Mexi, who just recently has joined Sunset Ravens. We also got to interview him yesterday.
Oh, it's a trap.
Whoa. Yeah, this is, you gotta be careful. This is such a fast...
Hey.
Huh?
Okay, to be fair, like, Juviana did get level 2 first, so he probably got like an extra vengeance in before Mexi could get the Dark Wave. But yeah, Mexi should be a little bit more careful here, because if you lose out in this matchup against the person that you should be winning against, that is bad, because the Atlas and the Akai is going to give him so much free stuff. There you go.
No, this is
Still missed the
not.
Dark...
Missed it again. Not where you want to be. The micro has been working out for Juviana so far, and he will be getting the advantage in the lane. Popo will be here though.
Yep.
Okay, let's see. What did they do?
Bang. Bang. All right, Mexi gets it. That's good, but Papapapon will take a bit of punishment.
He hurts. Juviana's... The damage we're seeing from him.
Doing some damage.
Mexi also got Thrill, if I'm not mistaken, on the Phoveus.
Yep.
Just
Good
to
freeze.
compensate a bit.
Just don't go in right now, Mexi.
Oh.
Juviana's gonna try to bait. What?
Sunset Ravens are so careful with this, you know. Like I can't believe we're just watching the micro in the EXP this early on. Wait.
Oh.
That's a Master Assassin we get to see from Moiminet. I think they want to be a bit more proactive as well compared to yesterday where they did wait a bit.
Uh-oh. Mexi's just gonna give a full wave up top, and he's already level 4. Prio for Sunset Ravens.
Wait. What does Juviana do? That goes the final slash. Okay. Now there goes the heavy spin as well. Trap will get trapped again. And is actually first blood in this game. Multiple targets knocked up by the Lantern Flare. Mexi gets to respond to the trade on I did. But it's just a 2-for-1 trade. Nightmare wins that one.
Yeah, okay, there was a shoulder bash to the turtle. But it's okay. It's okay, alright? Like, we just gotta take these things. Mexi, he did leave a whole wave down below. Now, Juviana, this is where you should expect the Phoveus to start winning. He can win. Jump, boom, bang.
Okay, Flicker used as well, but that's 3 targets onto him, so this will be the clapback from Sunset Ravens. But Jasmine is gonna make it up top as well. But together with Tweezy for Lexi, they might not want to take on this fight. That's at least they somehow equalize things. This is not a significant gold lead whatsoever just yet. But the turtle is still up.
But this is exactly where Sunset Ravens want to be with the Baksha and the Phoveus. They just want to fight it out before neutral objective. Oh, they're going to go all in.
Okay, Jasmine now very, very low. Doesn't make it out alive. And Trap will pick up a kill. Sunset Ravens have created space for themselves as Too Easy for Lexi just resorts to picking up the orange for now.
Well played. There you go. Just go for the fights. When you have this composition, this is why the Phoveus has always been banned out. You're a dictator. You're Dictator Phoveus up in here, right? Whenever you get this pick.
Oh. They're really going for the 1-1-1s.
Bang.
Final slash already committed. They're just going at each other. They won't necessarily convert that into a kill. Moiminet. How has the laning been for Moiminet so far? He's ahead.
Yeah, he's done well. But Nomad, he's going to go for the concussive... Oh, sorry, the corrosion side. So it seems like he's going to be rotating early instead of staying in lane with the Bruno. Again, this is where we start to see Mexi start to win, but Mexi doesn't want to bite on the bait. Could be an Akai over up top.
Yep. They're back in the mid lane here, 3 members. What has he been picking up as the Valentina?
He picked up a glowing wand first item, and now the flicker's down. Trap.
Oh, the Atlas ult.
Wait, what? As a Valentina? No, the Atlas is on his team.
Oh, no.
He's taking
the
Khalid ult.
The
Khalid ult, yeah.
I mean, they're the matchup, you know. So.
Yep.
No, Nomad.
Nomad.
Down bottom, we'll be ready to catch him there, together with the concussive blast. Actually dealt quite a lot, but it's Mexi up top who might just get traded out. That's the Fatal Links.
Oh,
and the heavy spin, multiple ults committed, but Mexi is still okay.
Wow, what an escape by Mexi!
Nomad though, has the BMI, gets to use it together with the Blazing Duet. Okay. They lose the turret.
Sunset Ravens are flying in game number 2 of the day. They're doing a fantastic job. Mexi, Juviana might be in trouble.
Can he get out of this? That's an Arlot. No minions left. Final slash committed as well. Infernal Pursuits together with Eska doesn't get to knock him up just yet. Poontu burning the flicker. That's a lot of resources burned just before the next hurdle of this game.
Dang. Like, these guys are just surviving, bro. Like, Mexi are losing so much. Juviana just pushed in the wave. But Sunset Ravens prioritize tempo over it. Juviana might be a whole 2 levels ahead. Dark Wave lands on Lexi.
Okay, I did this here. What does he get? We'll be joining the fight. Does Jasmine actually go for the Fatal Links? It's Popopopon who falls down
Trap.
first. Trap gets to bump into 1. Juviana falls next, and the heavy spin from Too Easy for Lexi. Isolating Mexi, but is that the target they want? They finally get the shutdown, but they lost Juviana in the process. It's a 1-for-2.
This could be a free lore, or a free turtle rather. Lexi doesn't have the heavy spin. Trap's gonna go for the fight. Oh, Eska!
Whoa, Crimson Beacon in. Too easy for Lexi. And the turtle still gets secured even though it was almost reset there.
Good job by Sunset Ravens again. They just fight it out. They're brawling it out with this composition, and it's working really well, especially now that MLBB has some of those items. Nomad hasn't been able to walk up on the Claude. He's just been taking MLBB's balls to the face.
Yeah, he's been just focusing on farming here as the Claude. Joviana, though. Okay, he will just let go of that turret up top. So far, they're finally able to secure the first turret in this game. Let's take a look at that instant replay right here, where Popopopon unfortunately fell down first.
Yep.
And I think the fact that they already used the heavy spin here didn't allow them to just continue with the contest for that turtle later on.
And the Claude, right, the way it works out together with the team is you need to play together. You need to dive in together so that the Claude can just be supporting damage, especially early on with those nerfs on the base damage. But there, he went in all alone, so it just gave the opportunity for Sunset Ravens to just heal past the Blazing Duet. MLBB has the Haas Claws. He's 500 gold ahead of Nomad. Right now, Nightmare have IDed and Too Easy for Lexi as the guys who are doing better than their opponents. But the thing is, oh god.
The Dark Wave will land. Joviana 1v2. No minions left, but had a flicker. Okay, yeah, I agree. And if things just don't get better from this point onwards, then it's not going to be a good record for the Arlott Akai together.
Yeah.
At least for today. Like, we're not seeing their combo put to use as much. If not, it's actually what's causing them their losses in the more recent team fights.
Whoa.
Too easy for Lexi. Gotta be okay.
This is why I don't like the Valentino pick, though, into the Phoveus, right? You're giving him so much more to play with, those dashes for the passive. And that's why he's just been oppressive in these team fights, constantly getting those jumps. Together with Trap, obviously, who's done a good job at targeting, man. Those shield unities have been lethal. And while all that's happening in the front, you got MLBB just shooting for free.
Yeah, and at least they haven't really picked him off. At least in this game so far. Now there's a Lord already spawning. We're only 8 minutes into this game, but there's a super slight advantage. I don't think you could even really call this a significant lead for Sunset Ravens in this game as they position themselves first for this Lord. Nightmare still have to deal with their purple,
Trap.
but they might go focus on Hero.
Perfect match.
Okay, the Lord is actually very low now. Nightmare might not make it. Not unless! That's the Fatal Links and Too Easy for Lexi! Still secures it with the Retribution, and now it's Sunset Ravens trying to at least take some trades. They lost the Lord, but Nightmare lost too.
There you go. It's all about that trade. Nightmare needs to just brute force their way in to take objectives. But Sunset Ravens will take that trade any day of the week. They want to go for those fights. As long as the Bruno, MLBB, the egoist, is free, he will carry in the fight. And those frontliners, no one can deal with them. Nightmare do not have the shred to deal with this. And all Sunset Ravens need to do to deal with the Lord is group up, clear it up. MLBB gets extra gold.
Yeah, and they do not feel the least bit hesitant at all in this game. They're always just being so decisive. Even in that moment where they just decided to burst down the Lord, they knew what they wanted to go for. And they clearly won out in that team fight. They're still holding on to majority of their resources and even the mid. Oh. A Malefic gun?
Yep, that's a Malefic gun. That's the power spike that he's been waiting for all this time. And it's still going to take Nightmare Esports some time before Nomad gets the Golden Staff. Yeah, in M6, if you get that item, it's GG.
Yeah.
Luckily, it's not M6 for Nightmare Esports. They can still try to turn things around. It just gets really difficult because their only main source of damage, well, their only source of damage right now, it just seems like it's the Claude. Everybody else hasn't... Wait, why is the Claude dealing so little damage, man?
He hasn't joined the fight just yet. He's been farming all this time.
No wonder these fights have just been very good for Sunset Ravens. Nomad has just been offline.
Honestly, it's, I think, what Nightmare have decided to go for. It's just really focusing on the farm and unknowingly getting the map control under their nose. Because Sunset Ravens may have been winning on some of the fights, but they're keeping this gold lead very small. That's why it's been almost insignificant for majority of this game, 11 minutes into this game. But now I think we are slowly approaching the point where you are going to be forced to fight. So let's see how things change now that we might just see Nomad be part of that fight.
I think it also seems like Nomad has kind of lost out on that power spike. He should have already hit the power spike by now, right? You get the 3 items. The thing is, SNR just way too tanky. The Chastised Pauldron was the first item for MSC. Trap is building a lot of physical defense as well, so you're gonna have to wait for the Melfic gun before you start being a threat to SNR.
As of the moment, SNR, I think Moiminat is the bigger threat. Like, there are just so many tanky guys making that space for him.
Yep.
And I think they've improved in terms of formations too. Like, overall, their team fights have been more... I think they've been more structured. They're more close to each other. That's something we failed to see from them yesterday. And now that's another Lord. And we'll see how SNR deal with this objective take. Because earlier on, it's just been them dancing around, getting the information, and bursting it when it feels like it's the right moment. And they might just go for that same template now that we are in the second Lord of the game.
With a nature as well from Moiminat. He's going to start shredding down too easy for Lexi. He's going in all alone, half HP. All Sunset Ravens need to do is bait out the heavy spin.
It's the exact same thing. Okay, they are finally going in heavy spin committed too, but it's still Trap who wins out, not even using the Retribution, but he just secures the Lord. And now the members of Nightmare are falling one by one, but the response with the Blazing Do It from Nomad, can it actually change something? It seems like the damage is not enough. He does fight Eska, but he falls down too.
What a fight, what a retry from Trap. He laid it down, they poked the Panda enough to make him hesitate. And then they just committed on the neutral objective. Fights will go to Sunset Ravens, that was a guarantee, but the Turtle, it should have gone to Nightmare. They played in such a good way. Yes, Moiminat had to sacrifice his life, but he knows that the rest of the team was already capable enough to deal with Nomad. And again, like I mentioned, the 3-item power spike is not enough at this point for Nomad. He needs the Melfic gun to get through these tanky boys up front.
That was a sequence that'll take a bit of time to process. Still can't believe he didn't have to use the Retribution just to take that Lord. When in fact too easy for Lexi was already spinning with a heavy spin, but still did not get to secure it for the teams.
Nomad? He just used the BMI.
Oh,
okay,
there you go.
no one's there to punish.
Yeah, he's being guarded. Jasmine is going to be there either way. And the Flying Clouds is going to help them just a bit to make sure that they actually still get to defend this game. We're already 14 minutes in, and majority of the resources are now going to be taken away. Now, whatever efforts Nightmare have been trying to do earlier on, it seems like it's not paying off just yet. Like, they're focused on farming. Oh, the damage! I had to get out of there. Now it's going to be Sunset Ravens just pushing forward. Too easy for Lexi trying to block the way. But they really want to take down these turrets.
Yeah, you really cannot walk up as I did like that, dude. Not against a full item Bruno, right? Moiminat is already full items by this time. Or he's close to full items. He's at 5 items.
Yeah.
0, 1, and 5. Let's take a look at the items again. He's building towards... Is that a BOD?
Yeah, I guess. There's he's just lacking 1 item left. Nomad on the other
Could
hand.
be the Sea Halberd too, yeah.
What's
but
this?
I'm feeling the ego. You know what I mean?
Well, actually, Nomad just needs 1 more item too.
That's true. And that's the real item that'll get him going. The Melfic gun, right? Then he can start shredding people down. Thing is it enough? Because there are 3 Chastised Pauldrons and a Wind of Nature on the side of Sunset Ravens.
Yeah. It's like you really have to pick your target at this point. You really have to just dive in whoever you feel would be a great pickoff, but at this point, how do you just get past all these guards? You have Mexi, Trap, and Popopopon, and I think this has been one of the more stable games we've seen from Popopopon here in the wild cards. He's just been very clean, very disciplined in terms of using the Khalid. It's not all those flashy plays that just get you past the crucial moments, but it's what matters. Now we're back in the 3rd Lord.
Mexi.
Spectacular zoning yet again from Sunset Ravens. How do Nightmare deal with this? Darkwave will land onto too easy for Lexi. Crimson Beacon already baited out from Eska. Juviana might want to focus down onto the middle laner, and with only a Purify, he still doesn't find the kill. Moiminat has too much space. They've created too much space, and now he's just free. Nightmare are struggling to contest this objective. Heavy spin committed a bit too early. Infernal Pursuit still going on. There's going to be the stun briefly from Jasmine, but that's all just to disengage as Sunset Ravens take this next objective too.
Well played by Sunset Ravens, understanding the win condition, going back to Eska, who was left all alone against Juviana. But we have to question Nightmare Esports and their decision-making. They had a Claude up top. Nomad was trying to build a slow push, yet the team went for a 4v5 against a very full item, doing a lot of damage. Ego is muy manette on Bruno. That was kind of crazy, no? Nightmare took a 4v5 knowing full well they didn't have Nomad.
I can't tell if that's an effect of just them learning from the past two turtles that SNR are just not going to hold back. They're really going for those quick bursts.
They have the anime plot armor.
But yeah, you weren't fully equipped nor prepared to take on that fight just yet, so it did feel a bit reactive from Nightmare, and now it's 3 synced waves from Sunset Ravens approaching their base. No holy shields left whatsoever, and they're definitely gonna take full advantage of this. Again, Muy Minette is just too free.
So free. Trap is walking up. Lord down below already. You're going to be looking for Siege to end this game. Can they do it?
The Lord is already in the base, but they've somehow dealt with it as SNR just decided to focus on the base turrets.
Yep.
So Nightmare had enough room to still prolong and extend this game. And for the first time in this desk, I think we are going to see a 20-minute game.
Hey, something new. Hey, you might have jinxed it.
Or maybe not.
Imagine if you say that, a Nightmare just go in again. I mean, it's a possibility. It went in 4v5, right? Yeah, I love how Sunset Ravens are taking this, right? They're not getting too hasty with it. A lot of teams with 0 wins in a wildcard stage, they'll already be so desperate. When they're in the lead, they'll try to force those fights, they'll try to force a win. But Sunset Ravens know that if you want to win, you gotta take it slow when you have the lead. And they already have that far lane. There's no real reason for you to risk anything at this point. It's all up to Nightmare Esports to make the desperate play to come back in the game.
Yeah, and they've been almost perfect in terms of like the objective takes. They've only really let go of one Lord recently, or in this entire game. And other than that, Nightmare have barely positioned themselves. So I wonder how Nightmare are planning to address it this time, because now that they definitely have to leave at least Nomad to deal with the far lane, it's going to be a tougher task for them because he's the main damage. He's the only damage.
Flexi.
And yeah. Even before we approach the Lord, Nightmare have a problem moving around their very own map.
Yeah, I mean, it's a given with these base turrets taken down. Nomad is clearing up top, so they're really trying to get a good wave going. But look at that. If Nightmare just push a bit too far, Sunset Ravens are in position to actually... Oh, God.
Wait. They are on the opposite side of the map right now.
They're just going to go for the slow push. There you go. Slow push straight into the Evolve Lord. They already deal with the slow push. Nomad. He's going to hold that way. Okay, there you go. That's the green light. Straight up to the Lord. Nomad's up top. They got to try to force a fight again, a 4v5, and the wave is just going to constantly build towards Nightmare.
This is why they didn't really have to rush things. They have a template for how they go. Too easy for Lexi, already very low. Does he have the immortality still? And now on the other side, it's Juviana falling down first. Too easy for Lexi. Actually gets to walk away, but remember, knock up with the Dark Wave. SNR are going for the chase. They're taking on the fight. Nomad gets blasted and is barely able to accomplish anything. And that's enough for SNR to maybe just push forward, to maybe not even consider the Lord.
Another 4v5. Nomad was top and he jumps back to the BMI. Uvas!
Okay, here we go. SNR have a minion. They have their immortalities up. They have another wave coming in mid. And they almost are complete and ready to put an end to this game. Heavy spin to desperately just extend and find whatever opportunity they can. But they could not, as Sunset Ravens secure their first win here in the wild card.
GG Sunset Ravens! They break the lose streak up against Nightmare Esports, who've played their first game today, and you can finally see the expression of Sunset Ravens, man. Those happy expressions, Mexi feeling it. It feels good to break your lose streak. Sunset Ravens on course to make it to where, LaFell? To the cross breakout.
CGBS.
CGBS.
The CGBS. And yeah, I was looking at it. They were so excited. We're so happy. And they deserve it, right? They played well. Nightmare didn't play so well. So I think the lesson that can be learned, playing day one is great.
First.
It's better to play on day one and then warm up into day two. You know, so
Yeah.
maybe something that everyone will demand coming for the next wild card and etc. So let's talk about this. Both Alpha 7 and Nightmare, they needed that warm up, and it's funny how both kind of had the same problems, right? Individual plays without a team. Sure, there are some individual mistakes as well, like the Claude.
And the Arlet Akais have lost 2 games.
Yeah.
But it's not their fault, you know?
Okay, game 2 it might have been because of the Phobius. They let go of the Phobius.
No, you know what? This is the Valentina. If they had the Gord or the Valir or the Lilia,
Yeah.
even this is a bit far, but even an Aurora might have been a little bit better. Because here's the thing,
Aurora.
Gord as well as Valir, they're student teacher. And while they were training, they used Phobius as the training dummy.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Baksha.
And Baksha.
Yeah.
And Fredrin. And quite a few lists of men that are tanks.
Hylos, Khalid.
Yeah.
That
man.
Valid, I really feel like was the botch of that draft.
Because admittedly, I do not want to think that this is how Nightmare, who's been playing for so long and has made so much international appearance in the wildcards, actually has evolved their gameplay. Like, I really do feel like there might be some game 1 jitters to it, similar to what we saw from AIM 7, and hopefully they do get to recover from that. Because I don't think this has been like the cleanest from the start from Sunset Ravens as well, but it has been definitely more decisive. Like, they've been cleaner and clearer in terms of what they wanted to achieve, and I see that multiple times, especially when we look at their objective takes, like the way they just execute their objective takes.
Let me just say, there's some things that Sunset Ravens did should have been punished, right? For example, the early game, the EXP. Arlet won, right? Arlet already won that lane, and then quite a few missed abilities coming in from the Phobias. You could have countered that, right? You could have punished, and then you could have just controlled their jungle, but they didn't do that. A lot of missed positions, especially from the damage dealers, because I really don't feel the presence of the Claude. I really don't feel the presence of the Valentina. It really is just the Akai. But he's more of just getting attacked on. And why does the Arlet have the need to feel like he has to 1v5? I mean, like that's the real thing. Like Mirko said, your only damage dealer is so far away. You could have just waited. Waited when he came by. If he's already around like mid lane, then yeah, maybe you can start something so that he can eventually come blazing to it. Maybe get 2 kills, even if the Lord has been secured. Like, you still get something out of it. Instead, you got nothing. Was that going too long?
No, that's completely fine. I was just happy looking at Mexi, Popopopon finally seeing a smile on their face, man. They were flexing the Sunset Ravens logo as well. Hey, feels good, man. Feels good.
We wanted to see that. Like, that was the Popopopon game.
Popopopon. There you go.
he should be happy now.
Ganbate.
What's congratulations again? Omedeto.
Yeah. Onigashima.
What?
That's something in One Piece. Either ways, right now we have done with 2 best of ones, and for now it does seem that the teams that just arrived playing for day 2, Alpha 7 as well as Nightmare Esports, they need a bit of time to get used to all the other teams. And Sunset Ravens, after day 1, it looks like they have a rough idea of what they really want. Moving forward, though, they have to consider what if they don't get the Phobius, because the Phobius was one of the big reasons why they won. But with that being said, 2 best of 1 done. We had 1 short game and 1 long game. We're going for a break. After this, going to game number 3, which I believe Alpha 7 will be playing again. We'll see how they shape up. We'll see you guys right after the break. Okay.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the EWC 26. This is Mobile Legends Bang Bang Wildcards, where we see which team actually goes through the wildcards and into the main stage. My name is Phil. Alongside with me is Mirko as well as Brigida. Earlier today, we did see Alpha 7. Unfortunately, probably haven't properly woke up just yet. Maybe some jet lag, maybe some jet lag hasn't gotten used to it. But this time, they get to prove themselves to be like, hey, they just need a game one. But they're going up against KOG, though.
Oh, dude,
Yeah.
back-to-back banger matches, man, against Mongols and then KOG. And both of them, well, Mongols, they play a certain style. They play, they're aggressive with
The
it.
no
they like
handshake rotation.
the no handshake rotations from Zexora. Now, KOG, they love handshakes. They love just bringing the action towards you, playing around neutral objectives. But Kaizen's been stealing a lot of jungle camps as Dragon Warrior. This is not the best player kind of Dragon Warrior. This is the dishonorable Dragon Warrior.
Something to say about KG as well. They don't like EXP laners. 5 EXP bans.
Oh.
If they don't pick it up early.
Yep.
Hey, but these are like, I think one of the more interesting matchups in terms of the EXP that we're gonna see, because like they're both MSC veterans
Oh, yeah,
and champions that we're gonna see. It's 33 and
Nats
and
did it in Malaysia before.
Yep.
Yeah. And then 33
In
did it too.
Indo,
yeah.
In Indo. Yep.
yeah. So if that happens,
Serumpun.
So, can we call KOG the anti-Brig?
anti-Brig.
Because KOG don't like XP laners. Brig likes an XP laner.
Wait, no, I'm a roamer. So
Yes,
they
but-
cannot be anti-Brig.
Hey, I'm a roamer, but I like mid laners.
Yeah.
You're a roamer, you just like EXP laners.
And I'm a gold laner and I like Hirara.
See?
See?
Just because you are something doesn't mean you have to love that thing as well, right?
Okay. Yeah, let's see what the bans are gonna be. But later on, because we are looking at player arrivals, and
Look at him.
look at him.
Kaizen looks locked in.
Can you see them? Yes. Yes, he does. I mean, like, here's the thing. We're talking about taking camps away. They also have been known to kind of ignore the turtle and then go straight into the jungle. So that is also something that maybe Alpha 7 has to be careful of. Like, the moment you start to contest with turtle and you're like, wait, hold on. It's awfully quiet here. Can someone retreat back to the jungle just to see, just in case my camps get taken away again?
Yeah, best player. It already happened. It was like up against Yi Sun Shin, right? So maybe
Yeah.
they were like in the back rooms thinking, guys, it was Yi Sun Shin. That's not on me.
Yeah.
But then if they go up against a Kai and then they see the same thing, they're like, maybe we gotta check our buffs,
Like, everyone wants our jungle, It's kind of like girlfriends. Everyone wants to get someone else's,
Was?
Because here's the thing. If the girl is taken, right, that means she's proven. She's worth it, so that you just,
Hey,
get that
I
one.
mean, I'm no comment, bro.
what are we getting at? Because right now, I think it's A7 that we're taking a look at. We did see their performance earlier too, and
Let's just forget about it.
let's just
Let's
not
just forget about it.
Just like
focus on it
Mongols'
much.
first game. Forget
This
about
is
it.
their official first game, I'd say.
Yeah.
They just
Should be.
They're just like, it's cold here in Patty, which, by the way, people keep saying there's a heat wave. Maybe next week, next 2 weeks.
No, it's done.
Hmm?
Or does it come back?
It comes back.
It comes back. Yeah.
It comes back. Like, we asked, and it says like in 2 weeks.
Yeah, just like me and LaFell, we're coming back later.
Yeah, not all of us are coming back. Some
No,
of us are staying.
people are staying, yeah.
Yeah, because they have like family or something.
Can't relate.
I mean, congrats, right? Congrats to.
hey.
Someone shut the
Official
lights
first
off.
game.
bro.
Again-
Official first game.
Like- First game, first game,
like
first
we
game.
said, something has to be wrong for you to be a caster. It's kind of like being Spider-Man or Batman.
Yeah. To be a
Right?
superhero, you gotta be special.
You gotta be special.
You gotta be special.
What's
Right?
mine? What's my
What's
problem?
your tragic backstory?
Yeah. Or problem? Oh.
Let's see here. Your tragic backstory is that you were born.
Oh, he's doing the voice. He's doing the voice.
You were
Okay.
born where you know you are meant to be special.
Whoa.
But people put you down. They try to convince you you're ordinary. They ask you to make your hair blonde. They ask you for your complexion to be such and such. But then you're like, nah, fam. I want to look like Momo. And then now that I am, I'm good.
Is that tragic?
Looking like Momo
They-
is tragic.
They ask you shouldn't tie your hair up. Put it down. That was back in M7, in case you remember.
Oh!
They went, right.
Whoa.
See, I remember the bad things that happened to you because there's not a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like the only bad thing.
Thank you.
Well,
Should I say thank you to that?
I guess. I don't know.
Alhamdulillah, you know?
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, alhamdulillah.
Okay. Let's go.
Yeah, right, let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's start talking about KOG and A7 on dangerous grass.
And they're batting out the Atlas here, KOG, so that's a bit of a change. They're batting out the Arlid, respecting the Arlid. Although if it were me, I'm like, you want it? You
Even
can
if
have it.
obvious, real quick.
Oh, so we're
yeah.
not doing 5-man EXP bands.
Yeah, KOG have...
I mean, some people might use Atlas EXP.
oh,
I wouldn't say it's good. I would say I prefer it on the enemy team.
Not
would
in-
Sanford use Atlas EXP?
I don't know. How would I? You gotta ask him.
I thought you would know. But Freya, okay, gets banned out as well.
Oh,
So Paquito, will it be open? But I still feel like even if Paquito is open. But here's the thing, Phovius, even if we're spick, it's so counterable. We have a lot of mids.
Yeah.
I don't care too much about the EXP because like whatever, laning phase, but like against a Valir, against a Gord, against a Lilia, against so many mid laners, it just feels a bit awkward.
Okay.
yeah. But like, I'm wondering if
Zushin ban, Paquito ban,
Or
or
Marcel. Like, this is kind of weird. Marcel being left open like this.
this feels a bit weird for like a mid lane prio, because A7, even though we don't want to consider their first game, like, is best player one really comfortable playing a utility, or would he rather not?
Oh.
just use it. Just use it, you know.
Because
Suyo, Joy, Yisun Shin.
if then maybe you would. Okay,
Yeah, Zushin.
Yo.
Listen. open.
But the Marcel's open.
Yeah.
Well, picked up. But then, as a Marcel, I hate a few roamers. Namely the Khalid,
Yeah.
the Hilda,
Anyone that can really match his, like, movement.
movement speed, and then does a lot of damage to me. Because early game, Marcel is a bit squishier than most roamers. It's
Ah.
only after
Oh.
it's only after a few stacks on a thunder belt, then you feel a bit tanky. But yeah, Fredrin for pick here, Akaino.
Could be the he's banned out the Baksha as well.
Oh,
That's why
right,
they
right,
take
right.
the only utility jungle left. So KOG might have to go back to what they won MSL with, which was Assassins on Kzen.
I mean, there's still the Balman if they want to try that.
That's true. They also
Yeah.
pick up the Claude so that the Alpha 7 Yves gets into a bit of trouble.
Yeah, and at least for A7, they don't really have to worry about like another terrifying Gord game up
Yeah.
against a Fredrin, because they've already locked in the juice in. Wait, that's actually something they could pick themselves, but that's only if KOGs also consider like one of the last few remaining. No, there aren't any remaining utility junk.
Whoa.
Oh, there!
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
forgot about it.
It's also very, very good against the Fredrin, by the way. It's a known counter. Paquito gets picked up in the XP, so they're aiming to go for what, like a Harith pick, but A7 pick it up before KOG can get it in the second phase.
Right now, KOG looks like it's full dive here.
Yeah.
Right? Like, even if they pick
All
up a
in.
carry, I feel like the carry will be safe because there's so much protection in the front.
They can still go Claude as well. Claude's something that can
Yep,
actually go
yep.
play both sides, dive or front to back. Then all they need is a beefy boy up front. Now, what tank do you go for here?
I mean, we saw Grok yesterday.
Ah.
Even a high loss wouldn't be bad here, going up against Marcel
That's
as
what
well
I'm
as
thinking.
the Fredrin.
Ilos, not bad at all.
They're not like KOG's not really gonna go dive either, so
Especially if the Gord is banned. High loss, why not?
Okay, by the way, they ban out the Eve, so I don't think they're going to go for the Claude. I think they're just going to go for a front to back, like you mentioned.
Yeah, or they just want a safe ban, you know?
Could be.
Just want a safe ban.
Mathilda gets taken out
'Cause
by
it-
A7.
because if it's not that, I mean, like playing the Tro into this is gonna be a bit tricky too. You're always gonna be spotted out by the Marcel.
I
Yeah.
feel like it's not necessary because even though you can still use the choke quite well, it's annoying going up against the Marcel, especially if you commit a flicker and then you just get platinum snapped.
Yeah.
They're like, girl, come on.
That's true.
Okay. Final ban coming down for KOG. What is it going to be?
Should be Gord. I feel like it should be Gord.
Gord.
If it's not Gord, I can see. Yeah, maybe just Lilia because I
Gord
think
Marcel. Yeah.
it's still okay. It's still okay. Kimi wouldn't be bad too. I feel like Kimi can fit Alpha 7.
It's a Yuzhong. Okay. So the Claude is actually still open for KOG later on if they.
Maybe they do want to
no.
let the Gord through because they do want the Claude, right? Yeah, but they pick up the Kimmy. So they want someone to have continuous pressure. And now when it comes to the EXP, if the Paquito gets a good angle, he should have a few good shots here. Now, in terms of the pick in the gold, I still feel Carry or Claude either is okay.
Yeah, because there's a lot of magic too from A7, by the way.
Which kind of makes it good for a high
This
loss.
front to back is kind of crazy for A7.
And it looks like both teams kind of want to play that, right?
Yeah.
We'll just...
It's front to back with
it really feels like AOT.
Yeah. What?
Titan's coming this way, and then the Soldier's coming on this way,
Yeah.
and then just like... Sasageo.
Hey, you know what? A7 might actually take a bit of inspiration from the Mongols here by picking up an Alice last pick. They need a frontliner.
But that's all
Claude
magic,
Shred.
really.
That's true. That's true.
Oh.
Whoa. So 3 damage dealers.
Nice.
And not really a tank in Marcel. The only frontliner is Fredrin here.
They're
Front
really...
to back.
They're really
Wow.
trusting
So-
best player one here.
Yeah.
Hey, you can have your opinions to yourself. I'm going to be throwing it over to you, but I would say KOG, they have a pretty interesting draft. It is good, but it requires high execution. With that being said, I'm going to throw it over to Mirko as well as Brigida for KOG going up against Alpha 7.
Here we go, folks. It's a Guinevere. Honestly, on paper, I like KOG's draft. It feels much more... Normal?
Normal.
Like, I mean, the 3 damage dealers with a Marcel. You got a combo with the Marcel with a Kimmy,
Yeah.
but you got a lot of magic damage. I guess the balance is with the physical damage. At the end of the day, though, how the heck is this Fredrin going to go up against a Guinevere to win out those red tree battles?
Yeah. Okay, we're heading into game number 3, and I'm thinking that could this be their way of just really keeping it quite similar to the first game that we saw from them, but this time a bit more successful because it feels very individualistic, like the draft.
Now
like
that you mentioned that, it makes sense.
It's like
they
a-
were very individual in the first
Yeah.
match. Maybe they just need to lean more towards that side.
But is that really gonna work? Because it's a macro team you're up against. It's KOG.
Yeah.
They play as a team, literally as a unit. And if you're just really aiming to go for these individual plays, like the Benedetta on Naths, the Kimmy and the Marcel doing their own thing.
Oh, I'm here. All right. Hey!
One thing's for sure, to counter that argument, A7 got no synergy. So
Yeah,
if
because-
they try to out-team fight, if they try to out-macro KOG, I think it's just
So
they're leaving everything else at the door. So now
me-
that you see this...
For me,
makes
Nats
sense.
cannot throw because we saw yesterday when I believe it was the 7th match of the day where it's escaping my mind who played that, but
VSG Ace. No. It
Hey.
was
We're back.
Mongols
it-
KOG.
no, I think it was VSG. But yeah, like the Benedetta dives in and then just puts his own team in a situation where
Jay. Yeah.
yeah. Oh, that's right. JM. But yeah, still, this is just something that I feel like when you're using a Benedetta, when you're using an Arlet, when you're using a hero that can dive, that can set up for your team, you just gotta be careful because you,
Yeah.
as a roamer, right? You and me, Brigida, we're roamers.
We're roamers.
We know when we make a good engage, we feel good, but we also know we have those engages that just sabotages our team, right?
Yeah.
And then people have the gall to say, okay, then right, you guys can go in the game.
Hey, welcome to the Land of Dawn, folks. Both XP laners go for lethal ignition.
Whoa.
Oh my goodness.
That's the MSC champion matchup in the EXP lane for you.
That's true. That's very true.
I
33, 2017, right?
Yeah.
And that's 2022. Lethal Ignition, Festival of Blood. But there's a bit of difference. 33 has gone for extra penetration. Now Nats doing a good job against the Paquito. This should be, on paper, a winning matchup for Paquito.
Okay. Now I
Kaizen?
see how they're planning to make it work. Kaizen is very low here. Full World and Shark are actually looking like they're going to be a very dependable mid duo this time around. So if we were to go back, then yes, A7, that might be the game plan. It's just probably really the trio mid that we need to see a bit more coordination from. Because it's a Fredrin, I don't think you can really be like too individualistic if you're a
I agree.
Fredrin.
I like the improvement, though, straight up from A7 already. Game number 1, they completely let go of their topside jungle. So best player 1 got evaded very early. Here, it almost happened as well. KZ straight from the Raptor over, from the Lizard straight to the Beetle. But A7 caught it early, and it will not be a full-on buff take.
Oh. That's in 33rd here. Get a bit of help from Shark and Nile. And I like how it's... I agree. There somehow in the wild card has been quite or a bit too much explosiveness coming in from the damage EXP laners, specifically those getting a hold of the Benedetta. But I'm hoping and I'm seeing how they're definitely going to try to keep it a bit more balanced this time.
Yep.
You definitely could not make as much mistakes as Nath this time around. Now look at that advantage he's gotten over 33.
Really good eye for an eye there. Take away some of that damage from the jab of 33. A7 with Prio. It's Cold World and Shark already in position. Best player 1 holding on to the neutral objective.
Oh, Shark scouting out majority of the members. Traction pulls laid down too, but Kaizen actually wins out the retribution. Does A7 still go for it? It's a no. Okay, this is a much disciplined A7 we're seeing, but KOG do not want to let them be like that. 33rd picks up first blood. That was Shark that they found, and now it's the purple buff slowly being taken away from best player 1. But at least they're able to regain their position.
That was supposed to be their lifeline. A7 to win out the turtle and to start things off good with this greedy lineup. But KZ's gonna go in.
Okay, now they're after best player 1, and now picks up the kill. Nats could barely do anything. He could just watch.
Oh my lord. KOG are just outclassing A7. In game 1 for A7, it looked like all right. You know, they started off the game really bad. It was a few cheese movements from the anti-handshake man, Zixora. But this game, they got their pathing. They're forcing out fights.
Yeah, but KOG, when they know that they're not prepared, they're not really taking on these fights. Knock up, though, once again, coming in from Zed. And the spatial migration from KZ, not really going to land on anyone. But A7, they couldn't really farm as freely as they want to.
Yeah, KOG has just been getting so much tempo on the map. Payan, after that turret goal taken away, KZ just gets out after taking a beetle. And it's another gold crab given over to Payan. This is just disastrous for A7. It is fantastic, though, for KOG.
Yeah. What did we say about KOG working as a unit? Right now, it seems like majority of their rotations have been at least 2 or 3 members alongside Kaizen, and they've been making it work. This is the exact opposite of what we're seeing from A7, where they have been doing some things individually on the map, specifically when you look at the EXP lane, but together with best player 1, we're not seeing much. They haven't been able to really utilize this composition just yet. And now we're seeing the next objective come up. Shark, this is how you expect a Marcel to be played, but you're not really getting much value out of it when you look at the other members of A7 just yet. Yeah,
and you saw just how squishy he can be when the Paquito gets his hands on the Marcel. Shark got blasted by the Paquito. Look at his rotation. Tempo in the bottom lane. They're going to make Nats lose a whole wave. As they rotate, and A7 did not have control over the neutral objective. Nile, good job taking the aggro, and Kaizen is going to try to bait out the Purify up top.
Kaizen went for Zia first, forcing out the Purify and even the Zaman Force. Now A7 lose a major resource before this objective, but they're still going to go for it anyway. There goes the Golden Orb! It stops even the turtle, but it's still A7 who are able to secure it nonetheless. Now Kaizen falls in. They're going for the chase. They want to take more. Payan looks to be the next target, but they're being very careful. They do not want to risk it.
Usually that would be a big mistake, man, for the Marcel to just freeze it out when the Fredrin, best player, could go for the retry, but Sharks takes it at the end of the day. So, hey, if it works out, it ain't a bad play. A7 still in this game.
Okay. That was... I also couldn't recall how exactly things happened because it's just literally 1 HP left.
Yeah.
For the turtle. Before it actually went over to the hands of A7, and I don't know if the Retribution was already used it. Wow. Okay, damage EXP. This is why we also called Imnas Entertainment way back. There's just so much action going on. EXP damage.
It's still very tough though to pull off the Benedetta against the Paquito. Only few have succeeded with that matchup, and Yeah, I thought that was going to be really bad with Zia already uses Amount Force and Purify, but they managed to come in. Shark, so far, saving A7 from a possible, 3,000 goal lead for KOG.
Yeah. At least they also are really holding on to the majority of their resources just yet. Even though we've seen KOG multiple times just really attempt to keep the tempo going, even occasionally stealing away some jungle camps from A7. Best Player 1 is a bit behind, but not too significantly. So I wonder how A7 are planning to be a bit more proactive this time. They definitely are with the Marcel. We've seen that countless times, but the damage doesn't seem to suffice just yet. Traction Pulse that's used though. And Crimson Beacon is down for Zed.
Good damage coming in from A7. Good poke. They bait out the Crimson Beacon right before the neutral objective. This should be free. Never mind. Payan up top, staying in this lane. The man that I thought was going to be the star of the day yesterday. Predictions. With the Claude, it's his comfort pick, but finally, there you go. A7 with the neutral objective control. That's 2 turtles to 1.
Yeah, the macro team that KOG is clearly just decided to let go of that turtle in exchange of more structures across the map. And I think this is really one way that they could definitely deal with the threat of the Benedetta and how they're able, or A7 is able to utilize it. Because now they're forcing reactions slowly against A7. They're going to force a fight down bottom as well, but the damage coming in from Zia will be enough to take down 33. But again, it's a damaged Paquito, so kind of like expect him to be one of the better targets too.
Yeah, and that's why we don't really see too many Paquitos go full-on damage. Usually there's a good mix. Good ult, Golden Hour.
Okay, now it's Best Player 1 intercepting from behind, making sure that he will be providing assistance to this team. But A7, they're still going for it. Nile will be the casualty. And now it's Kaizen.
Oh, Payan!
Payan is actually going to go in. Okay.
That's
just for the orange buff.
Yep. Leashing Best Player 1 to get the orange buff. They're actually converting on objectives really well. Clearing out mid. Nat's doing the dirty work here. Dodges away from the spatial migration. BP trying to punish Kaizen. Traction Pulse almost. Even a bonk.
Oh.
Dang. They really want to get Kaizen down, man.
Kaizen's been like... He's the one doing a lot of the more individual things. Making sure that the waves are managed. And even in that mid lane where it feels like it could have been something that A7 just immediately transitioned towards right after they were able to get that bottom turret, didn't really happen. And now it's a bit tricky if you think about it, because even against Best Player 1, or especially against Best Player 1 and Zia, it seems like Kaizen has been very particular with who he wants to use the spatial migration Violet Requims on. Like, you see him walk in front of you very honestly,
yeah.
But it's a mystery how he's still able to land these spatial migrations on the targets that he wants.
And there's usually just a combo together with the Gwyn. That's why you pick it up. You want to have a combo with it. But here it's just an independent Gwyn. And it wasn't even like a full neutral objective win, right? I mean, Turtle won, 50-50 retry he wanted, but then after that, it's just been a Shark and then a free one for BP up top. It's a 1v1, 33 versus Nats.
Whoa, okay. They probably are not going to continue this anymore. At least we know both XP laners are up top trying to deal with the waves before we fully transition to this next objective, which is already the Lord. Kaizen's already here. Best Player 1, 2. They're just seeing each other. Who's going to go first?
It's all about the combo. Nats has Prio up top. He already rotates first. Tempo on the side of A7.
Oh, they're bursting it down. They want to make his store. And now the traction pulls.
Oh.
They're bursting down Kaizen. The best possible target before this objective taken. Now Payan using the blazing duet, but it's cancelled by the energy eruption.
Whoa.
33. He finds Zia though. Cold World trying to deal with him.
What?
But the Lord, Payan.
Whoa.
Payan actually takes the Lord.
Seals it away, the Art of Thievery from the Claude. Payan saves the day, getting the kill on BP. Nats and then the Lord. Oh God, what a chaotic fight. They got Kaizen at the start of the fight. They could have just gone for the Lord, but instead they looked for the chase. It initially looked good as Nats got the Petri, but no one else was on the same page. They were all held down by 33. KOG side laners with a massive save, with a massive play to keep them in the game.
Yeah, they were both low but they both agreed to just go for the Lord. And that was knowing that the entire team fight has been split up. Anyway, Nats, Kaizen finds him yet again. It hasn't been such a great time for Nats just yet in this game. Traction pulls, Crimson Beacon out. They're holding on to this mid-turret. Mayan almost taken out. Golden R trying to keep him safe. And best player one walks out, but Shark will be the sacrifice.
Oh my goodness. Kaizen gets a spatial migration, but it's buffered by the dash, so Kaizen can't really follow it up with the Big Violet Requiem. Still though, KOG are well and truly back in the game. A7 trying to make a lot of plays across the map to clear the waves, but it did not work out. It backfired for Nats completely. A Sokolil for Kaizen, and it seems like it's going to be the tier 2 up top fallen as well.
Okay, traction pulls. So they get to defend this tier 2 up top, but it's terrifying. KOG are now working as a unit, and there you go! Kaizen starts things off. Best player one is the target, but it's A7 clapping back! They take out 3. They're chasing after Nile, and Kaizen still has the Raging Sandstorm and will get out safely.
Oh my god, Nats with the instant redemption, finding the Petrify. What a shot from Zia as well. They're gonna go for the one straight push. A7.
Okay, could this be a one-way? The Diamond Force already laid down. They really wanted to take their time. Nile tried his best to delay, but they still have a minion left. Golden R on Kaizen! And all they want is the base! Kaizen, using the Retribution, actually takes out the minion, but they still have one wave left, but KOG are back!
Oh, what a save by Kaizen. Nile initially, it looked kind of troll. Walking up there, trying to clear out the way, but they calculated it just for Kaizen's retreat to be up. It looked so darn good already for Shark. The golden hour to keep him at bay, but it wasn't enough. KOG live to see another day, and now all 5 are up. The advantage on turrets non-existent. A7 and KOG both can clear out waves. Nats is still already in the far lane, holding that wave, trying to clear it. 40 stacks on Cold World.
Yeah, I was about to say, no one has really dealt with Cold World. I think he's one of the more noticeable players in this game if you're KOG, because it seems like Nats, Zia will take up so much of your attention. Okay, Kaizen gets spotted again. And yeah, that's something I'm worrying about, because Kaizen seems to be the more forward member all the time.
Yeah, and it's a big problem. Shark in the back, trying to go for the cut.
Okay, Zed gets stunned briefly.
A bit of panic in the eyes of Zed. A7 know that there's no Crimson Beacon. The backliners are safe. Cold World unnoticed this far, but I don't think he's going to stay unnoticed for much longer. Kaizen with a flank.
Okay, Nats already spotted out. Kaizen, oh my goodness, 33! Did not want to be in that position, but because of that, Kaizen actually will find Nats. Violet Requiem as well, but he had to get out. He's being bursted down really fast. Best player one secures the objective, but Payan! He might have just saved the game for his team. It's a 3-for-3 so far. Nats versus Nile alongside best player one. But the base, fortunately, minions are spawning. But Nile, can he get out of this? It's a no.
Big Bong to seal his fate. Now it's up to 33, who's up in 4 together with Zed. Zed didn't use the Crimson Beacon in that fight. It was already down, so he has it here. Best player one, straight into the mid lane. Nats with a push in bot. Can A7 look for the end?
All right, 33 and Zed. They have such a huge task, but the damage coming in from Nats might just be enough, but 33 is clapping back. 33! Taken down by Nats! Nats cannot escape though as Zed finds him too!
Big wave down below, the minions. Can it save the day? Gonna get a single base turret. KZ retrieves it. And KOG keep their side base turrets alive. Oh my god, what an action-packed game. A7 and KOG going ban for ban. Both XPs down. There's another wave up top.
This is the back and forth that we've been looking for. Kaizen uses the Violet Requiem just to not get caught in that. But they get to clear it nonetheless. Okay, I think we can breathe for a bit now. We still have 90 seconds before the next Lord. And KOG might just get to find their positioning again outside of their base.
Oh, my hero moments. How many hero moments have we seen this game? Shark with a turtle steal. Payan with a lore steal. And then we have 33 and the rest of the boys just defending. Kaizen with a retry as well. That's getting some big petrifies, and it is a Queen's Wing, so that's why 33 was able to really hold on for such a long time, and he's going to go and build some more tanky items. On the other side of the map, though, it is just pure damage for Nats right now, at least. Rose Gold Meteor being the only defensive item. He's building towards the Ares belt.
Yeah.
So a bit more HP.
And I think another good thing is the fact that KOG were able to somehow shut down Cold World, so the stacks have been lessened by just a bit. Okay. They're holding on to that base turret.
They gotta. That's the far lane. That could have actually given A7 a massive advantage coming into the possibly last Lord of the game. I don't want to call it just yet. It's not evolved. But Kaizen, it's so hard to be an independent Guinevere. He's always had to use the Violet Requiem before the fight even starts.
Yeah.
He still gets it though. Good retry to take it away. It's gonna be down for a bit. It won't be detrimental to the Lord just yet.
Yeah, and is really trying to find a target from behind still the best way to go around this game now that we're approaching the late game. All Purifies are still up. Now it's a concealed play coming in from KOG. Shark will just run away from that. And now, let's see how they decide to deal with the lanes before we head into this objective. Because A7 are already starting it up.
Hey, wave bot is good for A7 as well. 33 didn't have enough time. Shark gonna go for the zone in the back line on Kaizen.
Kaizen goes back in! Was it the right decision though? He uses the spatial migration to get out. Another concealed play coming from A7
Shark.
this time! Sharp using the golden R, but Pine was able to dodge it nonetheless. Best player won with the retribution. The Lord was all they wanted, and now they're trying to run away. They're waiting for the Lord. They want to put an end to this game.
Massive play from Shark to zone everyone on KOG from the Lord. And it's free for BP1. No 50-50s at hand. Now it's a push, not an evolved Lord though. KOG have some decent clear with the Paquito and the Claude.
18 minutes in. Although this is not an evolved Lord, but this is 18 minutes in. Death timers are really going to matter at this point, and A7 are just walking with this Lord. They have a huge advantage in their hands, but what can KOG do? Now they're going to group up. Now they're going to play as a team.
Shark.
But will A7 allow them to? Kaizen catches 3! Golden R! Stopping the other members from following up. But the final blow actually lands. Kaizen is nowhere to be found. KOG. No what ultimates are available. It's just buy-in.
They got consistent damage though. As long as Zia doesn't have Zaman Force, I don't think A7 can end.
Okay. They get to clear. They will be okay.
There you go.
Zaman Force gets used though once again. 33! Still alive. Shark though gets knocked up. Lantern Flare available again. All base turrets have to take it out. But Sid! We did not expect that Winter Crown Blazing do-hit combo from Pyan and 33. They're saving this game for KOG.
Immortality with the Rose Gold. Pyan gonna get taken down. Massive Raging Sandstorm.
All right, best player won. He's still alive. He's gonna be okay. A flicker from Guile. Can he save this game? It seems like no. A7 take their first win here in the wild cards.
Match 1 was a warm-up. A7 needed that, and now they are on the board after such a long back-and-forth game. KOG suffer a defeat. Wow, LaFell, what do you think about that, man? Oh, what a game.
Well, even though we're wearing headsets, I can hear the groan coming in from KOG because even they're like, I really feel like that final attempt where Khalid goes in and 33 tries to follow up with the damage and then getting caught by the Fredrin killed the Paquito, making it so that they could not defend anymore. Maybe if the Paquito was able to get to the fountain, get a bit more HP, maybe they would have enough damage, enough time, enough HP to defend one more time. But this is one of those games where Alpha 7 win, but I wouldn't, like, there are some mistakes here and there, but I feel like it's more on Alpha 7 just outplaying what KOG has been doing. This is a good match for the fact that both really showed that they tried very, very much, and then, like you said, a lot of hero moments coming in from both teams.
Shark, though. Shark took it all the way with those hero moments, man. The golden hour to zone, the golden hour to seal turtle.
To protect his own
to
team.
protect his own team from the Violet Requiem.
Yep.
Shark had it all this game. Wow.
Yeah, and the way that there were just really some redemption plays all across the board because it hasn't been the cleanest. I think Nats too. Ever since the first game here, we didn't really expect this performance from him, I guess, but that was one play which definitely kept them in the game, if not actually handed them over the advantage. And on the other hand, it's quite sad to think that KOG just suffered their second loss in a row because they have been such a team we were all watching out for too in Group A.
One of the favorites, yeah.
One of the favorites. KOG, unfortunately, though, I really feel like the panic settled in way too much. The desperation from KOG. How many times did we see a Violet Requiem, a Crimson Beacon, some of these big initiation tools, big fighting tools get used up before the fight even starts? 33, bad spot couple of times as well.
Yeah, I really feel like Zed as well as Kaizen didn't really make their presence known. In fact, they sometimes put themselves in a situation where the rest of the team is scrambling, trying to cover up for their mistake, and that is something that you don't want to see coming in from any of the mid trio, right? Especially Zed, where he should have been able to control and then give an opportunity for his team to fight back.
Yeah.
But we also have to say 33 on this Paquito didn't contribute that much as well. He had some plays, but compared to world-class EXP laners, we expected more.
For sure, with the experience he had as well, right? And it's just the buffer. I really feel like the buffers, man, from Shark. Here especially, the way he just walked up right as the spatial migration landed, he couldn't, for KZ, pop the Violet Requiem instantly, and he had to just run away.
Yeah, I feel it's tough. I like this.
Yeah, that should not have happened, by the way.
That should not have happened.
It's I don't know, because Kaizen's been doing majority of the shot calling too for his team. But then KOG, this lineup again, you mentioned it. There's not much hero synergy for the Guinevere as well. So
I feel like there would have been synergy if he was involved a lot in the early game, because at that point, you know, magic damage on the Gwyn, magic damage on the Zushin, there should be enough damage for you to actually make some plays that really, really matter. It's just about the tempo control coming in from KOG wasn't enough to really matter much against Alpha 7, especially because of the Marcel. The Marcel is such a tempo breaker to the point where, again, when you are a professional player, when you have very high, what you call it, response time, you know, reaction time, it being just slightly off feels a bit weird. But what's not weird is Eternal will be talking to Nats to ask about that game, because that was an intense game. So we would like to hear what Nats has to say about that game. So Eternal, off to you.
MSC 2022 champion. We finally get to see one another. It's so nice to see you, Nats. How are you doing?
I'm doing good right now.
Doing good. And I gotta say, that was one of the longer series that we've seen. And of course, you were unable to win your first best of one. So how were you able to reset coming into the second game?
First of all, after we lost in the first game, in the first match, we just review our game. And I think we didn't really perform our game style in first match, but now in game 2 we won, so I think we can continue it furthermore.
But how's the morale of the team so far? Is everything okay?
In the first match, it's not kind of okay, but now we won. I think we're gonna do better than the next match.
It's definitely a momentum boost for your team here. And of course, coming into this match, I think a lot of people have been missing you. We haven't seen you in quite some time, especially on the international stage. So how does it feel to come back here on the international, and of course come back as a symbolism, I would say, of the return of NA after being so absent?
When we lost in the grand finals in our league in America, I feel sad that we didn't qualify for MSC, but still we have a chance, and I can really show my performance. We still have a chance. So now here in the wild card, all I can say is I feel great, and I feel excited that I'm here. I'm how do you say? Overwhelmed right now because I'm here playing again. I really miss this so much. But yeah, that's it.
That's it? Okay. I mean, we've really missed you, and we're all really happy that you're back. So, final question before we let you go to, of course, prepare for your next matches. We do want to know, what do you think about this best of one format? Do you prefer a best of one, a best of three? What are the challenges in a best of one?
The thing is, best of one is really a tricky because they can like really pick a lot of poison heroes. So for me, I'll prefer best of three. So both teams could like really show their true game style.
Okay, so I think that's it for now. Thank you so much for being here, and of course, we hope we get to see you and of course talk to you once again here up on stage. So good luck for your next matches, and thank you. We're gonna throw it over now back to Lafel to break down what exactly happened, and of course, maybe talk about the next game that we're gonna have.
Thank you very much, Eterna and Nats. Yeah, no pressure. Talk about the next game.
No, she also just mentioned LaFell, so.
Next game is Hans against Nightmare, right? Nightmare, we've seen Alpha 7. They bounce back, able to get a bit of their original playstyle that they really want, which, as Nat say, in the best of three, able to really flourish on that one for best of one mistake, and that's it. There's no way for you to claw back, right? So up next, it is going to be Hans going up against Nightmare, which, by the way, Hans is also looking pretty good. They also have used the Harara, so I don't know. Alpha 7 was able to come back. Do you think that Nightmare could do the same?
Keep it simple. They got to get down to business to defeat the Huns.
Ooh, it's that's tough though. It's the Huns who have been.
I would put a jingle
streak.
behind that, but yeah.
Yeah. 2-0. 2-0 is the record for the Huns. So.
Hey, Hans is looking pretty good. Alpha 7 as well as KOG. That was a good match. But for now, we'll be going over to a break. After this, Hans against Nightmare. Can Nightmare come back? We don't know. We'll see after the break.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Let's get down to business because we're here at the EWC 26 Mobile Legends Bang Bang Wildcards. Alpha 7, they're able to make a comeback, but now Nightmare, can they do the same? This time going up against the Huns, where they got still meta there. Looking pretty good in the jungle. My name is Afel. Alongside with me is Mirko as well as Brigida.
What's up with the hand?
I wanted to shake your hand because you're doing play-by-play for this one, so... Or should I not let them know?
No, they should figure out this, in the game, bro.
This Color Brigida.
Color Brigida.
Dictator Brigida.
Huh?
I mean, that could be you, you know?
Yeah, could be your thing.
Don't you want a villain era? Like, everyone keeps saying you're nice, you're bubbly, you're wonderful. Don't you feel like one day just act like a queen?
Is a queen a villain?
Eh, some. Have you not seen Disney? Anyways, right now we are looking at the player arrivals here. Hunts, again, like Brigida, you've mentioned, they've been having quite a good streak here.
They've had
especially
amazing streak,
still meta, man. Showing up with Harara, showing up with the Fredrin, so he can go both ways.
The Fredrin is still meta. The Hirara is kind of like it's a statement for him. Still meta, bro.
Still experimenting.
Yeah. And I gotta go from still meta to Bankai, because I think the main star of this team is Bankai, bro. On that Arlet, he really popped off, carried his team, and I think even when still meta was on the Fredrin, it just came down to the XP also carrying his own weight, doing a really good job.
Yep.
And right now, I think that's where Nightmare's roster will have some trouble, because Juviana was doing a good job in lane. Now, what will happen if Juviana doesn't have a good job, if he gets capped by Bankai in lane?
Yeah, because at least based on their first game, that quote-unquote in lane has been just for maybe like the first 2 waves.
Yeah.
And afterwards, it's been a bit questionable from Juviana in terms of his decisions and the way that he's decided to just partake in the fights. But overall, it's Nightmare who hopefully, again, are just experiencing the Game 1 jitters, because the Huns, we've seen much of how, yes, Bankai and the rest of the members have really performed well, but also even for more on the Youngbloods, Yuki as a 17-year-old really making a statement as a gold laner here so far. I think that Moskov, we really have to pay attention to that.
I feel like going into the head of Juviana, I feel like in those situations, what he was thinking of doing is just to open up the map just a little bit, right? Zone them out a bit. The problem is that he was on an Arlet and he wasn't really prepared to actually dash out. Like sometimes you panic, you press the Vengeance too much and they just go back in. But now we're jumping straight to the draft here. Hunt's first pick and a Nightmare on the second one. Ovia's Eve as well as Baxia banned out by the Huns, and then for Nightmare, betting out the Harara, Freya as well as the Paquito, and that was Lucian first pick.
Is this not deja vu? Juicing first pick into a Kai Arlet?
Do we want that?
Nah, maybe they'll Akai. Oh, but
the difference is Phoveus has been banned out, so it makes sense for Nightmare to do it. There you go, hey.
Yeah, because I was about to say
Marcel.
Because I was about to say you do not want to give Bankai the Arlet with a Zushin already prime and ready. But again, we can see the Alice. And the Alice still going to be pretty strong against the Arlet, even against the Marcel. Like, Marcel just doesn't like the fighter types, because what Marcel wants to do is he touches you and he goes away. But the fighter, he touches you back harder.
Exactly, and there's a good fighter that really wants to stick on you. Yuzong, very good against the Arlet as well. They go for the Claude, but what do they pair this up with? They have a Claude Juicin. I think it's kind of... They're kind of forced to just go for a jungle, right? Unless they want to
Fredrin or Akai.
Still meta later.
Yeah. Fredrin or Akai, just to get either or, because if not, it's going to get banned out.
Snatch it away, yeah.
So this one, it should be a Fredrin and then just ban out later roamers, I guess?
Yeah,
or EXPs ban out the Alice, ban out the Yuzons, and then it should be good.
I like that. I like that for Nightmare especially because they have a Fredrin and the Yuzong can be very annoying to deal with for the Fredrin and the Arlet.
Yeah, and it's great. The Huns still have like a lot of ways to deal with the Arlet, as you guys have mentioned, but the Nightmare might want to take out some of that. Because I feel like
Yuzong Alice, it's not a difficult ban, no?
Yeah.
Yep.
There you go.
Nice Yuzong ban. Knowing the Huns though, I'd rather have Bankai on a damage dealer. Maybe the Lapu Lapu, something that Nightmare might want to take away over the Alice.
Depending on the higher here, so it's like
interesting. Even though they have an Akai.
Yeah, they even... Well, they banned the Eve.
I think they were thinking of either Eve or Hive, and they're like, we have counters for both. And it's like, you know, do we really need to think that hard?
Oh, the Eve is banned, yeah.
The Gord gets banned out. Combo with the Fredrin. And the Mathilda for Nightmare.
But that does mean that the Alice would be open. But then maybe the damage wouldn't be too much.
Yep.
So Gord ban out.
The carry's still there if they just really wanna
Red.
and make sure that it'll be a bit more iffy.
I think the safer choice would still be the Moskov.
Yeah. And you...
The problem with the Moskov is kind of like a choke. Either you know how to use the hero or not, you know?
What are you implying here?
No.
Well, no,
played with the
You're
Cho
saying
earlier.
Nomad is like... Oh.
Dude, my Cho player just now was amazing, okay?
Hey.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Like, my KDA was so good because that Cho player did
Took
their
all the deaths
job.
for you.
Well, the Cho player just walked in my lane and died 2 times. So I don't know about that, bro. I think I could have avoided death there.
Hey, she left me alone, so I was okay.
Okay.
Why did you say she?
No, sorry.
Now it's more obvious.
Dude, now
Oh,
people know
God.
it's Eterna.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Valentina gets banned out. Picked up by Nightmare. You're taking away the heavy spin. That's a good Valen. I didn't get a good Valen in the previous game, and that's a glue. And the Lapu Lapu as expected.
Okay.
Yeah, but this means that if they pick up a carry, that's a pretty good counter against the glue.
Yeah, could be. But if the glue mounts on the Fredrin and you hit the Fredrin, and you know, it's kind of like, oh man,
It's the Fredrin's fault.
Fredrin's fault.
Yeah.
I still think Moskov, especially because you're up against the glue, just slamming down. Spear of Misery,
Spear of Misery.
bang.
If you can use it, I don't mind.
Nomad, can you use it?
If not, Obsidia.
Hey, we did say you feel like Nomad had spectacular mechanics based on the interview.
Yeah, but you know, jet lag, jet lag. You know.
First game,
And then,
jitters.
there you go, the carry, just to deal with the glue. Simple and easy. If Fredrin gets caught, it's kind of on him, no? But with that being said, looking at the pick and bans here, I think it's pretty solid from both teams. I think there's pretty clear winning conditions. For Nightmare, they kind of want to fight, so they got to fight pretty well. And then for Hans, they almost kind of have a drive that can fight at any moment of the game, especially if the Claw gets a good laning phase. So with that, Mirko as well as Brigida, good luck for Hans against Nightmare.
Okay. We will be getting down to business as we head into the 4th best of 1 of today. We are watching out for whether or not Nightmare eventually bounces back, because it's going to be a tough task. They're up against a 2-0 team, which are the Huns, based off their runs yesterday.
A lot of good questions that you raised. For me, it's just as simple as, have they gotten down to business or not?
We are seeing utility matchups in the jungle all over again. Even though we did see a bit more spice yesterday because teams are catching up. They definitely do not want to hand over the Hirara to the Mongolian teams anymore. We've seen it priority banned in the draft earlier on. And taking a quick look at the emblems just now, there doesn't seem to be much difference.
Oh, Nomad! You
Oh.
can't be doing that. Oh my, Nomad! You can't be doing that, brother.
Still has regen, but
You have
it's
to be
very-
swift as a coursing river, bro. You cannot be doing this.
Yes, it's...
That was a force of a great typhoon by Yuki, for sure.
Okay. He will probably have to recall if he still keeps this up. Unless he just plays it extra safe. Okay, but now let's take a look at the EXP lane. This is an Arlot up against the Lapu, who flickers out just now.
I mean, at least he's swift as a coursing river there. He saw the move and he just flickered, right? So, okay, let's take a look at the tempo. Who has tempo right now? I think it's good for the Huns.
Oh, okay. Bankai here. The FLURRY will be... This is, okay. OU on the glue, we did mention earlier on that it is going to be one of the things that'll pose a potential threat to the Fredrin. So let's see if that eventually happens, because we are approaching the first hurdle and they are setting their eyes on the Arlot.
Yep. No flicker on the Arlot. Bankai trying to rotate over. It's going to be the XP crab taken by Still Meta. Bankai trying to get level 4. OU helping him out, but Bankai's actually quite a bit behind. I don't think he's going to get level 4. Juviana doing a good job zoning him. And that's one of the Huns' main weapons out of the fight.
Kenny's already low.
Yep. A big slam as well. Kenny able to go for the Crimson Beacon now. Bankai in the bottom lane, getting level 4 in time is still meta. Is able to get the headbutt, but he's gonna get stunned up. Now the heavy spin. Juviana caught in the bad spot. Heavy spin takes him out for a bit. Bankai gonna look for the stun. Can he go in time? Oh, you splashed by the damage. I did. Picks up first blood, and now it's a big bonk, but Bankai gets away in time, and Nightmare should be able to get this turtle for free, but Yuki has gotten a few good hits on that turret up top.
Yeah, okay. Number one, definitely Bankai. Not immediately picking up that level 4.
Oi!
Did so much. Still meta, still gets it. But going back, that was a really great response from Nightmare. They were able to position themselves well enough. The formation wasn't broken. 3-man energy eruption, making sure that the other members of Nightmare had enough space to work with Bankai.
Oh, Bankai! He ults in place, couldn't get out. I'm so sorry for complimenting you, Bankai. Fredrin, Lexi, it was too easy for him.
He probably wanted to use it the other way. Or he bumped into the wall. I just really would like to think that it should have been away from Nightmare at that moment. But yeah, that's a kill over to too easy for Lexi. And so far, they have the better start. This is where we're starting to see the snowball. 1.2k up ahead. And this is looking like all the conditions that are necessary for at least Nomad to come online, because we failed to see that earlier on, but it's different this time. On a utility jungler who has created this much space and secure the first objective, this is a much better start for Nightmare.
This is the start that they would have wanted to their first match, but yeah. Better late than never, always. Jasmine doing a good job as well. Zoning people in the back as Nomad finally gets a space, but hold on. It's a base, still meta with a heavy spin, straight into the Raging Slashes. Juviana taken out in the bottom lane by Bankai and still meta.
Okay. That's a combo, not from the Arlot Akai, but from the Labo Akai, which you really wanted to see. And they successfully make it work. Nomad steals away the gold crab. But at least for now, Nightmare, they're not really allowing for the Huns to really convert into much. They're still keeping the river control in check, and I think Jasmine has such a huge role to play as to why they're still able to at least manage and get the necessary info and eventually rotate to wherever they really want. But now...
Bankai caught twice with the Fredrin now. It's going to be Ida with the rotation as well. Bankai flickers out, Raging. Oh, just the Bravest Fighter, sorry. No Raging Slash.
Okay. That was, I think, the animation got a bit confused as well because they were trying to hold him down. Now it's a change of target.
I don't know about staying in that bush though. Meta gets a pin down on Idid, but he needs to escape. He's too low.
Yeah.
Nightmare will get this for free. A conceal up top on Yuki as well. He gets a quick picture of him, but this will be a trade with a bottom lane. Oh no, Juviana! Bad habits die hard!
Oh.
You're not, what? I think he was confused. You know, you can steal the ult, but I don't think you can steal the tanky items of an Akai.
Okay. Despite all that though, Jasmine, with that conceal play, forced a reaction out of not just Yuki, but even Oyu. So none of the members of the Huns were actually able to get ready for that turtle, but then too easy for Lexi. Has to let go of this purple buff. And still meta will secure it for themselves, but going back, yes, after that take, after that supposedly clean approach to securing the objective, Nightmare went in one by one and had some questionable decisions. I think they really need to keep it tight if they really want to secure and maintain this lead. And now it's Bankai, who they eventually found down bottom.
These are very awkward fights happening across the map, man. Like, overextensions, disrespectful from Juviana in a 2v1. Bankai with no one on the map as well, walking up way too aggressive.
I don't know. I think it has something to do with the XP lane today. Like majority of the matchups.
Yeah.
I think it's not just even the matchups, it's the micros.
How do you know so much about XP matchups though?
No, it's just based on what we're seeing today.
Right.
Right? Like we're expecting so much of the macro to come into play, but then a lot of times we're just focused on seeing the 1v1s, and I don't know if that's the way they really want to go. So now it's a relatively smaller lead that Nightmare has in their hands compared to earlier, because again, we've seen a couple slip-ups from their side. But still, this is the last objective. They're in position first, and let's see if the Huns would like to contest. They're at least the same level for both junglers.
It's back to a slow game, 3-3. This is very Filipino, right? PH games, very slow, just playing it simple. Nightmare walking up. It's actually prio for Oyu up top. Holding on the turtle, delays it for a bit, but too easy for Lexi. He's on it now, and Bankai has a place going. Oyu with a... Oh, he just goes straight in for it. Good heavy spin, and the retreat from Still. Meta actually takes it away from too easy for Lexi, despite the heavy spin from Idid. Now in the mid lane, it's going to be Juviana, caught by Yuki as he goes in for the blazing duet. Bankai taken down, Still Meta also taken out by Nomad on a double. Oyu wants to get on top of him. The mount comes around. They don't need to hit him. Oyu gets brought into the turret. It's a triple kill for Nomad. Yuki doing a good damage. Kenny picks up a kill on too easy for Alexi. His Nightmare is caught in the Crimson Beacon now. Final moment catching him now. Kenny gets a double, but it's without the Sky Piercer. Only now does he get it.
I initially thought that would have been the wisest decision for the Huns to still go for the fight despite losing 2 of their members already, but them catching up actually equalize the trade somehow. Now it's less than a 500 gold lead in the hands of Nightmare, and even without Oyu nor Still Meta, I think it's just fine. They have all their damage dealers still intact, and the fact that Idid was also gone and taken out really hurts Nightmare and the kind of rotation that they still want to pull off from this point onwards. Now taking a quick look at the equipment again. The junglers, the gold laners, they're all very, very close. So we're seeing just a matter of back and forth and the need to just really polish these errors that we're seeing, because I think it's just majority that gets punished for both of these teams.
It's so rough. Nightmare. Like, they did everything well. They controlled the turtle. They had a Fredgen. They had Idid with a heavy spin, but Still Meta brute forcing his way into the turtle, just like he brute forces his way into the meta with a lot of the non-meta picks. Yuki's been doing a phenomenal job as well, man. Yuki, Kenny.
Yeah.
Hold on. Too easy for Lexi, getting a bit of poke. Yuki finally hits the 3-atom power spike, and I think Nomad gets there at the same time up top of the 1v1.
Again.
Bankai versus Juviana. Bankai, no ultimate. He's just going to go for the fight as the Mountain comes around, as well as Jasmine is able to escape. Too easy for Lexi now. Caught on the slam and a pass, immobilized a bit. Bankai still fighting. Has to flicker out. Jasmine catches them in the golden hour. Yuki with the BMI backwards now as Juviana tries to go in, but Nomad has forced out the heavy spin. Final slash catching Yuki, but he's able to flicker out in time with the blazing duet as well. And it's Juviana that respects the lantern flare of Kenny by flickering out.
The team fights feel very staggered, or it's like they're not fully breaking out. They're not really committing. It's like they're dancing between wanting to just really fight and not. And I think Nightmare, in that particular instance, the fact that Idid really couldn't get much value out of the ultimates that he steals away, that was a defensive heavy spin that we got to see from him. So majority of the damage is just really coming in from Nomad, which currently is bursting the Lord!
Oh, Bankai's getting bursted as well! He goes for the raging slash. This is not enough, though. He gets bursted down by Nomad. Final slash from Juviana! Yuki gets caught in the midst of it all, and Nomad's just free hitting. Double for him. The Huns are forced back away. Nightmare win the fight and the neutral objective.
Wildcard is so unpredictable. Group B is so unpredictable. Now it's Nightmare taking the lead up against the Huns and pushing forward. Together with the Lord, they just left it down bottom and they're taking out as much outer turrets!
Final slash again from Juviana! Gets both Still Meta and Kenny straight into Nomad. 7-0-0. Call him Bond James.
Let's forget about game number 1. This is also Nightmare's official game 1. Just look at this performance that you're seeing individually. Nomad on a 7-0 stat line, and them taking out almost all the energy shields together with the Lord. Nightmare has solidified the lead. Oh, they're going in!
Hold on, Juviana. He's gotta take a chill pill. He's gone in again with the final slash. He might be caught. Juviana all alone in the midst of it all. Jumps all around. The golden hour saves him. Bankai walks over with a raging... Never mind. The raging slashes could not come through. Nomad just going to go through all of them. Still Meta gets away. Barely Nomad with the flicker in. And the win of nature. But Yuki gets out with the BMI. Now Idid with a splash of damage. Huns looking to go in. Idid with a heavy spin. That's a good frozen moment by Jasmine. And it will be a disengage for Nightmare.
Imagine Juviana still walking out alive after all of that. And now he's back. He didn't even need to recall. He just took some time off, regained some of his HP back, and the Huns, they felt very desperate to just really take that kill, but Nightmare, with the presence of the Golden R, still are able to stop them from really finishing him off. The Huns, at least for now, are able to somehow move outside the map, but that's 39 Thunderbelt stacks for Jasmine.
How much does it get to a point where you're like, okay, I don't want to play against this Marcel anymore? How many stacks does it take?
How many stacks did I get?
Today?
Yeah, I was thinking.
Did you get Thunderbelt today?
I got a Thunderbelt earlier today, but then that's not a Marcel. And at least for this point, just look at how safe Nomad feels in this game. I think that's also one of the biggest differences here.
Oh, really good juke out of the golden hour, but now he's caught all alone. Oh, you're gonna go for the mountdown on Nomad as well. This is a very staggered fight, and Yuki has done a good job. Oh no, Nightmare went too far. I did. Flickers in. He gets a kill, but I don't know if that's worth it. 2 for 2 in the end.
Yuki was the other casualty though. I think that hurt the Huns a lot.
Oh god, he's just gonna have to take it. Panda Man! What?
Okay. I could hear the...
Way too aggressive. He just walked up knowing that 2 members were down, and now it's good for Nightmare. This is free.
Very good for them. They'll definitely get to just burst this down. I wonder how it came to a point where it got that split up. Like, it was just Oyu chasing after Nomad. The backup wasn't really there. The follow-up wasn't really there. And Nightmare just the same. Even if it's Juviana that they lost, I don't think that would really hurt them. So now it's a Lord. The base is wide open. Nightmare Esports, they're just this close to potentially putting an end to that win streak for the Huns.
The Huns have looked fantastic throughout the wildcard, at least day number 1. But day number 2, Nightmare. They went through that training, man. That montage with a little jingle on it. They got down to business.
Yep. Yuki can deal with the Lord. It's not gonna stay for long. Oh, final slash on Bankai.
But it's responded over by a Bravest Fighter. Still Meta doing a good job with the red tree as well. Clearing out the wave up top. Now into the mid lane they go. No Bravest Fighter. Jasmine going through all of them. Collecting so many Thunderbelt stacks. Big final slash. But Oyu's able to get the pass in time, and Nomad has already used the ultimate. Idid with a splash of damage. Jasmine trying to go for the turret. Doesn't deal enough damage to take it down, and it will just be the base turret down below that falls for the Huns.
Okay, really great wave clear that we're seeing from the Huns here.
Gun for Yuki.
Electric Gun picked up for Yuki, and again, one of the standout players too. But Nightmare, they're not really leaving this place. They just want to keep pressuring the Huns.
Wait a second, this could be a mountdown for Oyu. Big bonk, Yuki with a good sidestep away from it. Jasmine walks up on the Marcel, as annoying as ever. Yuki tries to bait it a bit more. Very risky moves. Idid with a splash of damage again. Has the heavy spin. Goes for the pin down on Yuki. That's going to be the heavy spin coming down as well from Still Meta. A big fight. Nomad already with the ultimate going in. Now Oyu trying to get a mountdown onto 2. Easy for Lexi. Juviana doing a good job, but now might have to use his flicker. He gets thrown back by the Lantern Flare. No one there to follow it up. A wave up top. All they need is 1 hit on the turret, but they are able to keep it alive as Juviana goes for the final slash. Golden Hour catches Kenny. Oyu trying his best to get that mount, but the Krabby Patties just ain't full.
The back and forth. It took that long with no casualties at all. It seemed as if somehow it could have been a very dangerous spot for the Huns, especially as it was Yuki who got pinned down. But then Bankai also being there, it seemed like there were just so many targets that were available for Nightmare. So I think they also got kind of split up. They just couldn't really find what to focus on in that scenario. But this is a 9-0-1 carry of Nomad we're talking about right now. What do we have the highest record of kills already so far?
That's a good question. We might have to double check.
Or could this be the one? That's something we will be double checking for later. But so far, I don't know, like it's looking like such a perfect KDA. It's 9 kills.
Oh my god, he goes in. That's a bombastic move, but he actually gets a mount down on Nomad. He brings him all the way. Body cover the follow-up. The golden hour saves him for just a bit. Yuki with the lazy into the back line right now, and they can't rid of Nomad. It's already the immortality popped in as he flickers out the safety, and now it's going to be Yuki and Kenny who gets to shut down the Huns. They wanted to come back fashion against VSG. Now it's a triple for Kenny. A maniac for Kenny. He's going to go on Jasmine. Jasmine dashes away, and Kenny will have to be happy with a maniac. But the Huns are back in the game.
That was so close to being another Juicin Savage. First was from Psyche, but this is a maniac that you're seeing from Kenny. They're just pushing forward. They don't care about the minion waves.
It's Marcel, Nightmare, Jasmine with the minion waves. Now still meta into the base already. Jasmine trying to delay as much as he can. 7 seconds on Nomad. Kenny gets his unofficial Savage. 3 seconds for Nomad. There is no way for him to respawn in time. They got the minions, they got the fight, and they got the comeback again.
The Huns have pulled through even though it looked so close.
Wow.
For Nightmare eventually sealing the deal. They were just minions away, a base turret away. But the Huns still emerge victorious. 3-0 for them this time. And we've been having very long games today, right, LaFell?
Yeah, I mean, like, how does Huns keep getting away with this? This is like what, their second comeback victory, where again it looks very bleak. It looks like, all right, this might be over. There's nothing that they can do. The first time it was Yuki on a Moscow, right? Now is the Zushin.
Yeah.
But Kenny getting that maniac and eventually getting the final kill, but still.
Wow.
Having good games. Long games, but good games.
The Huns, man. The Huns.
Can I just really like point out that last glue play too from
Oyu. Oh my god, bro. Getting hot in here. Oyu.
By the way, talking about highest kill, it was actually from another Mongolian, Zexora. I believe it was 11 or 12 kills on the Harara. With 11 or 12 assists.
And that was a win, right?
That was a win.
This one's a loss.
Yeah.
No.
With that being said, we got to talk about this game, and I really feel like the Huns, they just have that clutch factor, man.
Yeah.
I mean, like, it's one thing to win, it's one thing to come back, but somehow someone will step up just enough to turn an impossible situation become winnable.
And Kenny with Yuki were the two dudes here, right? Fantastic. Bankai, I'm sorry for complimenting you. I will.
Yeah.
I learned. It's okay.
Casicurs we are world-class Casa cursors.
Yep. Look, it's like Bankai just gets shredded down. He did a good job zoning, but all these fights have just been good for Nightmare. Juviana was actually the one gapping Bankai in this game, but like you said, LaFell, Huns, every time someone does a mistake, the others step up, and this game, it was Oyu on the glue.
Yep.
Wow.
That looked like it could have been a misplay. It's like a very risky play to go for.
Wow.
I mean,
But, wow.
I mean, like, again, here's the thing. It really does look like, when it comes to the Huns, one thing that we can say is that they can adjust mid-game, right? Some teams, they just can't get back on their feet, right? They're having a rough start in the mid-game. They try to do something, but then they just couldn't really recover. When it comes to the Huns, it looks like, give it enough time, they'll figure something out, and then they can play around it. So, honestly, brilliant performance coming in from the Huns. And honestly, brilliant performance coming in from Mongolia as a whole, right? Mongols had a bad game one, but then that's it. That's the only one. And then Huns, even during the game, it looks bad. They somehow make it work.
Yeah. And they influence so much of the draft as well.
Such a downloady country, right?
Mongolians love to download, man. They take a few games to just settle in, you know, a couple of minutes in game as well to be like, oh, so this is how they play. Then, for some reason, they're able to just switch from first gear to sixth gear in that fight. I really think the Moskov would have helped them in that situation against the glue, bro.
I mean, like, the carry was pretty strong.
It was.
Because again, he had over 9 kills. It really
was Bond James for a second.
It was Bond James. I was super confused.
7-0, man.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, in that kind of game, still Nightmare hasn't gotten a win. But at least we can say they got into a certain form, right?
Yeah.
And again, it's not like they're gonna get eliminated. It's just that at this point, They just need to get their reps in, which they are. So by game number 3, I think they're really locked in at that point. After this, Alpha 7 will be playing against FUT. So we'll see whether them rising up will be enough to go up against FUT. Because Foot Gaming so far is Foot Esports looking a bit too strong.
Yeah. And I think Nightmare are going to have a tough time in their last series today as well, because that's Falcons Mena. I think they will definitely want to get revenge from what happened yesterday too. Want to keep that best of 1 streak going. And considering what they've shown here, I think it will be a really good fight too. Like against Falcons Mena, Nightmare Esports, that's a match I'll be looking forward to seeing.
Yeah. Again, we could talk a lot about the comeback of Hans. Looks like we are preparing the interview, which, by the way, thank you very much for you guys for handling the 4 first best of ones. Don't worry, I can handle the rest as well. You know, after this,
We'll leave it to you, man.
Gideon as well as Nice will be helping me out. So I hope, since you guys had the long games,
It's the opposite.
it's gonna be the opposite. But for now, we'll be throwing it over to Eterna to talk with the Huns, because that was an amazing comeback. How did that happen?
Thank you so much, guys. It's Eterna here with, of course, OU from the Hans. We finally get to talk to him for just a little bit, and I think we do want to ask that follow-up question that LaFell throwed out earlier. That was an amazing comeback. How did that happen?
I think it was mainly focused on our drafts. I think because like we had the cloud. Yeah.
Okay, so it was the Claude pick, was it? Is that what you're trying to say? Okay, so the Claude pick was one of the main factors, and if we're talking about the drafts, it's okay, calm down. I think he's still overheating from that amazing game. We saw that, we do now see that there's a respect ban towards Hirara for still meta. What do you think about that?
I have no idea. I think the other teams. I just think the other teams can't play against Hirara. I think that's why.
Okay, so they haven't found a way around the Hirara. That's why they always try to ban it out. Okay, so congratulations though on this victory, because now you are going to be heading towards the next stage of the wild card. So I don't think we're going to be seeing you play up until maybe day 4. So what is that preparation like coming into that best of 3?
Maybe more scrims and more. Yeah. It's just that.
Okay, so they're gonna scrim more. They're gonna prepare more. Why are you so nervous? What's going on?
I started when I speak, so I'm kinda.
It's not because of me, right? We're okay, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we're okay. I just had to make sure. Okay, so who do you think you are going to be facing, and who do you want to be facing here in the wild cards? Who do you think is as strong as you that you want to face?
Mongols and Foot Esports.
Okay, Mongols and Foot Esports. All right. Thank you so much for this interview, and congratulations once again. Hope I get to see you again, because we are going to throw it over back to LaFell and friends. Bye-bye, guys.
It's LaFell and friends, and Eterna, you make us nervous, man. But shout out to you. You're an amazing interviewer. A lot of charisma coming off of Eterna. She make us nervous.
At this point, bro, Eterna might be Mongolian team's #1 public enemy. Right? It's the Huns, and then yesterday a handshake. There's something going on.
You want to get
right
on stage? Come on, look at Eterna.
Hey.
She's lovely. Come on.
Yeah.
#1 Mongolian enemy.
For some reason, man, there's just
Something about her.
like whenever they're
Maybe
on stage
that's
with
why.
Eterna, they're like,
Maybe that's why, like, no handshake.
Maybe.
It's like just, no handshake.
maybe
no handshake.
OU was like, yeah. Last time I saw my countryman get ignored by you when he went for the handshake.
So it's just like,
Yeah.
I learned from others' mistakes. Speaking of, again, thank you very much, guys, for handling the.
I just tried it. I just wanted to try it. I just tried it.
This is why I say she has to go through a villain arc.
Dictator.
Because she's been so nice. I didn't thought she would do it to me. I expected that from you.
Yeah. I expected that. That's why. I also expected it just from me,
Yeah.
but she did it, and I was like, wow, that just happened in front of my eyes.
Thank you, Mirko. I'll see you after this, but for now, we're going for a break. After this, it's going to be nicer as well as getting cute that will accompany me for the other 4 matches. So we see you guys right after this break.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
And right now we're jumping into game number 5, where honestly the stakes are higher for both teams as we're about to set up for this one, because for Alpha 77, for now, if they win this match, they have eliminated VSG. And for Food Esports, if they win this one, they secure top spot of Group A. Welcome to the EWC 26 here in the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Wildcard. My name is Afel. Alongside me this time is Gideon Q as well as Naisu. This time we've seen Merkel and Brigitte having longer games. So, okay, a bit of fairness. So, hey, we'll see. I think we're still going to be having longer games though, but if we have short ones, we can complain.
Stop. Don't jinx it just yet. I think that me and Naisu here, we're ready to have a pretty short day, and we also want to figure out whether or not we're going to see that number 1 spot from each of the groups. Because again, it's pretty high stakes. If you get number 1 spot in the groups, you just get to chill.
You get to chill. I think also a lot of people are waiting to see Alpha 7 play. And, you know, it's hard to call them either. I still call them Area 77.
Yeah,
man. Like Area 77. Alpha 7 is here finally to play. They're 1-1 right now. And can they stop the streak that Foot Esports has been on? I mean, they've been very dominant, very strong lately in their previous 2 games.
Yeah. Here's the thing. If I believe if you're number 1 Group A, you'll be fighting against number 2 of Group B. Number 3 will fight number 4, you know, et cetera, et cetera. But for now, it's really on Alpha 7 because... Again, VSG is going to be watching, and they're hoping that they're hoping that was the last win for Alpha 7, and it was a bit of a struggle. But we have seen micro brilliances coming in from Alpha 7, but with that, we also see some mistakes. One of the biggest, I would say, win conditions for them actually was securing the Marcel for Shark. So I think that is something that Food Esports have to be careful of.
Well, I think that this entire tournament, the 2 big standouts that we've seen, well, one is big, the other one's not so much, is supports. They have been phenomenal in wildcards. I don't think we've seen like an awful support just yet, but we've definitely seen some hit or misses when it comes down to
Minotaur.
the EXP. Oh, okay, that's less on the player and more of the hero.
I want him to work, man.
I want him to work. I want him to work.
You know, let the Minotaur work.
But you know what's funny?
What's funny?
Just now, me, Mirko, Brig, we were in rank, and we fought against Minotaur.
Just
Rogue.
now?
Yeah. And then, even the opponent's like, report Minotaur. I'm like, bro, it's not his fault. What can he do?
What is wrong? What is that? What is the hate for Minotaur?
I don't know.
He's one of my most played roams.
Same.
And I've got a pretty good win rate on him.
I don't know. We'll see whether or not we might actually see it again, because we're looking at that Foot roster. I'm excited to see something new from them, whether it be Minotaur, maybe something else along those lines.
Not Florin.
Not Florin.
Not Florin. I do not want that in my rank games.
Me neither.
On the opposing side.
On the opposing side. You know, but I think not just the roams, because I think yesterday we talked about the impact of the XP laners right now, and I feel like that has been an apparent difference in a lot of the teams is the XP lanes, their performances, what they're able to do. There's been a whole lot of Claude, too. That just hasn't been the usual of what we've seen in terms of, like, Claude performances. There's been some questionable BMIs and Blaze and Duet combinations, but hey, maybe this is the time in these last 4 matches of day 2 where things kind of change here.
Yeah, the appearance is warranted. The performance is the one that's lacking a little bit. Looking at Alpha 7 as well, again, Shark played phenomenally, but we still have to question a little bit on best player, because in the objective that he secured, Shark and Nas basically made sure that it's not a 50-50, right? It's 100%. Those who just zone everyone out, so that is not going to get contested as well. But again, this is just the thing that you have to get used to as an assassin jungler transitioning into a tank.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be easy, but I also want to highlight that as much as the support system of Nats and Shark is there to help, I think that Shark, standout player with his game IQ in terms of his timings of turning around fights. The one that I'm going to be a little critical on, because he's got the most important role, Cold World. He ended that game 8-1. He was looking so good. That one death costed them 4 extra minutes into that game. So I'm really looking to hopefully he plays a perfect game, and this should be a sweep. But then again, that's just me.
Hey, you know what? I think a lot of people share their sentiments when it comes to Alpha 7. Again, they've seen 2 games now sitting at 1-1, and yes, Shark, we called it when we were watching it in the talent room. We're like, oh, dude, it comes down to this one big ultimate from Shark, and it happened right on the dot. So I'm just thinking, hopefully they've had enough to kind of shake things off, because they got the 1 game warm-up they needed.
But we got to talk about our opponents for the esports. Number 1, First Savage, game number 1, already set a tone. And the other thing is, they haven't had a hard game. They haven't really been challenged. Like, all the wins so far is just kind of like, We're just doing our thing.
I totally agree with you. I think that Foot has had a comfortable experience. Obviously, there's some like a little bit of resistance here and there, but the most important thing is that their fundamentals are strong. Their players have the mechanics, and so far they haven't been punished for any of the smaller details in the game.
Yeah, the wild card is in that it's that environment, right? Some teams are going to have more challenging opponents than others, but one thing that's for sure already that we've seen today is the development from day one. There's a lot of information and data you can get from one day of, 8 best of ones, and we've seen that be the course here already. Even the draft itself, as we're about to jump into the draft here for this one, you've seen the changes. Priority for certain teams have shifted a little bit. Some of the options of what kind of jungler you want to pick up maybe hasn't changed too much because there's still some really dominant ones to consider, but off of one day and now almost halfway, or we are halfway through day 2 of the wild cards, things are falling into place for this wild card meta, as we call it.
After watching every single game, I feel like Foot Esports, they are main stage ready. So if Alpha 7 is able to beat them, then they clearly deserve to make it through out of Group A. But, that it's unfortunate, but one team will be eliminated. So now, if we're talking about the bans, picks and bans, so far Nats has been using the Early as well as the Benedetta. And personally for me, not the best performance so far. It's okay, especially on that Benedetta, a few redeeming plays, but we'll see how it shapes out. Right now, looks like Alpha 7 will be on the first pick, Foot on the second pick, and then Foot banning out the Paquito as well as the Marcel, and then instantly ban out the tanks here, Baxia as well as Akai.
The thing that is the best of one, so far, I think that A7 is following a very similar pattern to how they've been drafting their past 2 games here, and I think they just want to be able to have options open for not only Nats, but maybe even for best player if there's only one tank available.
Yeah, not just that, but depending on, priority, like we've seen for A7 has really been the XP lane. I don't know if that's actually going to change on this one. They do ban out the Eve.
I think they want the Fredrin, but if they ban the Fredrin, Freya's going to be left open.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
No matter what, going to be a powerful pick in the hands of the blue side. Whether it goes into Nats is going to be a very different story, but I think that Freya, it's a good flex pick no matter what. That's something that Foot has to decide upon.
I think it has to be banned. Just deal with the Fredrin, right? Deal with the Fredrin, try to counter with either Gord,
Carry,
stuff like that, yeah.
That's a hard decision right now for Foot. Again, if they do just kind of let that Fredrin slip through, then you have plenty of tools to deal with it. And having those first 2 picks on that red side can already help that. They're actually going to take out the Atlas.
Very smart.
Very smart, yeah.
Because that means they're going to have access to Zushin. So no matter what A7 does, they have some form of
They took it.
Wait, so... Okay. They're giving Freya Fredrin?
They can even go like... Oh no, Phoveus is still open.
Oh yeah.
Red for sure, but then where do you go from here?
Matilda? Oh, that's smart too.
Yeah, we were talking about the roam options, and you got to remember yesterday, this was a really good performance from Blotzfett on the Matilda, that they had in their hands. So this is comfort, but it also just works really well with the Fredrin, just like we saw yesterday.
So now coming in, the Claude is still open if they want to get that priority over. But again, going up against the Fredrin, you already have a Zushin, not enough stretch. So do they want to get the carry to deal with the Fred? It's just unfortunate. If you pick up early, you might get countered later on.
Yeah, I think they also need a mid laner that's relatively independent, right? Because unfortunately for Matilda, depending on what that matchup looks like, it's hard for her to actually help with the push. Not to mention she's good at poking, but that's kind of it.
She's good at assassinating if they can play like me.
Yeah, I mean...
They got the damage. Whoa, the Ruby! We talked about the Ruby yesterday.
Yes.
Ruby, and it comes through.
Ruby is going to be interesting. Because again, we don't know where it's actually going. It can still be played in the roam position. It can be played in the EXP. Ideally more towards the EXP, but we'll see.
Oh man, if it happens to be roam. No, that is so annoying though.
Yeah, but I think it can. Because right now, the change for the passive is that the lower your HP, the more spell them you get. So you kind of want to be a bit more damage. At least one War Axe.
Yeah, at least one War Axe is definitely understandable. And keep in mind that Nats, this is one of his, picks that he had when he was winning the previous MSC as well.
Yep. Not only that, but I'm wondering, do they pick up a Kimmy here for Foot Esports?
I was thinking about that, but I feel like Gord just makes a lot of sense. But you look at the comp on the opposite side, it's like, all right, as long as it wave clears by myself, it should be okay. But they get Freya instead.
Yeah, but the Kimmy is a very good shot because even during the Asian games, that's the most consistent counter towards the Zushin. The Zushin really can't do much.
Yeah, that's why I was almost
especially with
the
nerf on the mana for Zushin. Yeah.
Yes.
Hey,
Really
she needed
hard.
that though. I mean, there was just too much of just.
Agreed.
Here's
No,
my.
I beg to
Here's
differ.
my lantern flare all day.
No,
you have no choice. Gideon.
I think that we were already coming to a point in the meta where we figured out ways around it. So I didn't think the nerf was necessary, but I guess it's a quality of life for everybody else.
Yeah, and she's
As
still
a tank
good.
player, as a tank player,
You
I'm
guys
like,
have no rights. Please don't try.
I mean, like, let me just put it this way, right?
Justice for Rome.
Justice for Rome's.
Mirko was using the Claude, I was using the Zushin, and we're just competing against each other for MVPs.
Yeah.
Rome lives matter, I guess. That's crazy.
Just not Brigitte was using the Rome. She sacrificed.
Cho, right?
She sacrificed herself a lot for us, more than necessary. But still, we survived.
Was she the Cho? What was
The
she playing?
Cho, the Kalia, and the Khalid.
Oh, you guys had plenty of time to play some games, huh?
Yeah.
It wasn't long games. It was.
Oh right, we're on a different server.
Yes,
That's right,
yes,
that's right.
yes, yes,
That's
yes.
true. That's true.
Good ban, by the way. The Kimmy was taken out. That's what we were thinking. Yuzhong is the answer over here, just because they don't know exactly if Navs is gonna end up playing this or not. So.
I think no matter what, it's going to be pretty rough. You get Arlet on the opposite side. If you ban out Arlet here, then that's fine. They get rid of
ban.
Gord?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I mean, you were the one calling out the Gourd because even picks like the Hive doesn't like the Gourd because you just channel your Mystic Gush and then the Hive's like, I mean, I kind of want to dash there.
Yeah.
I guess I can't now.
There's a big beam in the way.
I suppose.
Oh, wait. What if this Ruby goes to gold lane, huh?
So, yeah, that's the thing. It's like flexed. It is flexible.
Because, hey, go back to double fighters.
Double fighter.
I mean, they have been
It's also
through-
because it's a YSS too. That was
exactly.
was the move back then when the YSS was dominant in the jungle. You pick up the two fighters, kind of helps you alleviate some of that pressure. But
helps having a global ban system, right? Get a lot more practice with a lot of heroes.
We get Lilia as the mid lane pick for Foot. Ooh. Oh, man. It feels like Foot knows what they want to be doing, and they're taking away all the potential counter picks around it.
If there's a gold laner marksman, I feel like a Moskov should be...
Would make the most sense.
Yeah, would make the most sense. Because as a carry, your problem is going to be the Lilia.
Oh, man, this one's a really tough one. It's a tough position, but now they end up taking the Arlet.
Double
Still
fighter.
don't know where it... Oh.
Double fighter.
in
Double
the
fighter.
Khalid, yeah. So gold lane Ruby.
Yeah.
All right, gold lane Ruby.
I'm
Dude,
interested to see how double fighters work now.
Especially the Ruby, like because of the
Yep.
bit of a buff, the change.
I haven't seen a bad Ruby.
Yeah.
Ruby loses, but not because of the Ruby, you know?
Yeah, I'm a little concerned, right? Because no matter what, I think that as long as the early game goes well for A7, things should smooth over from like mid to late. But now, this is what I'm worried about, right? So now you have a composition that has insane scaling in the later stages of the game. The early game just needs to sandbag your opponents, and the base damage just isn't enough from the side of A7 unless they all commit onto Kazue, but he's got escape buttons on multiple angles.
Multiple angles. Yeah, the utility from the Matilda alone helps so much.
Yeah, looking at Alpha 7, looks like they're changing up their strategy every single game, and coming in from Foot, kind of the same, just changing the hero. So I'm going to be throwing it over to Gideon as well as Naisu to cast over Alpha 7 going up against Foot.
And welcome here. Oh, once again, it's me, Naisu. Gideon, we're bringing you match 5 to 8 to round out day 2 of the MSC wildcards here at EWC 2026. This one is crucial. LaFell already laid down the groundwork for this one. Again, whichever teams wins this, there's stipulations in play already as we are moving through wildcards. Gideon, we shared our thoughts throughout the draft. I mean, it's hard to pick which side is going to be able to make this one happen, but I will say I have to agree with you on the scalability, the infinite, essentially, scalability that comes with this kind of lineup that Foot Esports brought.
Whoa, 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 whoa. This is a very early invade coming in from Exy trying to proxy the wave, but Best Player 1 is there to make sure that his eyes are set. Hey, you don't get to do this. You don't get to do whatever you want here. They are prepared, and it looks like Foot might actually have to take some time in this game.
Okay, so pretty much mirrored starts anyway for the junglers. They're going to go ahead and meet up with that Lithwander. We'll see who gets there first. Bit of a poking happening here. Shark already going to flicker out of there, but I think they are able to get control, at least for now.
I mean, just look at the way that they're calling upon for resources, right? They fought for Lithwander. They managed to kind of break the freeze on top side with the help of Shark moving up and towards Nats' lane. It's still going to be a difficult lane, don't get me wrong, but he can't afford to fall too far behind.
Yeah, this is one of the things, though, when we talk about that infinite scalability with Foot Esports' lineup, like we've seen previously with these kind of heroes, you have to start to think, all right, for A7, leading into the first objective, which seems to be the case for them. They're going to wait for that, right? That's where they are going to be able to shine. The precision I feel like that they need to execute this kind of composition is what's so important from them. I'm talking about you have tons of crowd control.
Yep.
But is that enough? Or was the game plan, you know what? Let's go ahead and overload the crowd control. So if we miss one, we've got another, and then another, and then another, and then eventually one of those will connect and land and give us a favorable fight. But then is there enough damage to actually win those early fights against Foot Esports?
Yeah, I'm thinking that, like, for the most part, that's why we're seeing just a lot of emphasis here to make sure that Nats is down, right? But let's not forget about the timing of these Purifies. They can catch Nats out of position with a good, well-timed Purify, but Nats already caught Final Slash already through. Oh, he flickers away just in time! Doesn't get hit by the Fall of Valkyries as XE is now opening up the map, creating that space, and Cold World and Best Player 1 can fight forever, so they'll just dance around him.
They're going to dance around this turtle here. It's held at half health, but down one. Oh, they're going to go for Shark.
Shark's in trouble. He ends up going down, and it goes over to the worst person possible. XE finds it, and now continues to open up the map. Cold World gets the first initial knockup, but here comes Bloodzette just to support the back, and they can't deal with this any longer.
Oh, man, a really interesting decision there from Alpha 7 to go ahead and stay around that. They now have to deal with this pressure towards the buff, but Foot Esports will get out. They're happy to go ahead and actually counter punch, plus get the objective. Turtle secured here. Shark's still waiting for that level 4. It's just unfortunate that he had to go down before the fight for that turtle.
Right now, a lot of work here for Best Player 1. He's gonna have to hard carry this because he's the only one who really scales well late into the game. Orwell is doing a very good job at maintaining his presence and also slowing down the rotations for Bloodzette. But this game continues the way that it's going. Foot will eventually win.
Yeah, it looks like the plan right now is just to go ahead and feed as much resources and gold over to Best Player 1 on this YSS. XE doing his thing. This is what we saw yesterday. The Freya just able to go 1v2, sometimes 1v3 eventually when you got those items locked in, and you're pretty much fine on your own, whereas in the opposite case for Navs on the R-Lot, you're relying on being able to set things up for your team with the Final Slash, but also he's just a little bit more, I would say, squishy than the Freya, right? So his positioning is so important for these fights, and you saw how quickly he was brought down in the previous matchup.
Oh, so close yet so far, but all the resources necessary are out as they extend the fight. Nice Final Slash coming into Nats to help secure this kill.
Hey man, as I was just saying, that Final Slash is going to be important in there. Does get the War Axe, some extra gold up top. It looks like there's going to be a counter map play from Foot.
They're trying to deny space here, and they're doing a very good job. All this plating going into the hands of RX as the rest can't move forward. Quicksand Guard already been used, and that's going to be Shark's retreat. Man, 10 seconds left on the turtle, and I like the way that Foot's playing. They're saying, hey, XE, you're doing a really good job already. Yes, you ended up dying, and now you're a level down, but at the same time, we're not seeing much profit from A7, right? It's only 450 gold lead, 600 on the opposite side like 2 minutes ago. Really, it's not much.
The profit will happen here if they're able to actually go ahead and secure themselves a turtle. They're fighting for it, but it's already at half health for Foot Esports.
Oh, Shark already going to start initiating, poking their opponents, hunt a bone, and call him down quickly with the Quicksand Guard. He's going to live in the Raging Sandstorm to get back out. Now it's the 50-50. Knock up towards Zia's side. Blotz trying to reposition. Kazue secures the first turtle of the game. Now they're going to second turtle of the game as they push forward even more. The pullback coming in from Zio is almost good. The Final Slash as well. Gets the Vengeance reset. Goes for one more. It can't keep him on his toes. Nats is too light with it. And they want to another Purify, and that should guarantee Bloodzette's going down. An invade now, turning into an overextension. But Best Player 1 says no. Flicker for it from Nats. Secures another one, and now they want the orange buff.
Make it worth it. And Alpha 7 does just that. They do lose that turtle, but man, they get 3 bodies in favor. They're looking for more. Under the turret, they're going to go for Kazue. They take another and a turret off of it.
Looks like A7, they don't negotiate. They just immediately start these wars in enemy territory. They need to make sure they take all of the resources away from Foot to slow their scaling down.
Okay, so after all of that, literally in the last couple minutes there, around that turtle, A7 has gotten themselves a good lead, right? 2,000 up. Blotz is going to pick up a Flask of the Oasis. This is a really good item, obviously, for the Matilda. helps with the survivability, but what I'm worried about is they're just dealing with this momentum right now from A7 thrown at them. And so for Foot Esports, they might have to calm down a little bit here. Or do they match fire with fire?
I think not yet, right? We need to look at the items. We need to see how far RX is off, whether he's going crit or whether he's going for the traditional golden staff. When we look at the items, it looks like he might actually be leaning into the crit side of things. He's got the Wind Talker. I think he's going for the Sky Piercer almost immediately after. And then probably Berserker's Fury, Haas Claw, the usual.
Yeah. Even looking at this, though, too, you can see traditionally with a Obsidia, right, as he picks up the Sky Piercer, just takes a little bit longer to get online with the Obsidias, and, you know, that's something we saw across the regions and the other qualifiers leading up to the road to EWC, MSC, and that's going to be the case. But that's why you have a lot of damage with the Lilia, for example. We've already seen the shades of that in some of these early skirmishes and team fights. And so for leaning towards Xy's damage and, of course, Psyche, that's something they can do. But right now, A7's just holding down the zone around this last turtle.
Up, it looks like it is going to be a contestation. Kazuya trying to get on out of there as Matilda's getting is going to be enough. Raging Sandstorm unfortunately catches two, but the final slash now into the back line as RX is trying his absolute best to get out of there. Flickers forward, backwards just to get out. Xy, he's tried his best, but really, there's just not enough ways for him to close the distance.
Man, Xy trying to do what we've seen before with the Freya, and it's just not going to happen. Even with just the kind of splitting them up in the team fight is not going to work for Foot Esports' approach to this. And right now looking at 4,000 gold ahead for Alpha 7. They've got plenty of time to go ahead and get it situated. They've took care of all the tier 1 turrets as well. So they're in a really good position to set themselves up for that lore in about a minute and 10 or so. And so if you're looking at this for Foot Esports, right, you know you gotta wait. You gotta let your Obsidia get online. It's even more dire that you don't have the battle spells that you need. We've seen a lot of Purifies being expended so quickly. And it's just, I would say, the power spike that comes with a lineup of Alpha 7 right now. They're gonna go and try to make a play. Look at that.
Oh, the Black Shoe's already out. Psyche gets pulled away. And now the final slash into the Raging Sandstorm. Best player now looking to clean up the rest of these kills as they take the T2 down on bot side. On the opposite end, though, Xy not going to give them a chance to breathe as he's looking to trade it back. And now, unfortunately for A7, they got to give up the T2 down on the bottom side.
All right, now Nav's taking a little bit of poke here. Good push, Xy. He'll handle it himself. It looks like it's going to be a trade.
This might not be the best decision just yet. Kazuya, he needs to clear this up. No! No! They're trying to break him. They're trying to kill him, but now the turret still manages to go underneath into the hands of A7. They take out Kazuya, and finally, the best case scenario for A7 is here.
Oh, man. Think about what this is saying right now for Alpha 7, man. They are giving it to Foot Esports in this game. It's a best of one, but Foot Esports, we talked about it leading into the matchup. They haven't exactly been challenged. Well, now I'd say they have been challenged against Alpha 7. This Lord spawns in. They've got a good, healthy lead in terms of itemization and economy against Foot Esports. This should be a Lord just for them. I think the main point here is Foot Esports is having a difficult time at trying to dissect this lineup and the way that it sets up around objectives. Best player 1 will go ahead and start it up, and this should just be a Lord in their favor. I don't think there's going to be much of a contest here from Foot Esports.
Yeah, there shouldn't be much of a contest at all. It's really difficult. A7 has hit all of their power spikes. They're good in economy. They're 5.4k ahead against Foot at this point. And Foot, I don't even think they've gotten their third items, right? It's 25k at this point. Even their carries really struggling to get the components.
Oh man, again, they're going to initiate.
Oh, they get it, and now the Sky Piercer from Best Player 1 is just too highly stacked. It's the percentages, the executions, what can you really do? They're praying for a little bit more, but Xy, I think that if, by some stroke of luck, Best Player 1 traceless in the wrong direction, we might have an opportunity for Foot. But that depends on that Hunt of Bone from RX. It needs to connect.
Hey man, his name's Best Player for a reason, right? I don't know if he's going to trace us in the wrong direction, right? So they have the Lord making its way down bottom. They can go ahead and start to assault some of these bases. Base turrets, the tier 2s fall up top and mid. Holding on to the Holy Defense Shields right now, Foot Esports will have to pretty much use everything to clear this out. They're really relying on the Lilia's damage to clear out these minions and hold down what they can, but hey, A7 knocking on the base. They've got their flickers available. Naths or Shark can actually force a situation that Foot Esports might not want to be in for this, as the waves now making their way to the mid.
Okay, Causeway trying to make an attempt, gets the energy surge, able to get back out with the guiding winds, and now forcing the Raging Sandstorm out, but best player has already taken him down with the help of the turtle bow. And see, the flicker from Nuts doesn't connect onto enough targets. If Psyche ends up still dying, thanks to best player. This fight is not looking that great because as much as they're taking the turrets, they are not getting real profit. It's a 2-for-2 trade for a bottom inhibitor. All of this, 2 lives for a better position for the next Lord.
Turret question mark is what I'm thinking. Under the turret, they go for that fight. And I get it. I mean, it makes sense. You're ahead this much. You are confident that you can win that. But then the team fight just didn't go in favor at all of Alpha 7 there. And I mean, looking at this too, you know, the build alone, we're going to actually look at the instant replay real quick of this. This is what I was expecting, an initiation to happen. But it just didn't, the follow-through just wasn't there. Even after Causeway was gone, they had enough mobility.
I mean, RX, he's already found one. They've traded it out, and now they take the mid-tier one, and now we already have a Winsome Nature for the side of RX. Okay, this changes it, right? Foot have finally come into a position where RX might actually be able to have relevant damage, right? He's been stacking up, you know, stacking up the bone shards, making sure that he's strong, making sure that the calcium's there. They're good first. Slide with the energy eruption, but it's just Shark. He's able to tank the damage for now. A7 being very, very careful. A single shutdown could reset the whole game.
This is tough. Again, just a bit ago, they had like 7,000 gold lead. Couple mistakes on trying to knock on these base turrets has lost them about 4,000 gold over to the right people for Foot Esports too. This Lord is coming up, and now what earlier when we saw just a clear sign to take the objective, that's not going to be the case now. Foot Esports is in a really good position to contest this one. XC holding down that mid. I don't know if they're going to want to force a fight. You could almost expect that Alpha 7 might try to get the numbers advantage with this. I mean, look at Shark. He's going to swing around. You've got Zia here as well. They have all the crowd control available to them they want to use. Shark's going to be spotted out, though, here, so that's not going to happen. Now Foot Esports holding down this Lord is sitting at a half health.
Oh, look at this balance. Look at this balancing act. As soon as they see Shark, XC is already moving for that tri-brush. And now the 50-50 is that's looking for the final slash. Lands onto RX. He's gone. They're down. Causeway takes the Lord to save the day. As we see XC also getting taken out by best player 1. Causeway, he's done his job. Now it's to buy as much time for the rest of his team as Psyche is the only member who can actually wave clear.
Oh, Causeway buying so much time. He's got Blotsfet there too. They're going to be enough, but finally Causeway will go down. Blotsfet trying to get out, but hey, they bought the time they needed. And for A7, they're not going to be able to do much off of this.
They've got no waves. They got no waves to work with. XC's coming back up in 10 seconds. RX is back in 2. And finally, we're going to see Blotsfet eventually go down. I mean...
Oh, the shields!
Wait, hold on. Does he have his ult? I think it might be coming back up, but A7, unfortunately, next minion wave already pulled up. Cole finally securing the kill, and now we are back to where we started.
Gideon mission secured for Foot Esports off of that one. Started with coming down to the Retribution battle. They won it. I mean, think about it. A7 couldn't have found a better target. They locked down RX. He wasn't even part of the fight, but you lost the objective. And then after that, Causeway and Blotsfet were able to buy so much time that eventually they're back in this even-Steven type of matchup. So Lord is cleared out, but ultimately that's what Foot Esports has wanted ever since the beginning, you know? Give RX the time to build up. Now the thing they have to deal with is RX. Don't get picked off.
Don't get picked off. I think right now, they need to figure out where Nats is. He's the only one who can make this quote-unquote super play, right? Raging Sandstorm, you can kind of see it coming towards you before the flicker. There's a moment of hesitation, of course, to channel up the final slash, but it's really hard to react to. I think Hunter Bone needs to target Nats or best player 1. Ideally, Nats, but I don't think it's impossible to catch BP1.
One thing I will say is Nats, you know, he's done this back when he was a former Raider, and it was the surprise factor that he was so known for in the XP lane, especially in his early days into the professional scene, and that's exactly what Arlott does, right? Arlott, in the hands of these XP laners, they're able to surprise the opposing team, and Nats has been able to do that, right? He's got that many assists for a reason, and he's able to go ahead and lock down the right targets. Now, playing against that is what the obstacle is for right now for Foot Esports.
Ooh, good reaction time here from Causeway. He smelled something fishy, and he immediately reacted to it. Now, next Lord is coming up in 36 seconds. Everybody is going for their maximum build. It's 50k to 46. So really, A7 have the extra gold to start swapping items. I think Foot just needs to kill BP one time and then catch Nats.
Either or, maybe. I mean, even if they can just avoid Nats, Conceal, they want to make a play on Xe here.
They're making a hard read.
Yeah, Xe got the information, but I don't know if he's going to be able to escape this.
Oh, okay, Raging Sandstorm as well. The CC immunity keeps them alive, but it helps when you have Purify too. Now they've caught them. Let's see if they're going to get the trade back. Wazet, he's trying to create some space, some distance. They give up their orange buff, but that's totally fine. Now they move forward, and they even use the Retribution for it.
RX?
And they want a little bit more. The final slash pushes RX back into the worst position possible, and he's dead while still having his flicker available. Now, still underneath their turrets, A7 have an opportunity. Why did he Black Shoes? And now he's going to die for it.
It's all falling apart for Foot Esports here. A mistake after a mistake, and one more to clean it up. Alpha 7 will win this best of one against Foot Esports.
Oh man, after all that hard work, after everything that A7 calculated to try and push for that game, dropped it to make sure that Foot has one more opportunity, and even then it wasn't enough. Devastating game.
Oh man, we were talking about how important Naps would be throughout this, and you saw how many final slashes ended up making a big moment in these team fights. Even that last one, RX took a guiding wind to essentially his death. It was the final slash that found him through that, and it was just, I mean, this is what people were waiting for, right? Can Alpha 7 bring this kind of synergy, this team play together with the compositions they're going to bring us? That took them a little bit to get heated in that specific game, but they made it happen.
And again, I feel like this is just their identity, right? Best player wants to be a carry. He doesn't want to be a tank. And then having that double fighter makes it so that they can fight at any moment of the game, which is something that Alpha 7 really likes, right? They really want to brawl it out, where the tempo coming in from Alpha 7, especially with the Sky Piercer on that Yeast Shin, makes it almost impossible for Foot Esports to really do anything, because the Fredrin combined with the Matilda has a lot of staying power. But enough stacks on that Sky Piercer is the staying power is not going to be enough.
Yep, that's why they just needed to cut those stacks in half one time. One time, and then they could start shifting their attention to the big playmaker who keeps getting RX killed, man. Oh, it frustrates me mainly because there was so much thought from the side of Foot. Like, they knew, okay, they got War Axes. We ain't touching these guys. We need to give everything up. But I think they needed to have just a little bit of a bite, you know? A little bit more bark as well to go into their own jungle and actually 50-50 go for your buffs, or at least the side camp.
Yeah, again, it's leading into that fact of, you know, Foot Esports finally challenged in this matchup throughout their course of wildcards so far, and I feel like Alpha 7 knew exactly what they wanted to do with this kind of composition. A lot of these interactions, by the way, as you're seeing from the highlights, is just Alpha 7 saying, you know, we've got all the crowd control in the world. We can just even pop a conceal, make a play happen. I mean, think about it. Xe had a Purify, but he even had the information that they were coming for him. He couldn't still get away. So there was just so many options for Alpha 7 to utilize, and they could pick who they wanted to up to that point. And this is a very difficult thing to deal with, especially if you are on an Obsidia. How do you survive that? And that's why you're thinking, well, I can rely on the guiding wind, like we mentioned, my own flicker, the ability to get away. But as you saw, sometimes that can be the cause of your death as well.
Yeah, and I like the innovation coming in from Alpha 7 here. I feel like this opens up the meta much more, because one of the strengths of the Fredrin is that double HP bar, right? But against a Sky Piercer, it really doesn't matter. It's not going to give you enough time for you to fill that gray bar again. And yeah, I feel like double fighters, especially when you get an Arla and a Ruby, that's amazing, because so far we've seen the activators coming in from the jungle as well as the mid. Now they're adding the gold laner as well, able to be an activator for the Arla to have all those final slashes. So honestly, amazing performance coming in from Alpha 7. Foot finally got their first defeat, and because of that, unfortunately, VSG is eliminated from Group A. That means with that win, Alpha 7 is going through to the CGBS. So honestly, congratulations for Alpha 7. And what a way to do it. Defeat Foot Esports with an innovation on everyone's playing tank jungles. I'm just going to have a Sky Piercer in the jungle.
I wouldn't say that this is innovation. I think that they blindsided Foot, right? I was convinced. Ruby is like, all right, that makes a lot of sense. Why would they go for the double fighters? Yishin Shin's already start showing, and then you're thinking, wait a minute, I've seen this somewhere, maybe like sometime earlier this year and even last year. And then it all turns around, right? I feel bad because if I was on the Foot staff, I'd probably be thinking like, man, I wasn't expecting a draft like this.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, I don't know. I feel like after seeing Yushin and Ruby, if this was like what a year and a half ago, you'd be like, wait, hold on.
We're walking into an ambush here.
This is one of those moments where you're like, I remember this. Like after it happens.
Back in my day.
Back in my day.
This used to be the norm. This kind of drive, if it becomes popular again, we're gonna have 20 minutes, 30-minute games.
Yeah.
With a Yushin Shin, it can end earlier, but without the Yushin Shin, it's just like, all right, who's gonna attack from afar?
Yep.
Who's gonna destroy the crystal?
That's one of the weak points of the composition, though.
Yeah.
If teams are able to hold on to their base, you can actually stop that base push from that kind of composition.
They're strong in the fight, but they just can't push.
Yep. And that's the thing. I felt like Foot really took into consideration every single part of the game. Why XE was making such a very specific move in times to go for those side lane pushes to alleviate pressure from those Turtles and Lords, because my goodness, they were not winning those 5v5s for the first 6 minutes of the game.
I mean, here's the thing. What if RX survived, right? What if he doesn't get caught by Nats?
Well, yeah.
Maybe it had enough damage. That's just the biggest problem. But with that being said, we're done with game number 5. That's the 5th BO1 for today. We're going to be jumping into the 6th one, but for now, we're going for a break. So we'll see you guys right after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Nightmare Esports was close against Hans, but they still haven't gotten a victory just yet. This time they're going to try again against Falcons Mena. Welcome to the EWC 26. This is the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Wildcard. My name is Phil. Alongside with me is Getting Q as well as Nicey. We're about to jump into the 6th best of 1. And again, Alpha 7 looks like they had, after the second game, now they have gotten their stride. But Nightmare, they got better on their second game, but just not enough to defeat the Huns, though.
Yeah, there's something, I feel like there's something to be said about this day 2 of the wild cards where teams came out really swinging off the bat. Alpha 7 being one of them, and they found their momentum, I feel like. But yeah, for Nightmare, but also for Mena, man. I feel like yesterday's matches, I was left wanting more from Mena.
Yeah.
Especially from, guys, think how many games we've seen Mena play. Like these boys from Mena play in all these internationals. And I just felt like it wasn't where we were expecting to see them. So hopefully today, in this matchup, they can make it happen.
I don't know. I felt like this is about where I was expecting Meta was to actually fall into because of the way that the meta has been kind of shaping out, right? Like if the meta
jungle and everything else.
Exactly, right? I think if the meta was like a little bit similar to what we were experiencing in the regular seasons for professional leagues across the world, I think maybe we could have seen a better showing. It was more refined at that point.
I think the meta thing is that remember back in M7, they were the one bringing back the tank jungle and then bringing the Matilda and everything, right? But then they're like, man, that didn't work. We have to follow the meta. So let's go assassin jungle and then picks like the Cho and everything. And then after they mastered it, one time is like, by the way, Matilda buff. And tank jungle is going back. And they're like, bro!
We were too smart for our own good.
We spent all this time relearning this. Now we gotta go back.
But that's the true test, right? And I feel like at the same time, again, we've seen so much from Meta where even their own jungler, boy, they're so used to utility junglers if they need to. Whether there's a fight for it or it's an assassin jungler, it's more so of it's very punishing in the jungle right now, I feel like, especially if you don't get started on the right foot. Think about the last game we just saw. They both had a pretty much easy time to start, right? Until that first turtle breaks out and there's a big fight. Some teams don't let that happen. Nightmare is one of those teams that actually won't let that happen. They will put pressure on the jungle early on if they want to, but also playing into the first turtle is so important for right now the current meta. And so that's why we also put a lot of weight on the XP laners right now, and I think this is something to be said too when you have to break down, okay, just how much impact in that first turtle matters. Well, I think now what we're seeing from the meta is it's quite a bit.
Just a little bit, right? I'm hoping that they have something else in the back pocket because as much as I say that right now, the meta may not necessarily be in their favor. It doesn't take away their synergy.
Yeah.
They're really, really good at playing together, and despite, having imports with local players, they still make it work. They've been doing it for so long that I think right now, they need a plan that is centered around something that, number one, has a clear early game play to make, and number two, have something that scales. I want to see double win conditions here. I don't want to just see a singular one.
And off of that, I want to bounce off of what Nice said when it was the previous game where you're saying that we see a lot of claws, but they haven't been performing that well. So now I want to see more from the goat lanes because I feel like for today, a lot of goat lanes have had position mistakes, making it so that they're caught early. So I want to see that being improved, especially coming in from Nightmare. When they got the carry, they were phenomenal. They were amazing. But the moment he got caught, being like 9-1-1, and then that's it. That's all that Hans needed for them to take down a Nightmare. So honestly, for both teams, I just want the gold laners to step up just a little bit. Even though, Nightmare did it done well with the carry, I want to see with the other picks as well.
I would agree with you. I think that, Nomad was in an awkward position sometimes, but, you're expecting me to do some great works. I'm looking at Juviana here. I'm thinking when are we going to see that big play? Because they set up for him. So many compositions set up for him, and then all of a sudden he's like, man, I don't make it hit.
Yeah, that I feel like was the main feeling watching the previous Nightmare games. It's like you're just wanting to see them execute what they brought to the draft, and for Falcons Mena to speak here, when you look at this, how it's going to be played, that can be the case for them too. But I do have to lean towards the same thing where it's like these guys have all this synergy. Boyet has been a part of this lineup and over there for so long now. He's basically in tune with them. And, sometimes you're thinking, okay, maybe they're just trying to adjust that meta again. Like how we saw them seasons ago adjust to it. And it's like, all right, well, now is the time. It's like getting to that point where it's kind of make and break and they just need something to click for them, I feel like. And that you can really put that on both of these teams right now.
Yeah. I think the easiest way to kind of or at least what I'm hoping to expect in this particular matchup right now, I need the jungles to be like really on point. I need the EXPs to be on point. I'm looking at the mid laners now. We've talked about the goal. We've talked about how both roams have done good work.
Yeah.
Cuffin, I think, is just a little bit more consistent in these scenarios than most other mid laners that we have here today. But he doesn't have enough cool back pocket picks to really open up these drafts.
With that being said, like it or not, Guard has been lowered a bit in terms of the pick, and now Zushin's going back up because, again, tank jungles, right?
Yeah.
And then we only saw like 2 Kimi so far, I believe, for the first 2 days, which I feel like is one of the better options going up against the Zushin, because like you want to constantly fight. Well, Kimi can do the same thing. So I do agree with Giddy. We got to look at that mid, because right now it seems Zushin and Eve, which, how long have we been seeing this too?
I would say it's been a while. This is like the new Fredrin Baksha.
Yeah, actually, yeah. I agree.
It's like, but it's in the mid lane, right? I mean, so we call that utility jungle meta. I don't know what we call Eve and Jushin in the mid, man. It's
Peel meta.
Peel, yeah.
No shoes meta.
Circle and square meta.
Yeah, basically.
Box and cylinders.
They replaced Farsa with Jushin. I mean, sorry, Farsa, you don't have as nice of a frame, maybe. I don't know. Maybe that's what it is. She didn't get a cosplay announcement video. Maybe that's what they need to do. Maybe they need a cosplay announcement video for Farsa to bring her back.
They're going to revamp her somehow. That's what I think they're going to do. That's my guess. It's like, guess what? Farsa's not blind.
Farsa be like, I can throw meteors at them, and I'm being beat out by a girl with a lantern.
Hey, you know, the world's not fair, man.
Farsa be like, that takes no skill.
Farsa.
Me, I had to aim with my eyes closed.
You know what? Maybe you shouldn't turn into a bird.
Maybe like a better animal that isn't going to outlive you.
Nightmare going up against Falcons. And it's going to be broken walls, so a lot of doors will be open here. Nightmare betting out the Phovias, Matilda, as well as the Baxia. It looks like the Arla as well as the Marcel has been banned out by the Falcons. And Freya. So Paquito open, Zushin open. Honestly, quite a lot is open.
Yeah, maybe a little too much for my liking, but let's see. Because again,
so far it is Zushin. So far,
yeah. Fredrin being open too. Oh, there's a Paquito. So they'll pick up Paquito. This is what you were asking for, though, wasn't it, Gideon? You want to see Juviana, you know, have a little more punching power.
I agree. I agree that I wanted to see him have more punching power, and it's good that we also see that the Arlet alongside the Phobias, some of the bigger counter picks are kind of out of the way.
So we have to see whether he can pilot it correct, because I've seen many boxers walking into a punch. So hopefully he doesn't have that kind of experience, no?
Or maybe it's just high-level IQ. If I get hit, I'm going to knock him out with the next one.
Yeah, like my punches will be stronger if I get hit too.
Yeah, but that really works if you have a very tough face, you know?
Paquito has a tough face. He's got a champ stance, man.
He does have a pretty tough face. Yeah. Yes, he does. Who do you feel like doesn't have such a tough face?
Jushin.
Oh, easy.
Brigida.
Oh, the casters or the heroes? I'm like,
we're on different pages here. Sorry. I did not specify.
I was gonna say Nana, but I guess that works.
Oh yeah, out of all the heroes, who has the most punchable face?
Nana. Oh wait. Jawhead is also pretty good.
Hey, that's a kid.
Kids are not supposed to.
No, he means the
By
robot.
Atlas and Zushin, and then Fredrin. Fredrin, I gotta say. He's very handsome, but that's the reason why I would say he has a very punchable face, you know?
He's got that cocky look to him.
Yeah. And
that makes sense.
And then the Eve gets picked up.
Hey, look at the mid, by the way.
You know what?
Nothing new in the mid lane.
Oh my god, 2 purple characters, no way!
Zushin Eve, who would have seen this coming?
Who would have seen it?
And then there's even an announcement.
Yeah.
It's like, sir, everyone. It is again the Zushin and the Eve.
Gotta let everybody in the hall know what's going on here down by MLBB. Even so, they are taking a little bit of time on the side of Falcons Arena to go for their last pick here on first phase.
Claude or Akai, I feel like it's.
I think it's
okay.
Akai, right?
Or Boxer. Sorry, Boxer already banned, so
Yuzhong.
Honestly, not bad. Pretty good against the Fredrin, against the Eve.
Yeah.
And I'm of the opinion Yuzhong doesn't have a losing or winning matchup. Every matchup is just a
skill matchup.
Yep. Except for tanks. He has a clear advantage against tanks.
Yeah, it's a skill matchup, and at the same time, I feel like he's so like he can snowball himself so well. Like if you get even at 1 kill early on, it's like you won your lane, now you can kind of do your thing. But also it's on the opposite end too. If you get snuffed out, like early 1 death, maybe 2, you're just a flying vision.
Yep.
You're flying vision. It's your Black Dragon vision form. And you can eventually catch up, but I feel like in the case of Paquito, now does Paquito fall along those same lines as a Yu Zhong?
For me, if Paquito falls off, he'll just go to the side lane, clear the lanes, and then once he gets like 3 items, he's like, yeah, I can kill 1 guy. I just need a good flank.
Yep. I think both the Yu Zhong and the Paquito kind of want to do the exact same thing, right? You're looking for priority targets to just wipe off the face of the earth. Although, Yu Zhong is really good at reaching further once you've caught the first person and big playmaking capabilities with the Petrify.
Very interesting. Hylos gets banned out. I understand it's a good combo with Fredrin as well as the Eve, but the Zushin should be able to handle that. Yeah, just interesting. And now that Kai gets banned out, I don't think with the draft that Falcons gonna have right now, can they still go for an assassin? Actually, no. Maybe they can. If you have the right mindset, you can.
It's always about that mindset, man.
You can have 4 damage dealers.
Yes, you can. If that's really the way you want to go.
You can even have 5. I had 1 Marcel game when I did over 100,000 damage.
On a Marcel?
With 81 stacks of
the Thunderbolt? Nice,
This is
man.
before the patch, right?
Was
before
it
or after?
Because I used Yoon's build for that one with Endless Battle as well as the Rose Gold.
Yeah, that was before the patch.
Oh, yes, before the patch. Yes, before the patch, before.
Good ban there. Last one at Guinevere.
Very nice. Very, very nice.
Yeah, good choice, because we were wondering what is that pick going to be for Mena. Also,
We
they
can
took out
see
the
Boya
Bellic.
getting slightly annoyed. It's like, I was hoping to forget about Guinevere.
Yeah.
I think at this point, right, you just lean back on, well, I guess you don't really have much of a choice. You have to kind of play Yishin Shin.
They'll save it. So Moskov going to be picked up first.
What else can we go here? Yishin Shin, like, sure. I mean, you could go for like a Hayabusa if
Suyo,
you want to like
maybe?
get on top of. I don't know whether Suyo is even like that great at this point. We don't see the gold laner on the opposite side, right?
Yeah.
So if it turns up to be like Harith or something, you're dead anyways.
Okay. Wait for that jungle pick. The answer for Nightmare, though, they still need that. What are they going to put in the roam here to pair up with that Fredrin? And then, of course, their gold lane option here, too.
Maybe Khalid or Cho.
The Claude is still there.
And Claude's great. He's that
like,
guy.
But it's like, that's the thing. It's like, does Nomad want another go at it? You know, go with something else. Glue here, and it's the Harith. So he'll pick up the Harith instead.
So yeah, the CEO probably lesser in the priority here.
I like this glue pickup though. I think glue is like a really great way to deal with the especially with the Atlas on the opposite side, right? It's like, what's Atlas gonna do level 1? And then once you have that control, you're still relevant in the game if you're able to kind of disrupt the backline while Atlas is going for the big fatal links.
If you dare, you can go for something like a Lancelot, because glue is not great against a Lancelot. Gives a lot of advantage.
Yeah.
Especially when you go War Axe first item. I just don't know if they really want to go for that. Like, that's really not meta. That really is just like, if you're good enough, sure.
That's meta for maybe 2 players right now.
Yeah.
Like, that's it, you know?
There's
Harley.
Really,
forget about Harley.
yeah, there's honestly really no like 100% great picks at this stage for the jungle.
Yeah.
Everything you pick can be either countered or you basically don't get to play the game. So he's depending on his teammates to create that space for him.
Looking at draft, looks like Nightmare got at least 80% of what they wanted in this draft. When it comes to Falcons, I don't know, I feel like they got denied quite a lot there. So now it's time for Gideon as well as Naisu to call this one. Falcons going up against Nightmare.
Nightmare and Falcons head-to-head here in this best-of-1, the 6th match of the MSC wildcards right now. It's me, Naisu, Gideon, and we see the Harley finally debuted right now, day 2. And you know, it's fallen off the list there of the jungle. So I'm wondering, Gideon, is this Harley pick? Was this just one of those situations where it's like, you know, there's nothing else really to take? Let's go with this, because maybe, just maybe, we can go ahead and get the snowball rolling early on with our Harley.
Well, I think that they were thinking about damage profile, right? No jungler was going to be able to save them out of every single situation, but they wanted to make sure they had a better spread. If they all went into armor, it's just easier for Nightmare to itemize. So the Harley makes a little bit of sense, but those nerfs from the recent patch have been brutal for him. Now
he needed it. Warranted.
Well, I think that like maybe the mana cost was necessary. I don't think the cooldown was necessary.
I think we talked about this so much in the MPL Philippines, man.
Oh yeah.
And we have some prominent Harley players there, and it was the sentiment of, you know what, just add a little bit of cooldown to that skill, man.
You gotta be good. You gotta be good. I like the idea that it's like, okay, we give you this ability, but you can only do it a certain amount of times. And now First Blood, oh, Juliana! That was a hot flicker. Good stuff, but now his teammate might be in some trouble as Juliana turns around and takes out Boyette.
Well, maybe if he had a little more cooldown on that, he would have been able to get away, but no. So he goes down First Blood. It was a good attempt to try to get Juviana. I mean, they even thought they had it in the bag because they at least got to burn the flicker out. Whoa, Nomad. A whole lot of battle spells being used this early on.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look at this. He's going for Master Assassin. He has the extra little bit of damage that he's looking for. Juviana, unfortunately, takes a bad trade against Sanji and now evens up the score. No battle spells, nothing. As mid lane is contesting hard, Boyette needs to quickly ramp back up. Before this, you get to roughly about level 8. You got 2 second cooldowns after you've extended the range. Is that the best way to explain it?
Yeah.
Really maxed out the range here. But now, on top of too easy for Lexi, Cuffin's going to make sure that he's not going to get too much. Even with the Appraiser's Wrath, Sanji able to find one. Black Dragon form to guarantee this onto Juliana. Troll, he's trying his best, but that passive is just too big and too hard to deal with.
Wow, a lot of damage there thrown this early on, and Turtle for the taking for the Falcons. Jasmine just around the corner, at least to provide some vision for this, but I don't think they're going to be able to do too much. It just goes for a potential to take it. But yeah, secured by Boyette with the Retribution. They're going to be fine off of that. And this is one thing. As you just saw that last team fight, this is why it's so annoying to deal with the Jushin. You know, early on, you're even trying to get away in some of those fights. And like I said, you expended a lot of your battle spells already before. So how are you going to get away? You know, you're just kind of a sitting duck, and you're just going to be dragged back to the fight. And that's one of the powerful things that a Jushin brings.
Uh-oh, Sanji might be in some trouble. Doesn't have the Black Dragon form, but does have Petrify. He might make an attempt. Petrify comes through. Shot Residue. Oh, the Appraiser's Wrath almost gets him, but the Deadly Magic is going to be enough to take out Juviana. A brilliant play coming in from Sanji.
As we said in the draft, man, a move like that, a hero like this Yuzhong, allows you to do things like that, utilizing the Petrify. You said it yourself, Gideon. Petrify alone is even something that makes Yuzhong such a deadly threat early on.
It's nasty, and thank God they increased, well, sort of increase the amount of time it takes for the shot residue to actually get to you. Now Sano, unfortunately, taking a pretty bad trade of his own. The Zaman Force had to be expended, but keep in mind, Sano is still maintaining an EXP and gold lead against Nomad.
What is Sanji building here? I wonder if we can take a look at the items, because, you know, 2 kills early on. The fact that he's able to just go ahead and man mode himself against Nightmare Esports is something to be worried about. You know, that's going to be a nightmare for themselves, and dealing with the Yuzhong will take some time here. Now up in the mid lane, Jasmine, he should be able to get away on this glue, but it's just up to Team Falcons to play with this advantage they built up. It's nothing massive, but it seems bigger when you're looking from lane to lane and the way they're approaching these skirmishes. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the spear doesn't connect. Sano isn't able to participate, but they did get the Zaman Force out of him. He still has no control over his lane at all. But now, down by the bottom side, the Hunter Strike finally complete by Juviana. He might have enough damage to actually one-shot Boyette if he has his charges.
Oh, Troll going in.
Oh, they pull with the Fatal Links, and now the RWM comes through. Black Dragon form on top of Idid as he falls into the Appraiser's Wrath. Juliana is the one who secures it. Appraiser's Wrath comes through, and unfortunately, it's going to be Glue who finds the kill. Boyette takes out too easy for Lexi as Idid has to back up.
All right, a bit of a trade there. Nice attempt, you know, a good set with the Fatal Links, but ultimate. Oh, Sanji! He felt the punches there from Juviana. Juviana, he's back online. I think he's pretty much dealt with Sanji's little power spike that he had early on.
Well, to be fair, Juviana just hit his own power spike, right?
Yeah.
He completed the Hunter Strike. I'm not 100% sure, but it feels like Sanji might have gone for like Fury Hammer and then started building in towards the War Axe, which may have costed him here.
Yeah. Juviana needed that power spike, and that Nightmare Esports needs Juviana to be able to actually do that and provide that kind of threat around these fights. Here's another one.
Oh, quick flicker coming in from Sano, trying to, okay. All right, buddy. I don't know where that ult is going, but you're going to be dying anyways. They're still trying to protect this mid-tier 1, but this is coming at the cost of an invade on that top side. Fraser's Wrath out for too easy for Lexi. A small camp? Whatever. I'll take it. Let's try and go for a second one.
I like what Nightmare Esports is doing, too, off of this. After the last couple wins they've had across the map, they're going to keep putting the pressure on Team Falcons, trying to make them to respond. And this glue is so annoying. This is what you talked about in the draft as well.
Oh, wait. Does he actually have the split? No, he doesn't. And Jasmine, unfortunately, goes down. Wasn't able to build up enough stacks on Boyette. I think if he got on top of Boyette, maybe there was an opportunity there. But still, Nightmare, 4-6 so far. Falcons keeping them in check.
Yeah, good response there, because as I was just saying, he's been so annoying to them, and they deal with him at least for now. Turtle's going to be up here last run of the game in about 10 seconds. Sano desperately trying to keep the farm going after the last interaction that he had. Team Falcons is already set up around the Turtle pit. They can keep Sano up there. Again, I'd like to see him stay up there, keep farming. He's just got to rely on the SOD to join these fights.
Fiona tries. Oh, wait, hold on. He does have damage reduction, but it's too late. All the burst was applied on him. Boyette able to help him out with the deadly magic. Now too easy for Lexi. Alongside with his friend is going to be going down quick. Jasmine trying to peel, but really isn't going to get much value. Sanji able to go underneath the turret, but now the split play is good enough. Jasmine able to dodge a majority of the abilities, and now Falcons should take the Turtle.
Really good decisive choice there from Troll to go ahead and just make it happen, right? Burn the flicker, get the fatal links. We can take out Juviana, who is the biggest threat, like we mentioned. You get another kill. Now you get the Turtle. They're looking to make more.
Oh, beautiful play coming in from Falcons to stop the RWM. Troll somehow gets the kill. Probably shouldn't have taken it from Boyette, but that's fine. They've done what they needed to do, but they didn't crack open the mid-tier 1. So as much as this game is quote-unquote escalating, it's not as escalating as fast as I thought it'd be.
Yeah, almost at the 8-minute mark here. Team Falcons almost lost the goal lead they have. They pretty much built it back up to this point. Divine Glaive is a big item pickup for Boyette. You've already seen the threat of his deadly magic, especially with the Genius Wand, and it works so well with the Jushin. Cuffin, hopefully, trying to build more stacks for the team here. Sano finally picks up a golden staff. So this is a good power spike across the board for Team Falcons. Meanwhile, looking at Nightmare Esports, they need plenty of time to build up here. Juviana was the one leading majority of the charge. He's got a Sea Halberd too to kind of help deal with this, but I think you just need more time for Nomad on the Harith to come online.
Let's see whether it's going to be enough, right? Because he's still a full level down here, and well, you know what? Don't take it from me. We need to see how far he is. Oh, wait, the Fatal Link's onto 2. Purify comes out in time. Nomad, he's got the Salmon Force. He's thinking about it and now unleashes it as he sees Sanji get on top of him. The Petrify is good, but Nomad might just be better as he's able to survive a majority of this damage. But enough time, but no! At the end, the Black Dragon Tail sweeps him under the rug. Too easy for Lexi. Tries to run away, but no, the Shout Residue again. Sanji tries to get out. RWM to find the trade.
Oh, and they're looking for more deadly magic on Juviana. He'll survive that, but man, Team Falcons will lose 2 in the exchange. They traded out, though, the 2 for 2. Let's take a look at the instant replay here. This was all started up just like we've seen previously. Fatal Links, Flicker combination, gets a Purify out. They fight this out, basically, against them. The numbers weren't for Team Falcons, and this SOD doesn't land either. So it takes some time to get here, and Sanji continues forward. It's unfortunate that he misses some of the abilities, but ultimately, he got the job done. And, he ends up going down here, but Team Falcons, they should set themselves up for a better time to secure the Lord, but so far, Nightmare Esports hasn't shown any hesitation to just go for the fights if they can. And maybe they just rely on just mechanics if they can overcome the team fights here. A big part of this, like we've seen previously, whenever there's a Harley across from you, is surviving that initial burst. Oh,
Fatal Link's coming on to Jasmine. Tries to dodge as much as he can. Able to take out Troll in the meantime, though. Really good play coming in from Nightmare's side. I think they heard you. They're like, yeah, they're making all these plays. We got to out-mechanic them somehow. And Jasmine is like, I'm that guy.
I'll do it, team. Don't worry. And this, actually gives them an advantage now for this Lord here. Sano's still up in that mid lane. He can just join this if they want to. It's coming down to it.
RWM already coming out here as Sanji gets on top of did. Can they still make this happen? Zaman Forsen as well as Spear Misery connects. Too easy for Lexi. He's the first one to secure, but Sano loses a chunk of his HP thanks to the Appraiser's Wrath. The peel is good. However, Cuffin, he's got Sky Piercer taking out Too Easy for Lexi.
So they lose the Lord, but I think Team Falcons is happy to keep everyone alive, get a couple more stacks. They know they're more of a threat in the next team fight, and they'll clear out this Lord rather quickly, especially with the Moskov in play. So it doesn't really matter too much for Team Falcons to lose that one. Now, obviously, by the time the next one comes up, they want to be able to secure it, but they can also still move across the map here. Nightmare Esports is still desperately looking for that moment. Most of the kills or the wins, quote-unquote, that they've had here is mostly Jasmine making something happen with the glue, taking a ton of damage, being able to take someone out. Nomad is the one. Once he gets that Holy Crystal, man, we've got to see him come online and join these team fights and pop out that damage, playing around that real-world manipulation and everything else that they can set things up with.
He's so close to it as well, right? And you look on the opposite side, the Trinity build already completed for Sano. Wait, Black Dragon form? They're looking for Nomad. Dear God, can he outplay this? Petrify's coming up in 6 seconds as Black Dragon form is already done. Sanji realizes this isn't good. Jasmine, the next to fall, Boyette able to pick him up, and they still get something for it.
Yeah, they still get Jasmine out. Nomad had to survive. You know, that's the thing. He can't be delayed. So at that point, it's worth it for Nightmare Esports to keep him alive and not have him get delayed in building up that Holy Crystal, building up the rest of the itemization that he needs here, because he's got to be the one to survive these fights later on. Holy Crystal now online. See?
No! That was so perfectly played. Too easy for Lexi, catches him and maximizes the CC timer. Can't take the hat trick back if it times out.
Gideon, Juviana burnt the flicker for that. I felt like that was personal, man. Like his gloves were loaded at that point. He's like, hey, LaFell asked earlier what hero has the most punchable face or who has the most punchable. Maybe it's Harley.
Hey, I don't know. It's Juviana, but it's actually just straight up Henry Cavill just reloading his fists.
Dude, it's the Harley Joker face skin. That's the one.
That's actually so accurate and so good. Hunter Strike already being purchased here by Sanji. Come on, it's Patrick. You can't punch him.
It depends. It depends. That's, you know, we'll have to see on that one. Maybe throw out a poll somewhere. But Fatal Links
already connecting onto 2. Jasmine able to respond here. Spear Misery already landing, and Sano now in the middle of the fight. As Zaman Force comes on through, force the flicker backwards. This is RWM slowly peeling them away. Too easy for Lexi. Holds the front line, but his back is already gone. Juviana isn't even in the fight. This is a complete wipe here as Falcons able to take at least 3 of their members, make it 4 for 1.
Oh man, Juviana the only one left alive there, and more stacks to Cuffin. Team Falcons is just taking these fights and just doing everything they need. I mean, even you're looking at this, and Nightmare Esports is scrambling to try to make something happen here. Nomad, we talked about it. Get the Holy Crystal, make something happen. Well, in that fight, he was gone first.
It's tough. It's one of those, the art of footsies in fighting games, right? Getting too close to your opponent, but still maintaining just enough distance to catch them. We look at the instant replay one more time, and the fight instantly always begins with the Fatal Links. It just feels like, at least from the looks of it, the anchors on the side of Nightmare always get compromised.
Yeah, that's a tough one, and, you know, when you're crashed down on like that and you're playing around your Zaman Force, you're trying to play around, you know, your RWM, there's just not too much you can do. And Team Falcons has done a really good job at overloading that box that they're trying to fight in, and it's working out great for them. Even looking at the itemization that they have here, you're thinking Nightmare Esports, are they in a position to go ahead and defend this? This is that early Lord, so they should still be able to go ahead and manage it, but again, with Team Falcons, they have to take this a little bit slow and steady on the base approach because it still can be turned over on their heads. Jasmine, spot out Boyette. Lord made its way up that top side. Troll now joining this. He's got a flicker, Fatal Link combo ready if he needs to go ahead and unleash it.
Well, talking about being unleashed, Jasmine's going to be the first to die here. The spear comes through Susano. It's too easy for Lexi. The RWM is going to try and get him out of here. The Zaman Force came out a little bit too late. The damage is good, and they don't have MR. I did flickers backwards, and now we see the Chrono Dash Nomad able to get out of there just in time. So many members, so very low. A sliver of HP, and even the Lord falls as they now take top inhibitor and mid inhibitor. I did able to snipe Sanji at the edge.
Oh, they really want to end this game, but Boyet!
Salmon Force, that's what we were worried about. Nomad activated online and now runs down the last remaining members of Falcons.
I'm not sure what the game plan from Team Falcons was. Maybe it was just to throw everything, get the base turrets. Well, they did that, but man, that is not what they wanted to happen.
It's not what they wanted to happen, and I think, well, now that Troll got an Athena shield, all right, guys, we got to respect this dude. Maybe we do need some items to protect ourselves.
Oh, man, because even that, it's like they didn't have to go for more.
Nope.
Like, we even saw Sanji, he had 1 HP, and he decides to walk forward and die. And then it just fell apart.
Yeah. It's like a diabetic who's really into candy. It's just like maybe one more bar.
maybe one more.
Please, just a taste, just a little bit.
Hey man. All right, maybe it's one of those things too where it's like I can afford it, right? They were up thousands and thousands of gold. They still are. They've been able to be in control of this game. At the end of the day, it's still the case. The base turrets are gone. Yep. All right, let's chalk it up to that if you're Team Falcons. Hey, we got the base turrets out. Lord's coming up here in a bit. We can go ahead and secure it. We've got a big advantage against Nightmare Esports. Let's see if they want to fight us. You know, so now Nightmare Esports is in the position where they've got to manage the base and at the same time consider, do we actually contest or do we just ready ourselves for another base defense?
I agree, but I also think that Juviano right now needs to be Mr. Peel. He needs to stop being Mr. Assassin. He needs to peel for Nomad. He needs to create that space when you start seeing people like Troll walk it up, and especially Sanji. They cannot give him that space.
Oh, this is the right type of setting for this Lord as they approach it. I don't think they're going to get here in time, though. It's already a quarter of the health. They stall it out a little bit. The showing faces out. They're going to go for this.
This might be good, actually. They're looking for a little bit more. Salmon forces out. Cuffin takes out Jessamine just in time, but he turns his attention down to Boyet. He ends up losing his life to the deadly magic with the Sky Piercer already down. And Sanji now chasing the back line. This might just be the end here. Cuffin. As I did. Lau, RWM
Cuffin.
late into the fight. Sano taking out the Cuffin. Last member as we have... Oh! Bye-bye, Boyet. Oh, no! That was... Oh, man, you saw Boyet. He knew it was like, all right, that's my bad. And Cuffin is like, I'm sorry, dude. I wish it could have been faster.
Cuffin gets the second Savage on the same hero. 12-0.
That's a
with
homie.
finesse.
That's a homie. That's why Boyet gets the big bucks.
That's my Boyet.
That's my Boyet.
That's my boy, Boyet.
What a game.
What a game. What an ending. A Savage again. In day 2 here, the wild cards. We saw it. It was in the writing, man. As soon as the stacks were building on the Jushin, you just knew.
We just knew so much. And once again, the Jushin is just the Savage machine. Like, what else can I say about it?
She is him.
Oh boy.
That's probably the best joke, but Gideon, you made a really hot take of saying, you know, the Jushin nerf is unnecessary. I feel like most of us feel like it's not enough.
Yeah, Gideon.
What are you talking about? She's not picking people back to back to back.
Hey. First of all, 2 Savages, 1 Maniac, multiple triple kills, and let's talk about the win rates and first pick as well. And it's not like she's not going up against counters.
I mean, sure, but then Boyet could have gotten with Sky Piercer and gotten the same Savage as well. Sky Piercer is the difference maker here.
I mean, just now best player didn't get a Savage.
Yeah.
He had a Sky Piercer.
Hey. Was he playing Jushin?
We get in. See? We know. You're giving yourself away, Gideon.
All right, fair enough. I do think that it's a little hard to get through right now. But at the same time...
You know what's the biggest problem?
What's the bigger problem?
It's hard to kill her. Because out of all the mids, she is the tankiest, followed up by Eve. Because Eve just gets those shields and movement speed.
Yeah, no, I think that's one of the few big differences here, right? When you see Eve get that shield, she doesn't get to move around like Jushin, and her shield's arguably even bigger.
Yeah, the problem, not only that, but it's so hard to kill her, so hard to... Even if you manage to catch a Jushin, usually they either have that flicker, they have that purify, they have the ability to use the beacon, they have the team playing around her, so they're going to peel for her. So it's like, that's why it's been such a strong pick for so long, and regardless of, you know, the changes that happened to her recently, it doesn't really matter, because if the team plays around it right, it's going to work. It's going to be valuable.
You know one of the crazier things about her?
What's that?
She still has enough damage, even if she builds brute force.
Yeah.
She's a mage that can build tank items and be like, I got enough damage, you guys need to catch up.
Also Yves as well. Under
Imagine
that
if Farsa can be like that.
Oh, Farsa by brute force breastplate.
Maybe that's what's wrong with Farsa.
Yeah, she can't build brute force. You know, she really needs the extra movement speed and tenacity.
Can we put some magic damage on the brute force just cause?
Actually, that'd be very funny.
I would love some on Gord as well, man. I'm just saying.
Right?
You know?
Right?
There's a lot of mage heroes that aren't picked up because they already deal with being too squishy in the current meta. And that's why very few heroes work in the mid lane right now, because they need a mix of that kind of durability in their own kind of base stats, even in the itemization that they have, but also their kits. Jushin, Farsa, the picks that come up a lot. They can survive kind of on their own. Even Kimmy, think about it. We saw Kimmy already a couple times today. She's got outs in her own kit. And so that's why, I don't know. I hope at one point we get to widen the pool for mid lane.
I mean, in case you guys are new playing Mobile Legends, there's quite a few mages, You
There's a lot.
You got the Aurora, you got the Lu Yi, you got the Chang'e, you got the Zas, you got the Eudora, you got Valir.
Yeah.
We can go to break. So, in fact, we are going over to break because after this, it's going to be game number 7. And during that time, we might talk about the possibility of a 3-way tiebreaker. So make sure you guys catch that one right after this break. So now, honestly, we're at the point. At Group A, we know who is eliminated, but we don't know who's number one. There's always a chance for a three-way tiebreaker, especially if FL7 wins this one. Welcome to EWC 26. This is the Mobile Legends Bang Bang wildcards. They're playing to go to the main stage. My name is Fel. Alongside with me is Getting Q as well as Naisu. So now let's talk about the stakes here. Alpha 7, if they win, they have a chance to get a 3-1 score, which makes them viable to be number one in the group. But the three-way tiebreaker is going to come down to game time. So not only do they have to win, they got to win pretty fast.
They got to do it quickly. They got to be as efficient as possible. And I think based on what we've been seeing, I don't know how quick they can actually achieve, right? Because the fastest games is like one team knows what they're doing, the other team's not as prepared. And now that everybody's kind of aware of what's going on, I don't think it's going to be as fast as we think.
You know,
it depends on the draft.
Yeah, I was just saying.
Because if VSG uses the Minotaur,
they could just decide to go out with a bang, man. You know, like have some fun, make it happen. Or they challenge what you talked about, the game. Is it average game time stat? Is it?
It's combined game time. So basically, like the 3 wins that you have, how much in game 1, 2, and 3, and we're looking at player interest here, BSG. And here's the thing. BSG only had one bad game, right? The rest were pretty okay, and that bad game was with the Hanzo as well as the Minotaur. The second game that they really should have won is really off of the mistake of JM with that Benedetta, where it's just, you know, unfortunate. You want to make a play to help your team win, but those things happen. Those things happen.
Generally, it always happens, you know, to EXP laners who are forced to make the play. Also, is Dixon the only person whose portrait doesn't fit in the frame because he's so massive? Because he is a tall man who's really, really jacked as well. And surprisingly enough, he doesn't play mid lane as if he's a 6-foot man. He does take his time with a lot of things, but he's so controlled.
You know who else doesn't fit in the frame?
Who?
Me. I don't fit in my frame.
You also play mid.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
So
I play mid sometimes
He
too.
played Gord yesterday. So
that's fact.
Yeah. Maybe you just need to be a large boy.
Yeah.
To play mid without being feminized.
That might be the case.
Yeah. We all know the stereotype.
Yeah.
We all know it.
We all know it.
It's like, you know, whoever plays the mid lane is a bit fruity.
Yeah.
Well, you don't have to be.
You don't have to be.
Grow a beard, grow taller,
Get
and
some
then go to the
muscles.
gym. Yeah.
Hate the color purple.
I mean, Zushin's pretty cute.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's going to... And you know what? Before we even get to the draft, it's probably going to be even Jushin anyway.
Yeah, unless they somehow get banned.
They could get banned.
Zushin could get banned.
I do think that it eventually needs to get that ban, but right now we just don't have enough, right, in that first phase. It's only 3 for 3.
Do you guys think that we will eventually get to a place where we need more ban slots?
No, I think that's just the reflection of like, hey, we didn't balance the game right.
Okay.
Husky agrees with your point. He's been saying that for a while.
Like a little more bans?
It's either a little more bans or a global ban, like whatever, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, like, Winter tried that one with the honor system. Like, after you get mythical honor, then there's a bit of a change there. Maybe they can add one more layer. On the weekends.
Yeah. A stipulation of, is it the weekend?
So for the first week of July, right, Zushin will get nerfed where she can't use her ult. Right? And then Eudora gets a buff where her first skill has 1,000% ratio.
LaFell, that's a great idea for the arcade version of the game. Arcade had some of the best modes.
Yeah.
They got some good modes. I'm not gonna lie.
I remember before the
remember the Battle Royale one?
Battle Royale, the chess TD. That was a long time ago. If you remember that, then
if you know, you know.
You were oldie.
Chess TD was a lot of fun here.
That's true.
But this upcoming game, though, I do want to mention that at the very least, I want to see whether both EXP laners are gonna go at it, right? I want to see that VSG, at least with the way that they play, they're going to be walking out of here thinking, you know what? Next year, we legitimately have a chance.
VSG for me, I don't know. I guess coming into the wild card, I expected more from them. I don't know. I'm kind of left to... And I feel like I've said that about a couple teams now, and that's just been the case of wild card. I feel like that is
Group of
the
death,
nature.
man.
Yeah, and that is actually a lot of the sentiments even online that I've seen in the discussion boards and everything else. So, but that's why I like wildcard, because it is always a great kind of peek into the up and coming regions or players. I mean, hell, even, you know, Sunset Ravens, great for them. They got their dub earlier on today.
It's unpredictable, unlike the main stage.
Hey,
I like
Main
some
stage
MPLs.
is not going to be predictable.
Right, I like some MPLs.
Hey, whoa, don't pull me into this, man. I'm just
Where-
looking
You
forward
guys
to
are from the
MWI.
same region.
I'm looking forward to MWI. That's where my eyes are
No,
at.
that's why I'm talking. It's like it's not like we knew that the grand final is going to be a 4-0.
What? No.
It's not like we knew who's going to be the champions, you know, by week 2.
By week 2? Oh,
Yeah.
Look, the Farmers League is already over, so at this point, we're only hoping for the
it's-
best.
Oh my goodness.
It's
Speaking
not-
of your league, by the way.
Yeah.
It makes sense now why they released that video with the current things.
Oh,
Now he knows what I'm talking about.
Hey, let me just say, Gideon, it's not that the Farmers League is over. It's more like the Farmers League hasn't started again.
Hey, the harvest season is done. We're waiting for the next one. That's the point here. I don't look. I want to get into that real quick, but we'll leave it for now.
Yeah, for now, I want to talk about VSG. With this, nothing to lose mindset, right? Yesterday, we've seen them try out the Minotaur as well as the Hanzo, right? So for this one, it can really go either way. They could go for a draft that just clears the lane so fast so that Alpha 7 has a very long game so that they can't be number 1. Or they're just like, you know what? We're here to have fun. We have a signature draft that we wanted to play since like the first game. It just didn't happen, right? So maybe they're just like, they'll try something spicy, but there's a chance that they might lose very early.
Oh, that's fair.
Like trying the Ling.
The Ling? Is that really what we're going to be left with here?
The Ling is crazy, though.
It's not just the Ling. You can go many different routes. Argus, Roger, Chang'e mid.
Like, bring the unique hero stat up for EWC.
Like something that you enjoy playing, even though you know it's bad.
Well, I don't know about
Like for
bad.
me, Grok is not meta, but I enjoy playing Grok.
I think that's understandable, but then this comes into a position where what do you guys think about Selena? It was one of the few heroes.
I like it.
Is one of the few heroes that we did actually see in Asia games, and I thought we'd see it a little bit more here at Wildcards.
It's if you can, you can. If you can't, you can't, right? Because there's quite a lot of heroes like that, like the Cho, the Yuzong. It's one of those heroes where you have to spam, like, you need a few reps in before you can really confidently pull it out. So now, VSG, betting on the Yi Shin as well as the Freya. Now, Alpha 7 betting on all the tanks. So we'll see what kind of damage jungler they're going to get.
Can I just say, too, the vibe difference, the vibe check of Alpha 7.
After betting all tanks?
Not just that, no. Getting to this point,
yeah.
their 4th game, and it's good to see them all smiles here because their first game today was rather shaky. Even I was like, whoa, I don't know what happened there.
Don't all of our first games are like that? Right? Even just the ranked games, like the first one don't matter.
That's true.
But then the rest.
You always gaslight yourself.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's always the first and the last.
Yeah. Sometimes I log off right away.
Yeah.
After one game.
You don't tell your friends that this is the last game.
Yeah.
You're just like...
No, that's when you say, sorry, guys, I gotta go eat.
Yeah. And it's like, but it's 3 a.m. I'm very hungry.
You start giving them false alarms, like, I'll join you in 5 minutes.
Zushin ban, by the way.
Hey, no surprises there. It also means that Eve
Paquito's
is still
open.
available.
Oh, Marcel.
Shark gets his Marcel again.
I don't know why they keep letting Marcel through again, especially for someone of shit. Oh, okay. I don't know if Hiraro was supposed to be the go-to pick to deal with this Marcel and willing to give it up for it, but
maybe with Matilda.
Yeah.
Matilda has a lot of damage. Hiraro doesn't have enough of it.
So pair them together. Their actual threat in the early game is quite scary.
Okay, then let's see who that mid laner is supposed to be. Because in this case, now that Zushin is kind of gone, that kind of just leaves you with either the Lilias, the Yeves of the world.
Is this just Eve Arlet, or?
I would imagine so, right? Or maybe, oh no, it's already banned out.
Let me just say, I have 100-0 a Paquito once with the Matilda.
With a Matilda?
That's how much damage the buff on the first and alt is.
Cool.
It's
with
crazy.
or without Holy Crystal?
With a Flask of the Oasis.
Really? That's it?
Yeah.
That's a lot of damage.
What can I say? I'm a good player. maybe the guy doesn't have emblems. No. Not gonna lie, even I was like, wait, something's wrong here, but I'll take it.
You can have some of my magic dust. I got plenty.
Oh boy, Alice gets locked in here. Again, VSG just trying to make sure that the composition is kind of difficult to quote-unquote engage upon.
Yeah, because, and again, they know that this Alice might get banned out because so far Arla really is having a bad time against the Alice. I think it's quite smart they pick up the Kimmy as well because it makes it so that they can deal with something like the Alice or whatever hero that was supposed to counter the Yuzong anyways. Sorry, the Arla anyways.
Ruby, the next follow-up ban from VSG's side as we get into the second half of this. I feel like, yes, I agree. I kind of agree with the Kimmy, but at the same time, I think Dixon at this point now has the option of saying, hey, now that we have the Matilda, I don't necessarily have to take Flicker every single time, right?
Yeah.
I can just take Vengeance, walk in front of them, and just absorb damage.
Yeah, I like this too. I'm wondering what's going to be put in the gold lane, because now you have the Claude being taken out here. This is one thing I was wondering too, because like we just saw Alpha 7 play the YSS build. You have the double fighter, right? Ruby is shown in the gold lane. Maybe that comes back, you know, especially when we get to the main stage. Maybe it's not just with a YSS. Maybe there's potential where teams have figured out, well, maybe this can work again, right? We have a Ruby in the gold lane. We had her a little bit of buffs. And so who knows if that's a preview of what we see in the main stage. But meanwhile, for this one, we have a gold lane matchup that'll be different, right? Probably the Moskov's still going to be an option. You got the carry, like we mentioned before, and even that Harith.
But dude, that's an amazing input, because part of the reason maybe why they pick up the Kimmy is because they do want to go for a double fighter. They don't have a Yi Sun Shin.
Yeah.
They need at least one marksman. So now what will be the fighter? So far in the past month or so, what's been in the gold lane is the Ruby, the Paquito, and the CC. Haven't remembered much else. If we dive back even further, we've seen a Lapu in the gold. Roger's kind of a fighter.
Kinda, yeah.
Kinda.
Sorta.
Kinda. Because no, I'm just thinking
I've seen
too,
the Hellcare gold lane, and I hope that's the last.
Honestly, you could probably make a lot work in the gold lane if you really wanted to, if you wanted to force.
If you're good enough.
Yeah, but it's one of those things where I think teams need something to deal with the Hirara. Like, she's got the iframe, she's got the mobility. You also paired up with Matilda, so even more. It's like you need to be able to catch her or at least deal with her when she's in that fighting round. Whoa, interesting that you mentioned this Roger pick and the CC. They both get picked up.
I'm part American.
Are you?
Yeah.
I thought you were Puerto Rican.
Hey, it's somewhere close to America.
Yeah, he has 7 in his name somehow.
That's true.
Yeah.
You're
Waman, Amiraiman 7. I have a very long name.
You do.
And you just add elements to it.
Yeah.
I really thought you were going to convert that into BM as well. That would have sold me. All right. With the full lineup sort of already there, I think that A7, this one's a little risky because Alice, no matter what, has enough to kind of keep multiple people in check. And now that they have Cho on the opposite side, now there's a clear direction of how VSG wants to play.
This is interesting, though. The Bruno and then the Cho.
Wait, Cho Wish?
Uh-huh.
Is this Matilda mid?
I think this is...
Yeah. Well, right now it's for Carvey and the Cho.
Wait.
Unless they switch it around.
Well, now Matilda can one-shot.
Yep.
Yeah. Maybe a lightning second item?
Dude, she does more damage. Matilda is now a damage dealer.
Hey, she is a support assassin. Let me remind you that one. So now, Alpha 7 playing the double fighters. Let's see if it's enough to deal with VSG in a very fast time.
All right, well, we see some smiles on the faces here for VSG, especially for Dixon, playing the Matilda, of course, for this one in the mid lane. Let's go ahead and see. This is kind of aligning with what we mentioned, Gideon. You know, hey, maybe we see them have some fun on their last matchup here for their wild cards. Maybe it ends up working and putting a little bit of an obstacle in the way of Alpha 7. Let's jump into the Land of Dawn for this one. It's a best of one. We'll see what ends up happening here.
Yeah, I'm real interested to see how Dixon is going to clear this wave without the Cho later in the game, right? I want to see whether those numbers are actually enough to deal with it in maybe 2 cycles of the Bloom. Either ways, as we see this game continue to progress in the earlier stages, Master Assassin coming in from Bruno, and they got to be careful because Colwell cannot afford to make any mistakes here.
Okay, even the Roger, you know, being in the hands of Best Player 1 is interesting. You know, it's also aligning with what we mentioned, right? Sia is going to bring the CC. These are shades of metas we saw before. And again, it's going to develop over the course of the entire MSC, and we're seeing it first here in the wildcards. This can still work really well for them, depending on how they execute the early skirmishes, play it around the golden hour that we've seen from Shark before. Cold World doing his thing, being annoying on the Kimmy early on is also going to kind of stop VSG from having the kind of control in the mid lane for now.
Yeah, and that's the problem. That was the big problem. I thought initially, like, why go for this Matilda when you're already going to lose control over the mid lane? Is this going to cost them a little bit? And so far, we haven't seen any real capitalization, right? I think Cold World as well as Shark both understand we don't want Dixon Dixon and Boro to leave this lane, but we want to make sure we tax them every single time they walk up to interact.
Oh, yeah. And this is just one of those cases, too. Because of the nature of the lineups, you're probably not going to see anything, you know, in the mid lane. There's going to be no setups there. Oh, JM.
Oh, I mean, it was a good attempt. Now we look down on the bottom side. The iframes come on through, and Zia's so close to dying here. Finally goes down to Martizi. So much effort was expanded just for this one kill.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? The little iframe, that little invulnerability moment there with the Harara. Quite annoying to deal even under the turrets with that little bit of a buff, but the trade will be the objective. So Alpha 7 securing this turtle, trading the death here, but look what VSG has been able to do. They've actually built up a decent lead in terms of gold off of that early interaction down bot.
And they have to keep on progressing like this, right? Unfortunately for Zia, leaning down in towards that bottom lane. Like, oh, hold on. Final slash. Oh, dodged by Martizi here, as we do see that Lord Jam is able to follow up on it. However, not enough as BP1 able to dodge a good chunk of the abilities, but can he get away is the real question. Manages to, but in that back line, while this was happening, Dixon flickers out of the way, pulls Boro out of the fight. Nats and Shark find nothing.
Oh man, Nafs, what a guy, right? To be there for best player. Let's see if he does juke and jive. JM is going to be able to try to use that final slash, gets away, has the moves. So he's fine, even with that gleam. Actually staying on him, still going for it.
Yep. I mean, they're trying to duke it out as much as they can, and Nats understands that, hey, JM, you don't have enough damage unless I stand in your damage for at least 2.5 seconds. So I just got to make sure that I got vengeance stacks to kind of work off of.
Okay, so pretty much that lead that VSG built up earlier on is gone off that interaction. The turtle, like I said, didn't turn into a team fight. Just A7 was able to go ahead and secure it. So now I'm looking at VSG's lineup, and this is once again, where do you make this happen in the early game? Part of that is utilizing the utility that a Matilda brings. You've got a kick available, but hold on, JM, you got 2v1. He should just gleam out of the way. He's okay. And that's the thing. Even if you can get a, let's say a combo, right? Your Way of the Dragon, it's not like you can do that with your mid laner. Unless Dixon surprises us with the amount of damage Matilda can actually deal out. Maybe in line with what LaFell mentioned. But you essentially need either Carvey to be there or at least Martizi, right? You need that supplemented damage for these setups.
Yeah, they really do. But so far, the score is 1-1, and Boro looking for an angle here, but doesn't use the Way of the Dragon. Coldworld does end up losing his Purify. Keep this in mind. The next turtle is already up, the second turtle of this game, and Coldworld could be in some trouble.
They're going to go for it. JM spotted through, Gleam on forward. This is a team fight.
Oh, best player one. In range for making sure the curtain call is already down here as Nats chimes into the fight. Final slash already through. Boro gets the kick and then right into it. The golden hour comes out in the perfect time. BP1 secures the next kill here as Dixon might just be next on the chopping block.
Man, as we said, Shark with the golden hours, just trapping in and getting a full blitz to the face when he gets out. They will trade it, though. Carvey able to go ahead and push down nearly the turret. It's a sliver of the health away, but the second turtle does go in the hands of A7, and they're looking to take more from VSG. Couple items being picked up here, too. Zia gets the War Axe. Martizi making his way down bot.
Oh, wait, that's in the middle of the fight. A 2v1 in the matter of fact. He's trying to look for a vengeance. He's so close. He gets the reset. And now he just needs the mark to come out one more time onto Carvey. No, he's healing back up. Nats wants it. He's walking close. Sees the next target onto Martizi, but unfortunately misses the skill one. Carvey slide tackles out of there, and that is going to be a punish.
That was very Raider of Navs. That was old Raider shades of Navs there. He wanted to go for it. I mean, again, he didn't really need to do that, but he ends up getting punished anyway. So that is a pickup there for VSG. Meanwhile, again, things are traded across the map. That tier 1 will fall. So Alpha 7 has room to work with. They've got room to breathe. They continue to build up on the lead that they have. And this is one of the things, too. Like, looking at their lineup, looking at what they're capable of doing, it's just there. It's working for them. Whether that's the crowd control that this kit has, the early damage. I mean, even now, we already saw previews of that when he uses the Final Slash, utilizing the Vengeances and everything else. There's good enough damage throughput for them. This Harara that we saw work so well for ZXaura, even getting, the highlight of yesterday, is so far not exactly working for Martizi. Now, that's not to say it can't happen later on in the game. You just need to be able to get to that point. Bruno as well traditionally spikes up really quickly, and they could just be holding on to get to that point to fight against A7.
Well, now, trying to cut them off from actually getting this push onto that mid wave. That mid-tier 1 still holds strong here. No interceptions from the side of VSG. The next turtle, the final turtle of this game, about to spawn in 5 more seconds. Bottom wave already naturally pushing. Top side getting corrected by Nats.
Okay, turtled it up, last one in the game. Trying to get in position here. Nats jumping up to that top side. Conceal's going to be used. They're going to just go for this fight.
Yep, and now you see that Shark, he's trying to encapsulate as many as possible. Final Slash catches onto 2 as JM finds his own engagement. Doesn't get enough, though, as Zia takes 1 into Boro. And now Dixon trying to get out of the fight, despite the guiding winds being used. Carvey, unable to get anywhere close. He can't free hit.
Oh, Martese, you might still want to try to re-engage here again. Flying Cloud's going to bring them back to this fight. They want to go ahead and secure this turtle. They do just that. Alpha 7, turtle secured. Martese still alive for now, unless Nats. Okay, I thought he had the flicker. He has a Final Slash. I was thinking he might go for it.
Yeah, I was thinking that too, but I'm starting to see what the major problem is. Nobody can really stop Shark. He can literally walk through everybody and set it up for Nats to flicker and Final Slash easily, and Carvey can't do anything about it but hold his Purify.
It's really interesting that we haven't seen too many teams pick up the Marcel, you know, pick that up, prioritize it the way that Alpha 7 has, and it's been working great. Traction pulls thrown out. Just trying to get this tier 2 turret down. No dice just yet, but VSG will hold things together. You're noticing, too, they really have to stick together. At least someone around Dixon, Boro, because of the mere fact, like I mentioned minutes ago, that's the only way you're going to capitalize on kills. You know, you need one of those members, Carvey or Martese, to make it happen. Carvey, it's his time to start to step up towards this game, provide that damage on that Bruno, make things happen, because this is what's happening. Your space on the map, your turrets are just going down little by little. Alpha 7 will go ahead and open this one up for the win.
All right, the big ticket items are finally in. Hirara, Martese in this case, got the War Axe. Wait, Heading Wind's already coming out. Dixon, he's out of there. They managed to protect the mid-tier 1 successfully. Bottom side, still, that T2 is still up. That wave is crashing fast. Hirara's gonna try. Martese underneath this turret, uses the I-phrase, dashes twice, and dies straight away to best player 1. Boro getting his own attempt here, but he's not gonna use the Way of the Dragon. He uses it at the end, but it's too late. They're trying to delay this wave, and for what?
Yeah, I don't know, man. VSG just not synchronized here. They're getting caught everywhere, even under their turrets, so this Holy Defense is going to pop down to that bottom turret. Lord's coming up in 10. They might be able to go ahead and hold on while they can, but a tier 2 mid falls as well. So Alpha 7 has done all they've needed throughout this game. Another shield will pop in mid. Nexus take the buffs, take the Lord, and march towards a victory here, unless...
I don't know. I don't know. This is scary, and now they might force it out. Once again, Golden Hour is going to catch the top inhibitor as Boro is isolated. The Dragon's already out. And now comes in. Oh, JM onto 2, flickers away, tries to get away from this. The Final Slash is counter engages. Colwell takes 1. BP for another onto JM, and finally Dixon brings Carvey out of there. What can we do, brother? They're holding on strong, but that wave might just be the end game.
Oh, it could be. They're just going to hold on the best they can.
Now they're looking to close these things out. Carvey, just get the autos in, clear that wave, and it's too late. A7 take this game as well.
Very clean game from Alpha 7. Game 1 today was just a wash-up. It was a warm-up. Because now from game to game to game, they've showed us that they are here to contend and go towards the main stage of MSC.
A tough loss, though. PSG, they're going to be thinking about it. They're going to be thinking about these losses, especially for someone like of Carvey's level. I've been here before. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it to the main stage. It's going to be a long time for the next one, but at least there is maybe some hope for that WEU is going to be back.
Yeah,
hopefully.
That was a pretty fast game coming in from Alpha 7. Again, that is what they need in order to contest to be the #1 spot. But although, let's be real, it kind of doesn't matter that much because it's just avoiding the #1 team off of Group B, which later on we'll see who is #1, #2, so that we know the matchup is. And it will only be a 3-way tiebreaker if the next game Foot wins.
Yeah, should be.
Yeah.
Against who is it again?
Yeah.
Foot is playing... I got it here.
Oh, he's got it. He's got it.
I got it here. Foot is playing... KOG.
KOG is on a lose streak. They lost twice in a row now. So, hey, who knows? Well, to be fair, KOG did well earlier. They just got comebacked by Hans. It's just, no. Yeah.
And that's the thing. Oh man, that's sad to see because I'm hoping that KOG actually is able to get the win on the following game. Maybe a little unlucky, but coming back to this one at the very least, right? There are some ideas here that make a lot of sense, but that win condition, we didn't find the secondary win condition. Martisi got nothing early on. Carvey, I guess it was a steady incline, but Nats is just too much of a problem with that final slash.
Again, this is the thing about Alpha 7. They set the tempo and they increase it. And then they increase it again, and then they increase it again. It really is just applying more and more heat, more and more pressure to the point where there's just nothing much that you can do. Because again, I believe we have discussed this on broadcast, off broadcast. This is one of those metas where it's very punishing once you lose a small lead. Because the snowball is just an avalanche. It's very, very quickly.
Yep. It's been apparent now for multiple games throughout day 1 and day 2, and it's just one of those things where when you pick a draft like this too, by the way, and this is what we saw yesterday, where VSG tried to test things maybe a little bit too much. Like there's room for some of the experimentation, some of the uniqueness, but maybe this was too much, right? You have a Hirara, you have a Matilda in the mid lane for Dixon, and just you couldn't really do too much between the Matilda and even the Cho combination, you know? So it's one of those things where it wasn't enough, right, for VSG, and Alpha 7 took advantage of it, and that was a very quick, decisive game for the win.
I mean, like we said, we just want to have fun, right? Because honestly, there are games where I'm playing mid, I'm like, I kind of want to feel like I want to play Matilda, because she does have the damage, and she can survive. This is not as AoE as most mages.
I don't know. I feel like right now, A7, I don't know if they wanted to draft like that because it does kind of show what they're capable of, right? Now you know, hey, all right, maybe Cole on this Kimmy, like we got to keep our eyes on this. We can't let him keep getting it. Ban the R-Line. That's another good one. Again, Marcel, stop giving Shark Marcel. He's really good at it. Like one of the few golden hours that just makes so much sense, no arguments.
And I feel like that's part of the problem that other teams will face is that actually there's too many things that you think about banning.
Yeah.
You're banning out the Yusin, you're banning out the Marcel,
the Ruby.
And then the Ruby, because then once you do that, like what's let through? Zushin, the Freya, the Paquito, and then Freya gold lane with how Alpha 7 is playing. So I think this is one of those arguments where it's kind of like we need a little bit more bans because eventually Alpha 7 will get to the point where, again, because of the global ban system that they've already been through, you have a lot of practice on a lot of different heroes. So it's like, yeah, you take some pieces away, but those pieces have replacement.
Yeah, right? I think that was really good. That's why when I was watching MCT Amber, basically, and seeing them utilize that system, the global ban system, I was like, you know, this could be good for certain regions and teams to go ahead and get those reps in. And, you know, I feel like that's one of the cases that we're seeing here.
The only thing I think is that maybe the reset can come early because they reset at game 7, right? Maybe after game 4 or something. Like, basically have 2 resets in the series. 2 resets in the best of 7.
I'm down for that. I'm actually down for the two resets. So despite, you know, my opinions on global ban system, I think it's a good idea. But with that being said, I mean, where's Eterna? What happened?
Where's Eterna?
Hey, here's the thing. Yeah, speaking of Eterna, looks like she is ready over there. You good? I mean, you look good. Well, with that, we're going to be throwing it over to Eterna to talk to Alpha 7.
Yes, I'm over here up on stage with Best Player 1 after that crazy victory. How do you feel about that?
Feels good. Feels good.
It looked good. It looked good. And speaking of that previous game, we haven't seen Roger in the jungle for quite some time. How and why did it show up today?
We tried it out in scrims and it worked perfectly fine. Kind of like today, so we decided to try it again.
Were you surprised about the opponent's picks as well?
Not really. We kind of already knew they were going to ban stuff like Arlot and YSS coming into this game. So we knew we were going to pick the Roger without a doubt.
Okay, and it really did work out. Do you think it fits in the meta now then?
I wouldn't say it fits, but playable, yeah.
Okay, so maybe a conditional pick. Let's leave it at that. Now, Alpha 7 is in a very interesting spot right now because right now you are tied in with the Mongols, but unfortunately because you lost your first game earlier on, they do win in the head-to-head. Now, there is a possibility of a 3-way tiebreaker, and only if Foot wins against KOG later on, and that will be decided based on game time duration, total game time duration. How do you feel about your game time so far, and do you think you can top your group?
I'm not sure. If I remember correctly, last game was like 9 minutes, and I think the game was like 14. So I mean, we'll see.
Okay, we'll see. And I think before we end this, we do want to know about your thoughts. Coming into this, how has the experience been so far? How has it been playing here up on stage once again?
The experience has been pretty good. So far I've had no problems with any headsets or phones, anything like that. Everything's pretty good, pretty smooth. I like it.
Okay, so maybe final words to maybe your fans out there, or maybe even the doubters that we're seeing around social media.
For the fans, I hope you guys keep supporting us. We will continue to do our best. And for the doubters, I hope today was like a good little wake-up call. We are still here to play.
Okay, and wake up call we will. So once again, congratulations and thank you so much for this interview, because we are going to let Lafell there break down this interview with Best Player 1.
Thank you very much, Eterna. So let's break down the interview, right? Let's talk
Let's
talk about how his confidence was there. Shoulders straighten up, back straight, doesn't move around, and then just like whatever you ask, that's what I'm gonna answer. I'm not gonna add more. I'm not gonna say less.
That voice register too.
Yeah,
he's got that voice.
Very equal level. Doesn't make the sound engineer have a headache with like going up and down, going up and down.
That's a good breakdown, man.
Hey,
I feel like you've done that a couple times.
Hey, she asked me to analyze the interview. I can do that. Me and Gideon being in MPLMY, we've had analyzed a few interviews.
Hey, that's the best way you can look at it. I think you break down the interviews. But I will say this. I like to see that interview. I like to hear the players talk throughout the wild cards, and especially for Best Player 1, man. Welcome back. And I think that's a good thing to say, too. There's a lot of doubters, even on the game 1. I saw it in the chat. I was watching the game, too. And maybe that's a wake-up call for them.
Yeah, I think we've heard it from a lot of professional teams from across the world early on in this year that the rest of the world is actually catching up pretty quickly, right? International scrims have been getting varying results across the board. So I just want to see whether it is true here today.
Now, here's the thing. Kind of like the best friends for AlphaStar right now is actually Foot. If Foot wins, then there is a three-way tiebreaker. Because if there's no three-way tiebreaker, it's just between Mongols as well as Alpha 7. With the head-to-head, Mongols will be number 1, and Alpha 7 will be number 2, which could be good, could be bad. Because if Alpha 7 is number 2, means that they'll be going up against number 1 of Group B, right? So, in a way, they're kind of hoping that Foot wins, but wins late.
Yeah, because like game time.
Yeah.
Because he mentioned, their fastest one, just last one, 9 minutes?
Below 10 minutes.
Yeah, below 10.
Yeah.
So, but I think after what we've seen today, man, Alpha 7, I'm almost confident thinking that regardless of who they go up against tomorrow, like they're going to be in pretty good shape.
Yeah, I agree. Group A so far has been amazing. Group B is good, but we do see like some up and downs in terms of their performance.
Yeah, the inconsistencies is definitely there. And I think that at least when we're looking at Alpha 7, they've got momentum now, and that's a scary team.
With that being said, we have one more best of 1 for today. We're going for a break, but once we come back, that will conclude the first phase of the wildcards, and then we'll go to the CGBS. We'll see you guys right after the break.
Hi, we are Kings of Gamer Club from Thailand.
Winning MSL Thailand Season 1 really means a lot to me. I've been playing a really long time ago. This is my first championship. It really means a lot to me. I really dedicated this international tournament in my beloved father who passed away recently.
I got a dream, Payen and Nai, climbing on Eiffel Towers. And today we are being here. I hope the dream comes true.
Hi, we are Foot Esports from Turkey. Ama şu an çok geliştiğimizi düşünüyorum. M7'den eser kaldığını düşünmüyorum. Üstümüze çok koyduk. 2 tane oyuncu değiştik. Şu an daha güçlüyüz. Bu turnuva M7'den çok farklı olacak.
Evet, kağıt üstünde güçlüyüz ama bu kimseyi küçümseyeceğimiz anlamına gelmiyor. Elimizden gelenin en iyisini yapacağız.
Şu an daha güçlüyüz ve daha iyi ileriye kaydedeceğimizi düşünüyorum.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Welcome, friends. This is the final best of one for the wild cards. It's going to be between KOG going up against FLURRY Esports, and this is EWC 26 Mobile Legends Bang Bang wild cards. And it's Phil. I'll be Dedesos. Alongside with me is going to be Getting Q as well as Naisu. So far, congrats on your shift being quite smooth sailing, and now KOG, they start off strong, but then and unfortunately couldn't end the game. And now FLURRY, they are in the situation where if they win, it will be a three-way tiebreaker.
Yeah.
If they lose, the bracket is going to be pretty straightforward. Mongols 1, A7 2, and then FLURRY number 3.
I think it would make a lot of sense, but at the same time, like, is there any real advantage for like FLURRY to try to go a little bit higher or even go a little bit lower, right? It feels kind of in the middle. Both competitors are tough.
If they're in the three-way tiebreaker, the loser is actually the second place because you'll be fighting against number 1 of Group B.
I see.
Right?
So,
the first place fighting against number 2, and then the third place fighting against number 4. So actually, you just don't want to be number 2.
Yeah, there's always a bit of an advantage, right, when it comes to that, especially going into what is our acronym? The
CGBS. Cross Group Breakout Stage.
Breakout Stage. Man, who thought of that one? That's a pretty fancy name.
Yeah.
For the Breakout Stage. But yeah, I think when you get to that point, based on what we've seen in 2 days.
Yep.
I feel like all the teams that are currently in the race for that, they're all essentially showing us a lot of good things to the point where I think once we get to the nature of best of threes, that changes things. Again, I know there's been very vocal discussion online about best of ones, the format for it and everything else. Some people like it, some people don't. But I think it's a really good place for a lot of teams to kind of showcase maybe some interesting things. But when you get to the best of 3, that's usually what our viewers, ourselves, the players are so used to, right? And the strat changes in a best of 3 format.
It's a foolproof system that allows us to see everything a team is capable of. If you want to push it even further, the best of 5s and best of 7s, but best of 3 already gives you a good appetizer.
Yeah.
Plus, I feel like it's something that ranked game players wish they can have, right? Because imagine this.
I don't know if I want.
No, listen. You play your first game, right?
Yeah.
But then that one, you're like, you know what? We're just trying to have fun. I'm trying out this new pick and everything. And then you get smashed by your opponents. But then they start to recall, to emo, and then all chat easy. And then you're like, let's queue. I want to meet them again.
Yeah, but brother, I don't know if as a solo queuer, I don't know if I want to queue potentially 3 times with the same RG people.
Then then try to play 5-man. And sometimes it gets super sweaty and you're like, oh, so this is how it's gonna be.
Okay, maybe that can be a thing for 5-man versus 5-man.
Because it's like fighting games, right? Sometimes you get the option to like
rematch.
Rematch, yeah. So honestly, that wouldn't be a bad thing. Being like, hey, your opponent requests for a rematch.
You know what?
For 1 star.
We are giving so many ideas to the devs out there.
I don't know that there's a possibility because of this system it's going to be 5v5s out on the street, man. Like, it gets really personal if you're going to have rematches available.
Back in my day, I remember that esport tab is supposed to be in a day like 2 or 3 times. Country versus country. You remember that?
Oh, that's true. That's
right?
true.
Region battle.
Hey, at least now there's 1v1.
Yeah, there's 1v1. See, they should bring us to dinner. We would give so much ideas.
They brought us to Paris.
All they really need to do is buy us coffee.
That's true.
Give us diamond. And a bonus paycheck. And then we're good.
Ideally the size of $1 million, because these are only $1 million ideas. I don't see any problems with them whatsoever.
Well, right now looks like Foot will be the first pick. KOG will be the second one. Baxia as well as the Matilda banned out by Foot. And then for KOG, the Freya as well as the Zushin. Now people are like, you know what? Yeah, the nerf ain't enough. At this point, I think this is a small nerf, but it should be enough. Nerf her HP.
Nerf her HP or nerf her the size of her shield?
Meaning like the number of the HP.
Yeah,
either or.
It's a tough one. It's a tough one.
She's been too strong for too long,
Because
man.
I remember these 2 heroes suffered the most when their HP got cut, which is the Claude as well as Lilia.
Yeah.
Both got cut enough so that they can get 2-shotted.
Oh, do I want to live in that world where all mages can basically just get 2-shotted?
No, meaning like Lilia gets 2-shotted by an Eve, gets 2-shotted by a Farsa. Now that Claude has increased its HP growth again, it's like, okay, it's you can play Claude again. But I remember a time where it was so bad.
Yeah. It's you got to think about it. It's pretty different. Like everybody has their own wish list.
Yeah.
Of balances for the heroes.
I wish Lolita can block the turret shots again.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can
Too
reflect
much?
her.
You're the only one on that list.
Hey, no, I got my Lolita boys and girls, you know? I'm sure they want the same thing. Actually, I'm pretty sure most of them have never experienced that. I get to experience that for 3 hours before I got changed.
Oh, yeah. That's a pretty quick hot fix.
No, the thing has been there for a long time. It's just that
nobody ever used it.
No, I didn't have enough battle points.
Oh my god.
I couldn't buy her. I see my opponents do it, and I'm like, you wait till I get 32,000 battle points. And then I get it, and then they're like, okay, patch. I'm like, oh my god, that's great. What's the patch? Lolita can't do that anymore. No!
The one thing.
I wish I got my battle points a bit later.
That would have been nice. That would
Remember
been nice.
the time we needed battle points to get all the heroes?
That's what I'm saying. Remember the time when you had to like build up your emblems? I mean, for a lot of people, they forgot what it was like.
They didn't have to go through that.
They didn't have to go through it.
Paquito first pick, by the way.
Yeah, Paquito first pick is expected, but now this should be the Fredrin. Is this going to be a Claude? Are they going to pair it up with the Eve? We'll find out now.
Either or would be good. Right? I think the Claude would be better.
Honestly, it's either or at this point, and I agree that the Claude would be better, but we've seen teams. Oh, yeah, Marcel.
Forget about Marcel, man.
Take a page out of Alpha 7's book.
And this is the problem when you start to replace ban. When Zushin starts getting banned out, one thing will be left open, and apparently that thing is Marcel.
Well, I think it's better than like at least leaving the Freya open, which really causes a lot of disruptions, or even like a Kai. But I think that it's great that at least from the side of Foot, they're getting rid of things like Valentina, right? Just to make sure if we do get a mage, you can't steal it away from us. So I think that from KOG, it's pretty smart that now we take Marcel, and now you can't steal ults as well. Try an RWM, my guy.
That is an early Harley.
Yeah, very early.
So they actually go and pick up the Harley. They also get the Atlas. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm worried.
I think they do that because they don't want to think about the gold lane. Like, no matter what you pick, we can one-shot you. Right? Either you pick up the Claude, you pick up the... okay, maybe Hive is a bit difficult.
The problem, like, with this the Atlas, too, is, like, you've got a Marcel across from you, man. Like, even if you get a Fatal Links out, you can actually negate the whole thing by dropping down the Golden Hour.
I mean, there's no way that Foot is experimenting now, right? I mean,
no, it's not like they didn't just experience it against A7.
Yeah. I mean, They wouldn't want to lose here. By the way, it's dangerous grass, so I don't know if that matters.
It does.
Because honestly, why I brought it up is instead of Atlas, I would actually think of something like a Hilda to punish that Marcel.
Dude, Hilda's been slept on in the wild cards.
Yeah.
She has been. She has. I think we've seen more Khalid than Hilda at this point.
Yeah. We've seen more Matilda than Hilda.
That too.
Matilda, Hilda.
Also, what are your thoughts on this, right? Because I was thinking that Red 3 should have been Yves for the side of KOG because Foot decided not to take it, and they've already got the Marcel to open up the map in case someone like, Harley tries to attack the mid lane.
So this is my analysis on this. They're also sick of Eve's shit. So they're like,
this character sucks.
That's why they banned out the Jushin.
Yeah, so they're like, wait, we are red pick. Red 5, we can have some fun. An Odette.
It's not too bad against comp like this, admittedly.
Right? See, everything is like, wait, there's nothing that can stop the Odette. And then, hey, that could be fun. Because this is something that SRG does a lot.
Yeah.
They let Red 5 be a mage because somehow, some way, Stormy will find a way to counter the team.
If you have the hero pool wide enough to actually take advantage of. But now we see that Carry is going to get banned out, and KOG, one-track mind, making sure that their jungler isn't going to explode.
What is Foot? Are they just going to lean towards an Obsidia again?
I think they might.
For RX? Like, after what we saw previously? I mean, at least they don't have to deal with Arlot for now. Like, but, Sora, you're still going to have that threat between the crowd control that's provided for the first 3 picks, even for KOG. So, I don't know. They went with the Claude ban. Carry is that one. Are they still going to expend the last bans on both sides towards gold?
I would ban the Harith, and then any other marksman, I feel like the Harley will deal with quite well.
Yeah.
I don't know about this one. I really feel like for the second half, banning out the Claude here, I felt like they should have used the Claude as a tool against KOG to get some confirmation of what they want to do, right? Because if not only are they getting rid of the carry and decide to get rid of Moskov or Claude in that case, you know for a fact that KOG is playing around that mid trio.
Let's see. Last ban here. KOG is going to be the Gord, so they'll take that out. Interesting too.
There should be a Harith ban, and then for KOG, at this point, honestly, you can go either or in terms of the mid as well as the gold. But I think since you have priority, you might as well pick up a gold laner.
Yeah, they might even just take our Kimmy for KOG. I don't know, like to pair it up with that.
True.
That Fredrin.
True.
Might be a little tough because no matter what, you have to kind of. Well, thank you. Of course, I'm built like a twig. So I think that unfortunately, when you're dealing with these Harleys, especially if you're Kimmy, without the flicker, it becomes significantly harder, right? Because then once Harley gets the landing truncheon,
they're ahead of you.
Oh, dang it!
Well, I was saying, man, I could see it coming through. So it stopped in its tracks. No, banned out.
Damn, you guys have the third eye or something.
Yeah,
he's unlocked it.
I've spent some time with the analysts over there in MPL Philippines.
Yeah?
And I usually get one right.
Who, Ingen?
Yeah. No, he's
a smart guy.
He's a smart guy.
Hey, don't knock him, okay? He's the referee. He can see the pigs before we do.
That's true. That's true.
He literally is third eye.
He at this point has more stage experience than us. Okay.
That's a fair argument, but here comes the Moskov lock-in here for the side of Foot. Still, having to deal with the Harith is a little hard, but the Lilia will make it a lot easier.
Shout out to Wolf, by the way.
Yeah, shout out to Wolf.
We miss you here.
Yeah. The last pick. Oh yeah, but again, Harith. It's still gonna be difficult for the Harley to do much.
This is the last pick gonna be. This is gonna be the mid lane.
Yeah.
So Kimmy was taken out.
The Eve is still there, but it's not really the best.
Eve Farsa.
Game. But I'm happy with the Farsa.
I would like to see Farsa.
Farsa needs justice.
She does, but at the same time, you're giving up like a decent amount of pressure, right? Because you have to make the
Fine,
choice of trade. Chang'e, not the worst, but still same problem about having Purify and Flicker.
Yeah.
Fine, Novaria.
Honestly, probably the safest one. That's like by far the safest one.
You know what? Kill Harley.
Next?
Pick up the Eudora.
Hey, technically, didn't she go through a little bit of a change too?
Yeah, Eudora honestly is quite annoying, and I think it is quite viable. But
fine, Zetian. Why did you say that? Why are you? Do you have something about Zetian?
Yeah. Because the damage is not enough. Zetian power spike is level 12, so that your ult gets like quick enough. But before that, you're trying to win the lane. If you don't win the lane, you're like a sitting Empress. Speaking of Empresses, nice as well as getting Q. Good luck on this one. You guys are empresses.
I was gonna say, I guess we're empresses. Why not emperors?
Sure.
You know,
because there can only be one, unfortunately.
That's true. All right. Well, ladies
I
and
mean, you
gentlemen,
can be the emperor of the West.
You're not part of this.
Yeah.
You're not part of this.
Or you can go even further, northwest, east, south, or southeast.
Why did it have to be the diagonals?
let's stay in one region.
Yeah.
Let's stay there. All right. Okay, LaFell, thank you for your service for this one, man. You know what? It's me, Nice Gideon, to bring you the last game of day 2 here for the MSC wildcards at EWC 2026. We hope you guys have had a great time because I know in parts of the world it's getting a little late, right? For me, it's past my bedtime if I was still there, but I'm here.
Yeah.
And so, Gideon, let's jump into this last one. Land of Dawn, we know what's at stake. Foot Esports and KOG.
All right, let's see how this is going to end up, right? Because Foot really took the initiative here to say, you know what, Payan, you are not going to get caught this time. You got to play something else this time round in RX. Hopefully he can make up for the performance on Obsidia with this Moskov. And again, it's going to be some tough work.
Yeah, looking at the emblems too, nothing sticking out too much. Again, the I don't know, reintroduction of Harley coming back in, at least here day 2. He's still a threat, like we saw from the previous matchup when he was brought out, debuted through this. But the main thing is are you able to go ahead and complement that early damage that he has with an Atlas setup, potentially, yes. Psyche, again, one of the first players to get a Savage on day 1 of the wild cards is playing this Lilia. Early good damage. Oh, he's quite low.
Oh my god, he nearly died there. I thought for a second the true damage was going to be eaten up, but now he's going to make it out of there. Forcing the flicker out from Psyche is great. And initially I thought, wow, that was a winning trade for Psyche. Like, really nice job. You force Zed to go for the recall, and then he gets chunked out by Nile, and now it's back to even. And arguably more of an advantage for Zed.
Yeah. So maybe the Zetian's going to be more of a threat. Up top, though, 33rd.
Oh, he's going to get locked down straight away.
Oh,
he
33.
flickers, he dashes as well, and he saves his life and still managing to hold on to that last creep to hit level 4 at the right time.
That's what's so scary about the Atlas, you know? The ability to rotate rather quickly, and sometimes you just showing up and that aura that's built around him is enough to kind of burn a flicker, burn a battle spell, or, you know, make an opposing team second guess themselves, and even before you have the Fatal Links, right? So at this point, Turtle's going to be up. KOG trying to get a position here. You've got Kaizen off on this off angle. You've got a whole lot of Foot Esports towards this, but XC, whoa, he doesn't check it. Is he going to be able to spot this out?
Oh no! And when he does, XC is able to punish him. Flickers out of the way before getting caught in the fly trap of KZ. But now, when you're dealing with a Sora, Blota is able to turn this around. Fury of the Phoenix is dropped as well to buy a little bit of time as Zed is getting attacked on the side by Psyche. With all positions compromised, KZ secures the turtle and gets to walk away. Oh no, he's not walking away from that one. But Nile looking for a trade back with the help of Zed, realizing that's it. No more.
They got the turtle, but man, they died, right? Multiple deaths there. And for Exy, I mean, look at this amount of damage he's able to pop out with this instant replay here. Just Nile's gone an instant with a deadly magic, but the damage that's coming through from Exy is just so good here. So much to overload those health bars right now. And even with this, there's the Fury of the Phoenix like we were talking about, but ultimately there's not too much that they can do here. Yes, they secure the turtle, but this just fight is so much to deal with. There's so much early game damage with this kind of lineup that Foot Esports has.
Yeah, really nothing much they can do about it. Until they start scaling back up, the expectation is for KOG to actually slow down this game, control that tempo. You know, win out these small objectives. Every single one of these things matter.
Yeah, at this point, down bot.
Well, he's still got Purify. The Zaman Force allows him to kind of dash around even more. RX pushes him away, and that should be okay. They just need space. They just need time.
He just needed Zaman Force there, man. I mean, he didn't even need the Purify, right? Fayan's that confident with this, is still holding on to it. Him and RX going to go ahead and just...
Oh no, he's in trouble. RX might just die here. I'm pretty sure Zaman Force is coming up in about 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2.
He's got it.
Oh, it's 2 seconds off! And now we see the attack coming in from the opposite end. Golden Hour and the Fury of the Phoenix has been dropped down. Pan's ready to fight and drops down. The Zaman Force in the middle of Blonzet's. He gets back out of here, and now the re-engage from Nile and Zed. KZN holding that front line here, but RX, he doesn't want to be a part of this. He just wants to farm. Just let him farm.
That fight was really weird, right? But no one goes down, a whole lot expended, battle spells and everything else. Essentially, it'll be a reset for them to go ahead and set up for this turtle coming up here. But yeah, Pan, he held on to that Purify for a really long time. He knows that limit, and also, you know, you saw that highlight of this being dangerous grass, being able to maneuver around these bushes. Here's for the turtle.
Oh, now, KZen gets the turtle once again, steals it away from Psyche, and now they're looking to turn this fight around. Oh, Cloud Shift into the Fatal Link straight away. Xe is able to take out Zed, gets now for the double kill. The Appraiser's wrapped to chunk the rest down, but Xe's triple Maniac is gonna be just enough.
FUT Esports just
exploded.
Just exploded on KOG. I mean, what the heck did we just see? That was a team fight. Actually, that wasn't even a team fight. That was just a massacre.
Yeah, let's look at the instant replay and see where the Nuclear Shadow ends up, because it all starts with just a fat wombo combo. Cloud Shift and then Fatal Links.
Dude, the Fatal Links was as fatal as that could be. I mean, he's able to grab essentially 4, setting things up for Xe. I mean, that was the quickest Maniac I feel like I have seen.
So ridiculous. So ridiculous. Great coordination, though. Everything that could have went right for them went right. Now FUT has a solid hold on this game.
Yeah, this is just a really kind of devastating if you're trying to deal with this kind of XP difference in the XP lane, but also just the amount of damage that a Paquito is able to provide in comparison to the Sora, right? Usually when we see the Sora, that's what we saw. The shifting skies, the ability to go in and set things up. Yes, Sora can also provide a decent amount of damage, but in that sense, when you can follow through with the Fatal Links so well, you know, a Golden Hour is not even fast enough to deal with the setup potential with this combination for FUT Esports. So a really massive power spike for them now. Fighting down bot, Xe.
Oh,
get away.
The spear connects. Oh, Zed able to get over the wall before actually getting collapsed against it. Fury the Phoenix to buy some time in the Golden Hour to get KZen out of there, but KZen can barely move. Zamin Force out from Payen to turn this around, and KZen says, thank you. An opportunity wasted. Purify to get him out of there. The Fatal Links does not connect with the backline, now getting attacked by the one and only Zed. He goes down, and Xe double kill again. Walking away, Payen, no mana. Nothing left to fight for.
And Xe is the champion in this game right now. 7-1-4. He is on fire and more on the Paquito here. This is why we've seen this hero picked up so much, even leading to the wildcard stages in MSC here at EWC 26. And this hero, you'll see a whole lot of it throughout the main stage because, man, the ability to do that, you know, exit the fight, come back, have that full locked and loaded combo is just too much for a lot of teams to deal with, especially when you're down. I mean, we just had this whole discussion. Oh, RX, he gets Retribution.
He's got her here. They've already got the reset with the Energy Eruption. Praiser's Wrath, you know, just to put a little spice on top of KZen now genuinely out of position here. Do they have enough time to turn this around? Cloud Shift as well. They engage Fury, the Phoenix, Fatal Links, frontline in trouble. Payen trying to make the happening. Golden Hour bought the time that they were looking for, and Payen, he's running out of the duration of the Zamin Force, finds one, looking for the second, jumps back in, gets the third, but Xe says no with a double kill, and Zed finally collapses to Kazue.
Oh my goodness, man. Again, Xe just farming kills here, and the rest of FUT Esports as well. Another wipeout. KOG has just pretty much been dismantled up to this point, time and time again. With this kind of advantage, what I was going to say before that all broke out was, like we said, man, you know, advantage right now in the current meta, it's so difficult to turn it around in certain circumstances with certain kind of compositions, and this is one of them from KOG. How do you stop things? How do you stop, and who do you stop is the question that KOG is sitting here trying to figure out throughout this game, because everybody's pretty much a threat on FUT Esports, man. Even the Roam, like Blotsfet on the Atlas is as threatening enough as the rest of them. And he's just the one enabling all this to happen too. So right now, sitting on almost 6,000 gold ahead, you can see the disparity in items. They're going for more.
Oh, Xe trying his options onto Payen. They managed to get the Zamin Force out. However, they hold on to the Holy Shield, and the next set of waves are starting to come from every single angle. And it's a 6.8k lead. Before this, I would say a 10k lead is guaranteed GG, but the 6.9 is starting to look real good here as the next Holy Shielding collapses.
Yeah, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if FUT Esports decides to try to make a play.
Underneath the tower again?
They don't have to. but they just might. I mean, that's one of the things, you know, with this kind of lineup, this kind of advantage, you could do that. But Lord is up. They take the discipline route. They'll go center up for this Lord, secure it, and then knock on the base turrets.
Yep, that's exactly what you want to see for the setup. Now, XC, what is he going to do here? He's the one who's got the big numbers. He's 9-1-7. A single shutdown could absolutely ruin this game, but he opens it up by attacking KZ. That's number one. Flickers away as you see Niall looking for an opportunity to cut into the top side. But let's at least able to make sure he controls the intersection points.
They're still respecting what KOG might potentially try to do, or they just want to go ahead and try to bait them into a fight. They're not going to hard focus on the Lord just yet. RX cleared up that mid. He'll start this up. 33 up on this top side, and XC almost having that stance. He's got the champ stance now.
Oh, no. This Lord feels like it's going to go to Foot no matter what. That slow pushing wave down to that bot side. Foot is holding KOG hostage right now.
Yeah, they've got to deal with this. They got to send someone to deal with this right now unless they choose to just go for a fight. Keep an eye on the flickers, too, especially from Blotzfett. If they give the call, a deadly magic thrown out on Niall. Niall's going to be fine, though. So they'll go ahead and deal with this. A big wave, the chunky wave down bot, starting to center up. KOG's got to play the macro level here. Half health on this Lord.
This is making me so anxious right now. They're gonna lose. They know that they are willing to drop the holy shielding, but they are waiting for a singular win condition. And number one, it has to go be looking towards Kazue's side. Wait, KZen, you're a little low here.
Oh, he's really low.
He gets 4 members with a fatal links right into the golden hour. Fear the Phoenix comes out just in time, but it's too late. Psyche takes him out. Kazue, the next to fall as their third, is able to find him. 4 for 1, and XC comes out with even more than he came out with.
Oh, they're going for Payan, too. Payan just trying to walk away, clear out the bottom lane. He's still got a shield there, but man, Payan, what can you do against this team? He still slowly walks to heal up, but he's got so much more to deal with.
I mean, Zed's coming back up, KZen is up in 2, and 33 is coming up in 1. They got one opportunity here, and no fatal links from Blotzfett just yet. They're going to be taking out the other inhibitors. In the meantime, whoa, getting a little low there. They're going to back away, and it looks like they'll give them one more opportunity despite the 20-6 score.
Yeah, really surprising there with this kind of lead. Things went the way that they did. 9,000 gold ahead. 20-6 right now. Foot Esports controlling the cornerstone of this game. Looking to cap it out. There's one base turret left in KOG's base. Itemization-wise, you're not too bad for Payan. You know, there's maybe a sliver of hope if somehow they don't get set up the way we've seen them throughout this game, man. I think that's the biggest problem with KOG. Like, they have damage potential. But what is that damage potential if you just get fatal links to death, you know, or your team does? It might not even be Payan, but what can he do against five guys of Foot Esports if his team dies to that fatal link setup?
Yeah, it's a little tough because not everybody has Purifies, right? And even those who have Purifies still need to worry about other CC later down the line. Now, Niall, going in and out of the fight as always, just to buy a little bit of time, the important time that KOG needs right now. With 2 missing inhibitors, they're just going to be locked underneath the crystal.
Okay, so right now it looks like KOG is just going to go ahead and play the defensive game, right? Hold things down the best they can. You still got a minute towards that Lord to come up here. So this amount of time that they're going to be able to buy, I'm wondering if it'll be enough to actually turn a game around. That's the big thing. Part of this is not just keeping Payan alive or him keeping himself alive through that eventual base push, or if they try to contest the Lord like they did previously, and it comes down to maybe a miracle retribution, that could be maybe one of the win conditions that KOG is looking for right now. Because at this state, they have so much ground to cover. You almost have to get in a position where, all right, maybe we rely on a miracle play. Uh-oh, they might get sandwiched in, though.
Well, let's find out here because RX is ready to fight it now. Fatal links onto 2 frontliners. Fury of the Phoenix as well to buy some time. Payan goes with his Ammon Force, but is forced to move away. As you see the RX, he ends up flickering into the golden hour. He could have caught 2, and that's already 2 down. But Foot have found the hole that they've been looking for and are looking for more. 33 the next tough fall. RX saved from his previous sins.
They got a wave in mid. They're looking to go ahead and close out the game.
They're looking for the crystal at this point. Zed will try his absolute best, but now the first to go down, and Zed just has to watch as the crystal finally explodes. That's GG, well played. Foot take the game.
Foot Esports, they take the dub. That's going to give them that advantage that they needed, that they wanted, you know, and they showed it in this game. I mean, they weren't kidding around at all. They drafted a composition that they're comfortable with. They executed perfectly. And Exy, man, the MVP of this one. Woo! My goodness, what a performance with this Paquito here. And he even got a Lord as well. Like, he secured a Lord for them. Exy just did it all in this one.
I mean, like, honestly, getting a Maniac, securing basically everything, but honorable mention, Bloodsfed, man. Like, I don't think it's like MVP, but look at all those sets. Like, as a roamer, even I'm like, goddamn.
Gardon.
Yeah, I think he...
Great to see it, huh?
To be fair, I think that Bloodsfed did have a couple of awkward angles, but he made it work because he understood the most important thing is to separate the front and the back. And once they did that, oh, goodbye, backline.
Yeah, honestly, that was an amazing performance coming in from Foot. So that makes it so that we are in a three-way tiebreaker. And KOG, they will be number 4. So now it's between number 1 until number 3. We'll see whether we will explore that or not, because there's a chance, because again, we got to calculate everything, that we might just show it on social media later on. So make sure you guys follow MLBB Esports, just to make sure that you guys are up to date on the latest news and to also see who's going to fight against who. But for now, this game really showcased the abilities of XC as well, because on the Freya, he was amazing. Like, I don't think I remember a bad XC game. Like, even in losses, it wasn't his fault.
Yeah, there was just, I don't know, XC, he was one of the first ones to also bring out the Freya, right? If I remember correctly. So there was just a lot of really good performances from XC, and this is kind of what I feel like allows Foot Esports to play these games that they've been having. The rest of the team really comes together. I mean, even think about it, right? On the first day, Psyche got the first Savage of Wild Card. So everyone has kind of had their moment with Foot Esports through the past couple of days. So hopefully they can take that and bring it into the next the last 2 days of the Wild Card.
Yeah. Because again, after this, it will be the CGBS, and then afterwards, once we're done with the cross group, at the final day, 3 best of 3s, we'll see which one team, it's just one team throughout everyone from Group A and Group B that will go over to the main stage. And at this point, the competition gets a bit crazy. It's not just a best of 3, but again, you fought so hard in day 1 and day 2, and then after 2 days, it might just be over.
That's just the nature of competition, you know what I'm saying, right? It's tough. It's really, really tough. And you can see that the members here, they're not too down about it. They know that, okay, we still have opportunities to really prove ourselves at this point. And I think from either side, right, it's a learning experience until it is the elimination matches.
Yeah.
That's when they throw everything on the table.
And that's what I expect in the best of 3. You know, I think even when we get to the best of 3s tomorrow, I'm excited for those personally because, like I said, best of 1s are great. You get a couple days of them. Bring us to the best of 3s now. Bring us to the spiciness of what Wild Cards is going to be.
Yeah, best of 1, it's either cheese picks or the very best draft that you can bring through, and then in the best of 3, it's all about pacing yourself. I would say 3, 5, 7. It's like fighting, right? You know that you're going to fight for 3 rounds, 5 rounds, and everything. You don't want to expend all of your stamina on round number 1, right? You want to pace. You have to know your opponent's habits, and then try to win off of that. But again, with that, it's also like one of the best ways to showcase a coach's capability. Yeah. Right? With their experience in terms of how they draft and how to calm the players down. Because sometimes they get too hype or sometimes they get too down.
Honestly, I was going to go back and do some homework on a lot of these coaches, right? Because the real question is, some of these coaches are actually recognizable from year to year. I mean, they've come to MSC as wildcard teams for other teams before. Yeah. They always have either a style or like, you know, either incorporate with the team or very militaristic, you follow my rules type deal.
Yeah, I like that because even when you look at some of the best teams in the world right now, one of the main things that they say, and this has been shared throughout a lot of interviews and podcasts out there, you know, being able to go ahead and help the players reset from just game to game within a series is such a... It's a skill that is innately in the coaches, but also to work with the individual players and their personalities, get them to reset quickly. It might even be a bad game because even some of the best players out there have had bad games, right? And so to be able to do that, that is a massive thing to prep them for the main stage of MSC.
And because of that, it's no surprise that a lot of teams that have been able to perform very well has invested a lot in their coaches, because gone are the days it's just one guy, right? Remember back in those days, just one coach doing the draft, doing the motivations, doing the discipline training.
He's cooking for them.
He's cooking for them, waking them up for practice,
taking
everything.
them to the gym.
Now everyone has their own roles. Like, you're a tactical coach, you think about the game. This is the head coach. Making the decisions in terms of the training, as well as, you know, disciplining the players every once in a while. Now there's like what, a minimum of 2-man coaching team, but now we got 3, 4. Some teams even invest in psychologists. So yeah, going into the best of 3, that is going to be a good test for the coach, because we saw here in the wildcards, first game, almost everyone had a bad game.
Yeah.
But then eventually they got better.
Yeah.
I think that right now we don't actually have like a rhythm in the draft. We know like some picks that will come up, but in terms of the order, I don't think the openers are really set for a lot of the wildcard teams.
Yeah, actually, they're very
team
different.
independent.
Yeah, it's super team independent. I mean, again, some teams like Alpha 7 that pick up the Marcel first right on the blue side, or maybe the Arlot, for example, for Nats. Like, it's becoming very clear. And again, I feel like, in a way, the disadvantage, let's say, of the teams that go through the wild card is whoever ends up making it to the main stage. All those teams have all this data on you, right? So that is another part of the gauntlet I feel like these teams go through in the wild card.
And it's supposed to be the wild card.
Yeah. That's why it's fun. Wildcard is fun, and MWI is fun, and
everything is fun.
Everything is fun. Everything is fun, especially when we see that everyone is trying their very best, right? Everyone is trying their best, and a lot of skill expression we've seen, I believe, in all the lanes so far. After 2 days, we've seen amazing EXP plays. We've seen amazing mid plays. The jungle, we even see damage jungle coming in from best player 1. So I feel like overall, no specific hero or lane has been the outlier to be like, this role kind of sucks right now. Not really.
Like any of the roles.
Actually.
Yeah.
The only sucky thing is just like, I don't have much options. But other than that, it's all good.
I really think it's just, yeah, I suppose. There is like a decent amount of variety for all the lanes at this point of time, compared to just only tanks of the EXP, only damage dealers.
Zushin and Eve, but you know.
I mean, we know that one. And then we come to the gold lane, and even they have like a couple of problems there too, where it's just like, Harith, what do we do?
When can Kagura be good?
Well, I mean, she is picked up in the Philippines, and there are some players that can play her in the current meta, I feel like. I think.
You sure about that?
Your voice pitched up just a bit there.
I think.
Yeah. I mean, like, hey, I like Kagura, use her time to time, but again, it is one of those things where in this meta, it's kind of like the mid is a utility.
Yes.
So that's why we don't see Kagura a lot, because she's like an assassin type of mid. That's kind of what I mean, you know? Like, let someone else be the utility, but then you know who will be? It'll be the EXP. So you know, never mind. Let the EXP have fun first.
Yeah. Let the EXP have fun first, and then they're going to change Farsa to make sure that her ult can't be cancelled except you take 150% more damage.
Okay, now we're back to the arcade idea.
$1 million idea, by the way.
Hey, make a broken. When she ults,
she has 5 charges.
Untargetable.
Untargetable, global. Feathered airstrike. Right?
No. It doesn't strike from the air. It comes from below. so that you can't
even dodge it.
Exactly. That's the true global. That's the god ult there.
Why do we want to make Farsa great again?
Because she's a baddie. That's the only.
I don't know if that's valid.
Hey.
I don't know if that's valid.
Hey, ask the player base.
Yeah.
They would say that's good enough.
Really?
Zushin's a baddie, Hirara's a baddie, and see how many people wanted Hirara to work.
Literally, if they just want...
Think about it. Even Merkel wants her to work.
Look, all they need to come up is a collector skin for Farsa without the blindfold, and it's over. It's done. People are going to pay so much money.
Doesn't she already have a collector skin?
I think she does.
Why can't she have a second one?
But for me, personal taste...
Because then it would be a collection.
Personal taste, her Phoenix skin is my favorite.
Really? The Phoenix skin?
I like the rate
the aura
red effect, right? Red effect.
Doesn't she have an MSC skin? She does. MSC 2022.
We're gonna be looking at the groups. We're gonna be looking at the groups to see how things really shape up. Now, group standings. Oh, wait. If we already done the calculations, like Foot is number 1, Alpha 7 is number 2, and Mongols is number 3, and then KOG is number 4, and unfortunately, BSG have been eliminated. So if this is the
Group
case,
A,
then
yeah.
looks like Foot has the fastest games. Which they do. Game 1 and Game 2 that they won very fast.
Yeah, super, super quick. But this is only just Group A, right? I am a little curious to see how this is all going to start shaping up. Because who are they? Now that we know the order, we can technically know who they're going to be facing up against on the opposite side, right?
Yeah, but we don't know the schedule, so who knows? Maybe they start with the upper teams first and then the lowers.
That's a good point.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes because we'll be checking out the social media just to see on that timing as well. So yeah, this is Group A. So congrats to every team that made it through.
Yeah.
And for VSG, we want to see more of them coming forward. But now, look at Group B, the Hunts, #1 with no losses. Very, very impressive coming in from the Hunts. Falcons, #2, Sunset Ravens. There you go. Talk about a comeback, right?
Go.
#3, and then Nightmare Esports is #4.
You know, the Huns Esports, after watching them in their qualifiers for the MCT East Asia, I was rather impressed with them there, but this is not what I expected. I didn't expect them to go like the 4-0 in this one.
Yeah.
It's like, you're good, but can you beat Falcons good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that was the test that we were all looking for, and they passed it. They passed it, and now I'm getting it. I mean, we always knew when we were talking about the East Asian side of our of the MLBB community, they've been there for a while, and hopefully, you know, with the reflection of the Huns and as well as the Mongols, the way that they're playing, maybe, you know, looking into the future, some of these other regions are going to be just as dangerous.
And that's why I'm going to say, like, watching and casting Sunset Ravens games in that East Asia MCT, like, same thing here. It's great to see them make the improvements from watching them there. And, you know, in that qualifier, it seemed like they were really struggling, not just in the picks, but the way they rotated around the map. Well, then you watch them here in the wildcards, and I'm like, whoa, that improvement from that time to now has been pretty vast. So, and think, they're rather new, right, to the competitive scene of MLBB. So who knows what more improvements we'll see from Sunset Ravens and the likes.
And unfortunately, Nightmare just couldn't get a win for it today. But hey, maybe it's just day one, you know, still jet lag and all this kind of thing. So hopefully going into the best of threes, we see improvement, especially with, let's just say, the frontliners. I feel like Javiana can do a little bit more.
I agree.
And that allows the mid as well as the gold lane to just perform a little bit better.
That's why I think, what do we say? Let the XP laners be the guy right now, or let them. It's weird because like before, people would be like, "Oh, it's the junglers, it's this, that." I think the stars right now are XP laners, man.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, a bit of a yes and
Gloves
no, right?
off.
Gloves on. If they're Paquito.
If they're Paquito. Anybody?
Because that's a lethal weapon. You don't want bone to skin.
It's too good. But I also think that, at least for the EXP side, the timing of their impact is just so important right now.
Yeah.
And if they don't find those moments, then at least I don't mind playing Paquito, because if I'm not ahead, at least I can peel for the rest of my team. I have the toolkit to do so. Most EXP laners don't. It's just all in.
Yeah. Looking at you, Benedetta.
Looking at you, Benedict. I was gonna say, I don't actually like when it comes to XP lane. I wish I was better at XP lane. But I always say like this is not my lane.
One hero that I wish I can master and I don't need to retrain myself is Yuzong.
Huh? What?
Yeah.
These guys are not that hard to play. You just push 3 buttons half the time.
So the thing about Yuzong is I kind of feel like the kit is strong and you understand it very, very quickly. It's just that you have to understand all the matchups. And sometimes you just forget. Like, if I'm going up against Yuzong, I know what to do. I'm going up against an Arlet, I kind of know what to do. If I'm going up against a Paquito, I'm like, what should I be doing again?
Mind you, Gideon, you're talking to 2 guys who play roam. We know how to roam. Like, we know the roam.
I mean, if it's a matter of mechanics, I doubt. I know for a fact that you guys have the mechanics. You play Cho. And I know you also have put him in the EXP before on top of the gourd.
Yeah,
That's
but here's the thing, though. Like, you play XP, you're looking at very specific areas on the map. You're worrying about your matchup. When I'm playing just roam, I'm not even looking at my screen. I'm looking at the map.
Exactly.
I'm not.
One thing about roamers and why we're not laners is we want to leave lane.
Yeah.
As a goal in EXP, you roughly have an idea of like when you should stay, when you should join.
Yeah.
We just don't have that. We just join.
Yeah.
Because you know why? We're selfless.
We're selfless, and we're gonna get gold and XP anyway.
We're not like Mirko, Gideon, where they just want all the minions and everything. Like, they don't help out.
Hey,
They
Briggs
think
is
about
part of the
themselves.
roaming club.
You know what? Yeah, Briggs.
Shout out to Briggs.
Look at all of us. We're so selfless.
We're selfless. You see this guy?
We're
you
the
saw
kind of guy,
Mirko earlier?
We're the kind of guy like
gaslighting me.
during breakfast, like, would you like to have some?
Yeah. Yeah. Instead, what did Mirko say at breakfast?
Let me get that.
Yep, that's exactly right.
You guys are the worst.
Hey.
He's trying to say he's selfless. You know how many times I had to die for this guy? Because like, yeah, we can get him. Let's keep going. Keep going.
Take the personality test.
Yeah.
That'll align with what role you play. All right.
Because legit, your personality kind of reflects on
Your
the
role.
heroes of play. Yeah.
And I also just like some extra protection points too, by the way. So
I like fast games.
He likes fast cues and fast games.
I don't want to wait 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's good.
And then eventually become Rome anyways.
No, the crazy thing is, even when I don't pick Rome and I want to pick the lane that, I want to play mid, I never get mid. So I might as well just roam.
Right?
That's what I'm saying.
I'm like, I just want to play Eve. Let me play Eve. And it's like, no, you're playing Atlas.
That's when, like, especially if I'm online and
They're
I'm
doing
playing with
flicks, by
friends.
the way. That's so impressive.
They're doing what?
Flips.
I wish I could flip, man.
Hey, man, a lot of things are happening here at EWC, so you got to keep up with all the action on their social medias as well. Not to mention that at the very least here, we're wrapping up on our side at the very least. I am curious to, especially for some of the big stage teams, how many of them actually watch the wildcard to be like, what are these guys up to?
Here's the thing. Ladies and gentlemen, we have done day 1 and day 2, and that's all the best of ones we'll have here in the wild card. After this, it's going to be best of 3. After this, more teams will get eliminated, and then eventually we'll know that one team that will survive the wild cards and go all the way to the main stage. Thank you very much, Gideon, as well as Naisu, for your service for today on casting the best of ones. So that's all of us signing off. We'll see you guys tomorrow for the wild cards.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.